Dude,
Totally fits in your freaking mic, you moron.
it's like if I knew Jesse Gordon had this figured out already, I'd just go find something else to do. But still waiting for more on the talk.
Do you speak any English?
Quiet. Is it late at night for you guys? Late Saturday night and late Sunday morning? Or?
Saturday night fun for all.
Early Saturday
What's
evening,
that?
7:33.
7:30.
PM?
Yep, 7:33
Oh.
p.m.
Should
Saturday
start getting
too.
loud
Oh,
soon.
33 minutes past the hour, Illuminati confirmed.
I'm just below the 33rd latitude.
Confirmed again.
Did you guys
Yeah,
catch
so-
any of? Did you guys catch any of last night? 24/7 bar.
Did I go to sleep early? I was up to pretty late. No, I was up to like midnight.
Say 24/7 bar. What, you want to recap?
No, just fucking Helio was smashed.
Oh,
I was trying to have a conversation with a guy and his brother, and then mate, they just kept on getting interrupted. Not just by Helio, by everyone. I just gave up. I started explaining the Black Swan, and then the guy goes, "Oh wait, I'm really stoned. I'll be back in a minute." I said, "I'm not even going to bother. You do what you want, man." And then he brought up the dome. I went,
yeah, dude. Sometimes it's like I see Gizbo's name, Sheepdog. I'm like, yeah. I feel like we're like dogs having to herd a bunch of sheep or something.
yeah.
Sometimes.
He goes,
Someone's got to keep this
some
train on.
flat earthers claim that there's a dome. I said, not in here, mate.
At least not until Sunday.
Yeah, hold off
Yeah.
until tomorrow. Damn it.
Did you change your mic, Wave Mixer?
Straight lines work on a large sphere.
He-
Yeah, if you don't mind the line being off the surface.
I did change my mic.
Sounds crisp.
Oh my.
I just have one question, though. Am I roboting right now?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good, man.
That's a really good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good Saturday evening.
To you as well.
Likewise.
Yeah, mine's in the past. So
Yeah. Timbo's
That's
already-
okay. We make a special exception for you because you're standing on your head.
yeah, I'm already in Speculation Sunday.
Pull us
But
in.
apparently, I'm not allowed to start until Eastern Time, US.
Hey, you're on my time.
I say go with what you got. If you got a Sunday, it's Sunday. I don't make the rules here, so.
I mean, someone's got to open up the cafe early, sweep up, get the coffee brewed. When I wake up, that coffee better be hot, all right? That's speculation
summer-
coffee. Better be steaming.
Yeah, summer vacation is beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's true. Do you think we'll see like an influx of people joining?
I think there will be a lot more curvature at the beach in particular.
Well, don't rub it in, all right?
I'm going to have to start spending more time at the beach.
Speaking of beach, you are going to make it over to Renee's, aren't you?
When is it?
It's on Saturday or Flatterday of 24th of June. And it's one day before my birthday.
Hey.
And it will be roughly the 1 year anniversary. The first time I went to Renee's with my P1000 and saw further than I was supposed to be able to see.
Is it June 21st, the equinox again?
Well, the equinox comes like on a Wednesday, so he's going to have it on a Saturday.
Following
Way more people can show up for it.
Saturday following or before.
Following the 24th.
Yeah. See, well, if I plan ahead, I'll be able to
Do it.
Yeah. I think I'll just be the social butterfly this time and not bring the guitar. Or just bring my acoustic so I can pull it out at a moment's notice.
No. You said your Nikon P1000. Yeah, at the beach. I wrote a song about that. Black Swan Nikon P at the beach. Yeah, dude. So I love to hear it.
Yeah.
Down in the rabbit hole, truth to go deep. Last night the Glober and now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, some of them creep.
24/7. Got a good beat.
The next line I said was said he measured out just like a drop and then a dip. Globe Earth proof, but the trigger goes click. Something like that.
That sounds pretty cool. Just like that, actually.
I just posted a link into the voice text for the meetup coming up. If you take a look in the picture there, you can see Sonny with his hand up in the air, standing right next to Matthew Learns, whatever.
Oh, I gotta see this. That's so neat. It's a decently sized group there too.
Hey, wave mix. So you could make Daft Punk songs with that voice change.
Flatter, faster, motion, faces, fake. Yeah, you could probably have some fun with that. Globe is over.
Yes.
Yeah. Dude, that could be a good remake, yo. Globe is over. Flat Earth. Power. A good idea there.
Oh, you got to do it, man. It's a great idea.
Yeah, so how do we recap today? What happened today? Did we get any ballers rolling here? I was kind of in and out today. I think Bot was cooking all morning. And then popped in, started cooking myself, and some of the other boys jumped in. Did some fresh and flat, and here we are. Moron doesn't want to smoke. Shout out to the Flat Earth, man. You know, like Twitter, they have trending topics. Flat Earth is, it's not like on the forefront of people's minds, but it's not trending, right? I mean, I feel like a lot of people have heard about it, at least. You could probably, if you just took a random sample of 10 people off the street, like, hey, have you heard of Flat Earth? They probably heard those two words put together. I don't think most people know what it is, but
No, it's a disc in space.
well, yeah, it's been co-opted a little bit for sure. But
Well, what would you say the percentage of people that come in? You reckon it'd be 95% of people? Let's go round 90. 90% of people that come in that picture flat Earth, picture the flat disc in space. That meme with the water flowing off the edges and stuff like that. Yeah?
yeah, I'd probably, I think solid 80% for sure or more.
Yeah. Because you'd have to have looked into the topic to actually think that, okay, that's not what they believe. Because you need to be told that that's not what flat earthers think.
When you were first presented with the idea, did you think it was a disc in space?
I had no idea. I hadn't even thought about it. And my first video was Eric DeBay's 200 Proofs. I smashed that out my first time. And I had woke up in the morning going, what the fuck? I've got things I need to look at. So the disc in space, space was my last thing to go.
Same here.
So it was difficult. That was really difficult.
Yeah, I did not think of a disc in space when I was presented at first. And I'm like you, where space was the last thing to go for me. But I didn't picture some type of like pizza planet or whatever.
No, I don't think I ever did either. I'm pretty sure I never did. See, I got rid of the moon landings way before.
Ooh, me too.
I just thought you're going against what everybody I've ever trusted has said. Not necessarily like government, because I don't trust them, and I don't trust. I never trusted any of that. But like, just saying the opposite of what everybody I've ever trusted in my life has said. That was the sort of the hardest part. It didn't matter what you showed me, you know.
Yeah,
I sympathize.
And the thing is, it's not them.
Baller.
Yeah, sorry, CB, go ahead.
I think I've been lagging recently. No, you're good. I was just going to say that I sympathize with newer ballers for that exact reason. That it's a huge hill to overcome. That there's a lot of people to your left and right. Well, that too. But there's two people to your left and right telling you and rooting and cheering you on to continue on your belief. So that's tough to overcome.
Right, like ready to ridicule you for not. Like that's the thing. That's what sort of turned me was like, I heard a quote. It was like, ridicule without investigation is the height of ignorance. And so that was what gave me, I don't know, the courage or the motivation to watch some debates. And I watched debates and I was like, this is probably the best way to turn someone is to watch Globers just fucking melt down, like straight up melt down over like the simplest questions. And that's what got me.
Easiest way to turn someone with an already open mind, though.
Right.
Because if your mind's in space, staring at a globe, because that's all it is, really. The only picture, the only thing that they can imagine is them staring at the globe from outer space.
Yep.
That's it.
Indio and I touched on this yesterday. It's like they have a house, right? Wherever they live, they have a secret door or some type of side door that opens up directly to outer space. It's like, they want to be in that position so bad. They want that perspective. So much so that dude yesterday was willing to say there was no air between him and the earth, or him and the sun. So that just shows their mindset is exactly what you said. It's in space. And that's where that idea was. They want to open the door and step right into outer space.
So he needs a vacuum, he needs to know where the sun is, and he needs to know that the Earth is a globe. He's fucked. He's got no chance.
I wanted to comment on this too. Is like Owen Benjamin, part of his testimony, he'll say he got kicked out of Babylon, and that's how I feel with the globe.
That's
like,
Hollywood? Is that what
yeah. So it's like for me, just asking questions about the globe to my friends and neighbors or whatever, I got kicked out of the globe camp. I immediately realized that, okay, I do not belong in this group of people or this group of thinking. So I recognized pretty quickly, like, I don't belong here.
We go to dinner parties and stuff sometimes, like, we're just friends, and then there's always some, our friends don't really care what I think, they just laugh and go, yeah, that's Timbo, yeah, and then you get these new people sometimes, and they go, oh, what I got to deal with this guy, I'm almost banned from talking about it. My wife just goes, oh, please, if you get someone mentions something about space, just tonight, can you just let it go? But I'm not argumentative. Like, I just bring it up, and then it can be slightly ridiculous as well. So, yeah. What were you saying?
Like even in pandas, they have like a self-correcting kind of thing going on because it is a cult. That's what cults do. You start to wake up and they will fucking kick you out faster than you can wipe your nose. Okay.
Yeah.
Like they don't want anyone. I don't know what it is about that behavior, but it's like one of those sci-fi movies where you begin to question stuff, and then one of your friends looks over to the other friend, and next thing you know, they're like fucking tying you up and carrying you out.
Yep.
Like that's how crazy it is. They might even like, oh God, he's got a sickness. And then they'll fucking like take you to some dark chamber where you get like what is that called? Lobotomy, or where they drill a hole in your head and correct you. Like,
bro, this is straight out of an episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
New.
I don't know if y'all seen that show, but
I like that show. That's the only anime show I've ever watched.
It's fire. It's really good, actually. But no, so they go to Ba Sing Se, and there's a government there called the Dai Li, and they basically like brainwash those people to there is no war in Ba Sing Se. And so it's like, yeah, that idea is not uncommon. Let me post that again.
How fitting, yeah.
You guys, I've been watching this show lately. I don't know if you guys want to know about it. It's actually pretty good. I usually don't watch shows nowadays because they're all crap.
If it's good, Kel, we want to know about it, man.
We want to know.
It's called From. So basically, I don't know if anyone's seen it.
No.
It's crazy because a lot of my normie friends love this show. That's the crazy part. But you're about to probably tell me that for normies liking it is probably ironic. Go ahead.
No. It's basically what happens is, right, you have this town that's like it's like contained in some area that these people can't leave.
Wow.
And so basically people from different places of the world end up falling into this place. Like they're just like driving in the street and they just end up getting into it. And now they're here, they're stuck. And it's like it has like this whole godly vibe to it. It's got these creatures that come out at night, and so the people have to, hide and stuff. And I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but it's pretty good.
That sounds neat.
Wait a minute.
Is it real characters or a cartoon?
No, it's not a cartoon. It's real life. It's real people. Okay. It's called From.
Start watching them.
Wait a minute, I didn't hear it.
I posted it in the chat, y'all.
I'll post it.
It's in the chat.
If you need a link, if you need a link to a website where you can watch it for free, just ask me and I can link it to you.
Yeah, Probably
That's
on
stealing.
Oh, really? No way.
Foot Locker probably
Yeah,
does.
if it, you know, what's crazy. That's stealing. Yet, you know, they as a young child, like Cablevision sent me like a letter saying you better stop that. I was like, oh, you're Cablevision, not the law. Suck my dick. Like, but it's interesting that they really have no jurisdiction. Like, if it real, how illegal is it when there's an entire industry off of you know not going through these people?
I don't
Like,
know
you
how
know,
these people make money.
maybe we're the reason. Maybe we're the reason. Because actually Hollywood. Well, I don't want to say it's very could be good. But what I'm saying is, here they are trying to maintain some sort of business, and we're just like fucking stealing their shit. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know, man. They
answer
stole
thi-
from us.
Answer
They
this:
stole
How
from
do
us.
they make money? How
They
the
stole
fuck do
from
they
us
make
with
money?
cable. I'm sorry. They stole from us for years with that cable bullshit.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
CDs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dude,
Tapes and CDs, man. As soon as Napster came out, I was fucking all over it.
dude, they never
all-
stole from me, dude. I
And all the
was.
rest of it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I know. I was just saying. I was stealing everything my entire life. I mean, I remember when they had the box. Remember when they had the box, the satellite box, where you can get like HBO, Showtime,
Yeah.
Cinemax, all that shit. I
You
used
get,
to, yeah, I used to get it cracked and
you
everything.
get one
Like,
of the cheater boxes. Yeah, I know. They
Yeah.
used to sell those all over the
I
place.
did
You could get
that.
'em you could get them at a thrift store.
yeah,
Pay per view. That was fun.
yeah, pay per view. You know, they had everything.
So all that technology that is just what now wasted, thrown away, and trash in trash piles.
Yeah,
Well, now they're gonna stop people from like sharing their accounts with Netflix. I think Netflix is gonna go down the gurgler once they do that.
They
well,
fixed
they,
it.
they've already did it. They already
Yeah,
did
They
it.
did it, did they? I'm still sharing an account here.
Well, now if you share, you could share up to 4 people, and it's like $20.
Oh, okay,
Or-
yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, or if you just want it for like one person, it's $10 still.
Yeah, I got my parents' Amazon Prime account. We've been sharing that for years. I think my sister uses it too, so they got one account, and then maybe me, my brother, and sister use the whole account.
Can I have it?
Imagine all those suckers out there that
that good.
collected all their favorite movies on VHS
No
I'm one of those
and then
fuckers,
threw them
mate.
all away and rebought them when
Um,
we came out.
I'm one of them. Well, I didn't rebuy it. I just, yeah, that was a long time ago though.
All
Okay.
mine.
Still got-
You knew it was wrong when you did it.
Yeah,
You
and
had to do it.
it was her choice, which was that's my bad. I should never let
I've got-
her have that much control. Anyway,
I've still got box sets of CDs and DVDs, like collections, like a Metallica collection, and DVDs like the what are they called? The Lord of the Rings DVDs in the box set. Oh, we don't even
Are they
have
the
a
right
DVD
aspect?
player.
I got a few.
I did screw up when they had the. Oh shit! I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You started.
I was gonna say I did mess up when they came out with Blu-ray HD, and
Oh,
I
you
didn't
got that,
realize
did you?
that they were battling for supremacy, and Blu-ray had the big advantage. I didn't know, and I bought a HD player and a couple HD movies, and then after a while, they were absolutely worthless. I couldn't buy HD movies anymore, so my player was worthless. And what am I going to do with these 4 HD movies? And now I got to buy a Blu-ray player if I want to buy another movie because HD's gone. They really fucked me on that. And that HD player was like $500.
Yeah.
I got call me old fashioned, but the kind of things I like are from like the past era. Like now, I guess I'm nostalgic, but I truly love the sound of a good freaking old vintage 65 something Fender super amplifier or freaking Bassman, one of these fantastic freaking, or even one of the 5E3s, the Tweed. No one knows what I'm talking about. I know, I'm such a weirdo. Like vintage Tweed Fender amplifier from 1958, 1959.
I thought you were going to say you missed the unique sound of vinyl.
Well, that's kind of related. I mean, so I built an amplifier. I bought an amplifier, rebuilt it, and totally made it so it's like one of those fantastic. It's part of it's an instrument itself. Like I don't sound like myself through my instrument unless I have the amplifier goes with my sound, and it's been perfected over time, and it's not perfect, and I like that. I like analog.
Hey, Jamesy, I like your story, man, about the cookout. It'd be interesting to see if you can get him in here.
Yeah, that was very interesting. You're right.
So we can, it just goes to show we can have in reality, not on the internet, have a normal conversation with people about this kind of stuff, Because most normal people, they're not going to get aggressive with you, It's only on the internet where they go, oh, you're a fucking moron, or
No.
I don't know if anyone's got any other experience, maybe in real life, where people get really aggro with them, start calling them names and shit like that, but I haven't
not even
really
just
come
that.
across it. Yeah.
Well, someone was describing the effect of I got a call, or I got to go, or looks like it's my lunchtime, or whatever. When you start bringing up the topic, that's another effect that I've noticed as well. People act like, they got to go all of a sudden when you bring up a topic like this.
You can just skip it. But if you're at a cookout, you can't. You can't run away from the conversation, can you?
Right.
And you can't be aggro because you're going to look like a dick because your whole family's there,
True.
Yeah.
Kind of savage to trap them like that.
Wait till these people hear the whole entire truth. The entire truth as we know it up to this point. Like most people don't we're like, this is a study for us. Like this has been years in compiling and categorizing and separating the things and the logical fallacies and the science from the pseudoscience, like sifting the wheat, and the chaff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's getting into case study territory for sure. We've been saying debate's over, and I've been saying the party, the people that are showing up and they're like, oh, refraction. Y'all are so late to the party. You don't even realize it.
Like really late.
That's 6 years late.
Shit.
They're crazy late. The beers have already been drinking. Snacks are almost empty in the back. Party is wrapping up and they're showing up late. Like, guys, come on, crack another beer, refraction. No, dude. We already drank refraction beers a long time ago.
It was like that guy last night. He was using ChatGPT to come back at arguments with us. And he came up, he said, oh, it's refraction. I said, well, I said, look up the formula for it. Let's give you refraction. Yeah? It's not going to take your horizon from 1.22 miles to 10 miles, is it? And he didn't understand what I was talking about.
Right, because they only have a surface level understanding, if that, just barely scratching the surface.
That even makes me think now at this point, like when they just do that, have them take out the formula. As soon as they say it can make the Earth do that, they've blown their whole heliocentric model. Yeah.
Yep.
Crazy.
Bro, the computer is thinking for them. Like, what the
Yeah, they're using ChatGPT to come back with globe Earth arguments against
You know what? I don't know what that's part of the mind virus, dude. Because look, they put their faith in the white coats the last couple of years. We all saw it. They're putting their faith in the experts, the scientists, and now they're putting their faith in ChatGPT for all the answers.
Yeah. And he was just doing it out in the open too. Like he told us he was doing it. What are we doing? Are we talking to you or a fucking computer?
It's easy to spot too. I bet teachers nowadays too are like spotting it like easier and easier. Dude, you didn't write this.
Well, we did it as a joke the other night. my missus she's changing her job, so she said, I said, look at this. I said, type into Chat GPT a resignation letter from a sales position. Bang! Just came out. And I said, just copy and paste it. I could put it in, change the names around. She goes, oh my God, where did this thing come from? I said, do you want to come on the server?
That's like the advanced version of a fucking calculator.
Yeah.
Right, just with words instead of numbers.
Was that
I want me
ribeye?
to show you. I was going to say, I was saying to my missus, do you want me to show you where I found out about ChatGPT?
Oh yeah.
Come into the dark zone.
Bomb has been planted.
I thought for sure I saw ribeye light up. Are you there, ribeye? I think I saw you light up there.
That's probably what happened. Light. They went to Chat GPT and they were like, so what do you think could make us the most money? Oh, you should promote the teas.
The what? Sorry, Kel?
Yeah, I missed that.
The teas, my friend.
The Transformers?
Yeah.
Okay.
All the YouTubers now are using that Chat GPT to do all their content and shit.
Write
Like
their content. No way. That's where they're coming up with these stupid arguments. Maybe that's where that Dave, what's this new guy's name? The anti-flat earther, who's been making these videos. I think he's English or something. You guys were talking about him this morning, I think.
John,
I don't know. Is it,
John
it's not the Keegan name, or I don't know.
Oh, Keegan, that's it.
John
Is it
Keegan.
Dave?
Okay.
Not Dave, I'm just obsessed with Dave. Ryan? No. Someone McKeegan or something, yeah?
I think it was Dave.
Dave McKeegan. Why are they all
Dave?
fucking called Dave?
You know, this movie From reminds me of some of these one hit. Like there would be these shows that would have like one season, and there was this one show. It was a while ago, man. It was quite a while ago. But what it was is, you see a person waking up in a hotel room, right? And they wake up, and they're like, there's some really weird stuff, like they can't get out, or there's no windows. There's some strange stuff. But anyway, this person ends up getting into the hall and finds out other people are waking up, and they don't know how they got there. And they're going out to the street, and none of them know how they got there. It's kind of like one of these lost things. So they go out into the street, and all this weird stuff happens. And I could never find that series ever again. I don't even remember what the name is, but it ends up going through some really weird shit where they're not even freaking in a town at all. They're on a ship in the ocean. Like, it's really weird.
Dude.
There's a similar show on Apple TV right now like that, where all these people live in this giant silo type structure in the ground, and they can't leave because supposedly there's something wrong with the outside. It's contaminated and you'll die if you go out there. But none of them know who built the silo they live in, and none of them know what happened outside. Mm-hmm. And if one of the rules is, if you say you want to go outside, you're going outside.
Ooh.
And that's really like a big taboo. So
that's interesting.
Yo, link
What's
that in
that
the
called?
chat. Link that in the chat, bro.
Yeah, what's that one?
It's called Silo. It's a
Silo.
Then no one knows what's on the outside. It's like you could relate that to dying, you know? Like once you die, you know where you go,
So
but when you're living, you still don't know what happens when you die. You know what I mean?
Facts. Yo, I wanted to say this. Like, I found this old koan, like Zen koan or something like this, an old Chinese story or something like this, where it's like you have three blind men trying to describe some universal great elephant, and it's like that's why I love these shows, because they're all basically like the blind men trying to describe what this reality is like. No one has it figured out. And like, I just love how when you're describing it, some underground contained thing that can't get out, you want to go outside. I've talked about shows like that last Sunday, and I'm probably going to talk about it tomorrow. And it's like that. I just love how everyone's giving their own twist on life. And who knows? Who knows? I mean, this is a new show too, 2023. So it seems like there's a lot of people thinking about it as well. The
What
shows
show?
I'm watching have similar aspects. I'm posting a screenshot of it. Silo, I guess is the name. I've never seen it.
I wonder if outside is like a paradise, but it's like the allegory of the cave. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Well, you learn quite a bit within the first. I think it is the first episode. Did I watch the second episode? So you get to see sort of something. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, but yeah, it's pretty interesting.
It sounds fire. I mean, you just sold it.
Yeah,
You sold it.
I never watch things, but I'm going to go and watch that.
And it seemed to
Yeah.
me very like, kind of on point with sort of what we go through. And I kept thinking, I don't give a fuck what it is out there. And they actually have windows in the silo where they can see outside, and it just looks desolate.
Yo.
And anybody actually goes outside, they walk a few feet and they drop over dead.
Wow.
And that's at Putlocker also. I put the link and you can watch it free.
Yo, that's really interesting, man. Because I'm watching a show that's very similar too. There's like a contained area, and these children are growing up there. There's trees, and it's kind of big, and there's adults that take care of them, and so on. But one of them starts to realize, like, is there like an outside area? And then so there's another like part of the story going on that is what seems to be outside of that area. It's 10 years from next year, so 2034. Slightly collapse. Well, there's collapse. People are living like Owen Benjamin, like out, growing tomatoes and weed and stuff like that. So it's like, it's very, very interesting. It seems like, and this show is also in 2023. So that's what I mean. Like, seems like this is on the forefront of mankind, this idea. It sounds really similar.
Okay, what's the name of that one?
I'll put it in the chat.
Everyone's got a lot of watching to do.
I got like four of them, 3 of them now or something. Can watch them all in this place, so that's pretty cool. So I'm gonna.
But here, that's what's similar is like there's this idea that there's a contained area, and then this idea of exploring it outside. I could name so many shows that have this idea, but yeah, like that's very similar to life. They give us a globe that's a little contained area. Some of us realize, hey, maybe there's more than that. So I feel like that's us. We're trying to go and touch this outside area, and we know there's more than probably just this little globe.
I'm the worst, mate. Once I start watching something, no one will hear or speak to me until that series is finished.
Yeah, that From
I can
series.
tell a show isn't gonna like actually lead me to some sort of conclusion eventually, because you know how they just keep making up shit to keep you on the hook, to keep you watching, and the show could go off the air at any time, and then you wasted all that time and there's no answers. You can tell when a show is going that way, and once I realize that,
Lost.
I give up. I completely. Oh yeah, I never watched the second season. I knew that was going nowhere.
I thought the first season was okay, but then it just became, like you said, it just became like this nonsense of just like making shit up.
Yeah, because they were making it up as they go. It wasn't based off of any like novel or anything. It was just some bullshit they were making up as they went. Hey, I wanted to interject this real quick too. It's a little bit off topic, but
no,
on topic with the server. I thought I heard you guys talking earlier about talking to people about this topic, and one of the ways I go about it and to not get a negative reaction is I will say to him, "Hey, how about that Jeffrey Epstein, huh? Like that shit is crazy, right?" And
You're a smooth
nobody
one, huh?
will look at you with a straight face and say he hung himself, right? So everybody knows that situation.
Show me the body. Show me the body.
Well, I'm not saying that he's dead, but where is he? So either he's dead or they took him out, and regardless, it was over, right? So something happened. There was the powers and the structure was in trouble, and they removed this problem. Now, if these men are capable of things like that, and they all did it out in the open in front of us, and nobody batted an eye, and then I say, maybe they didn't go to the moon. And I try to tiptoe into the direction of the Earth then without actually ever saying flat, because I've said flat to people before, and immediately when I do that, it sends up a defense mechanism in their head, and they cannot hear you. They don't hear you.
Yep.
The listening and thinking is done.
As a trigger
So
word.
this is my 2 cents on that subject. I'll shut up now.
No, that's good advice. That's good advice. It's like a good way to plant a seed by not being so blunt. I think that is a good way to do it. A magician, it's like you gotta have a little sleight of hand. You know what I mean? So that's the skill. It takes a lot of skill.
Similar to that meme when the hand has the brain on the hand, and the guy is saying, "No, thank you, I got the government."
Yeah. It's weird, dude. Like they'd rather.
You mentioned flat Earth. I don't mention flat Earth to people who talk about, if you're talking about when people have questions about the topic of cosmology. I keep them to their senses. I speak about their senses, their immediate experience, what they can verify, demonstrate, water, motionless, containment. That's pretty powerful. A lot of people get it. Like the other guy before said, if you say flat Earth, they turn into blinded government zombies of some sort.
Mhm.
Even though they say, yeah, the government lies, but they don't lie about this. They can't lie about space and the solar system. They can't lie about that. If you say flat Earth, yeah, you turn them into some type of defense mechanism.
Agent Smith.
That's why I get frustrated too with politics and how people still are following this system when, every 4 years they're voting either Democrat, Republican, and they've been doing it for over 60 years, and nothing has changed or progressed in this country at all. Regardless of which one wins, nothing changes for the better for our humanity and society. They have all kinds of things and technologies that could make things better and make everybody's existence better, and they suppress it and keep it all for us, and they actually use it against us. And it's so how does everybody not know that?
Actually, the things that are out there, a lot of this is in public. A lot of the information in many topics, it's out there. We'll say earlier we're talking about economics, or even about the cosmology of the Earth. The lie is out there in the public, but the actual factual truth is out there as well.
Well, yeah, and like the fact that they can actually manipulate weather, they have that technology, and they're pretty open with it now, but it's never used for our benefit. Like they could make it rain when there's a drought. They can create clouds and have it rain. They could do that. They can deviate hurricanes. Right, they could do these things.
70s, I think it was the 70s or the 80s that was charging people, hey, if you wanted to rain in your field or whatever, he had these towers in his property, and he will make it rain around his region if you wanted to. It was like a service.
So
it was.
They could build a car that would last you your whole lifetime, and you'd never have to buy another car again. But we don't have these things.
I don't believe in weather manipulation.
Well, even though if you don't believe it, it's there. It's not. It's not that control.
I know all of the information is there. I've never
The
seen
control of the weather is one thing because we cannot just control the whole system, but manipulating and adding things into it, yeah, definitely can be done.
Yeah, but I don't have any other experience. Let me kick you another thing. So we have all these statistics about deaths and all of that. You know, my personal experience, if I hadn't watched TV, is that most of my friends don't die.
Most of my family and my friends, definitely a bunch died at very early ages, and my family as well, a bunch of them died early ages.
How so?
How so? Many of them in my high school, multiple of them were taken into jail. One hanged himself, other died like in motorcycle accidents. Bunch of friends and family members died in the hospitals, including my dad, like six of my uncles and aunts, from my father's side only. From my mother's side, we could say a multiple of them, many cousins, they die early ages, many of them. Friends and family.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I was having a conversation with Lo-Fi and a couple of other dudes, and I was just talking about the way that they promote how many, die. It just doesn't match up with my actual experience. But I guess your experience is different. But I live in New York City, where I should have experienced that. Like, I have many friends. I have people who died. I just know vastly the majority of them haven't. Out of all the people that I know and have come across, very small amount of them have died. But if I was somebody that was focused on politics and focused on what was going on in my community, my emotion would be running off of, well, damn, 90% of people that I know died. But that's not actually true.
Hey, Elijah, I just posted an article about this engine that they turn on and it actually creates rain clouds.
Yeah, send me some specs on like satellite while you're at it.
What do you mean? Why would I do that?
Point being, I get it, but experientially, like I've never experienced weather being manipulated. In fact, well, not even in fact, I just don't buy it because there's no way for me to validate that. I don't think that, like, we have the earth, which is the ground that expands who knows how far, but the area of the sky itself, only the 180 degrees that I can see, I don't see a human manipulating that, man.
Well, there's actually articles you can search too and look up when the Olympics were in China. At the first day of it or whatever, it was horrible weather. It was really cloudy. There was a chance of rain, and the Chinese government actually shot rockets into the sky, and it dispersed the clouds and got rid of them. I mean, that's manipulation of weather, right?
If I actually was at that game and saw it happen, then yeah, that'd be dope. China also claims, well, people also claim that China has multiple suns that they sent up. As a matter of fact, that guy that I was talking about earlier, where he was like, no, they have this technology. I'm like, fam, actually, they capitalized on a story that they didn't want getting out, which is that they're just talking about sun dogs. China doesn't have a bunch of suns that they're putting up. That's just a big ass story to get people's minds off of looking at the sky and seeing that we can't possibly live where they claim we live. So I'm just saying, man. It's easy. Like if you were around in Battle Mod, used to talk. It's actually because of the Farmer's Almanac that we know exactly when it's going to rain and when it doesn't. It's on a repeating cycle, just like everything else. I think they just capitalize on these events like they capitalize on sickness. I think that sickness is just like it comes in waves, and for whatever reason, whatever's going on in the system, we feel it. And I think they capitalize on that because it affects us so massively, we can't wrap our heads around it just being a natural phenomena. And they kind of just say, oh, look at this virus that's getting out. You need to get this shot for this and that. So when it comes to these like God level kind of events, I just don't believe it, man.
Well, a lot of people tell me that I wasn't sitting on the doctor's office and got a vaccine, and the next day I'm throwing mucus with blood, and months after I have type 1 diabetes. People don't believe me, but it happened.
Well, yeah, you're that would be firsthand knowledge, and then everyone around you who experienced you, they would at least be able to say, yeah, it is weird. The day after you did that, well, after you did that, all this other shit started happening to you. So that's not in question, right? Like if you were sitting down at that game, if you were sitting down at that game in China,
I would say it wasn't 100% that, but it's a huge trigger and a combination of things that happen. But like you're saying, the thing is manipulated. It's not 100% control, I would say, but the cloud seeding, in my opinion, is real because well, in Puerto Rico they used to say that. Then I saw the people saying doing it in Dubai. Well, in Dubai, that's what they say they do it, right? They seed the clouds and it rains, but it's a possibility, like you're saying. Maybe they know the rain is coming,
Didn't they
and
do that in World War II also to cover certain battlefields?
they
Or was
said in
it Vietnam? I don't know.
they began war in areas that they knew that it would be raining. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, how do we know which is which? But what you're saying, Dimsy, as far as like, I know that they're spraying stuff into the sky, and
Yeah.
I know for a fact that you can take samples of surfaces, in your area and tell that there's chemicals that weren't there the day before. You could do that. See, I'm willing to go off of only what I can actually validate. You know what I'm saying? So are they spraying stuff? Are we for what reason they would be putting chemicals on our crops and stuff? I have no idea. But outside of that, like, making it rain in places, that's not something that I can validate, man.
Yeah,
So you're saying
there's crop
what they
dusters and
claim
whatnot.
about cloud seeding, what they claim about doing cloud seeding, you're saying that might not be a thing.
I don't know. I never experienced it.
Yeah,
Okay.
cloud seeding is different than actually manufacturing like clouds that go up in the sky and then rain on you. I think that's a whole different. That's not this. It's not the same thing. Because the clouds
Well, I don't
already
know if
there.
cloud
They're trying to
seeding
do.
produces rain producing clouds, do they?
If
I'm not sure
if they know
Sorry, I didn't
when
mean
it's
to.
gonna rain, and they put some shit in there that will spread with the rain, that's different than making it rain.
Or preventing it from raining, stuff like that. Yeah, I would agree with Elijah. A lot of this stuff is popularized by people in the truther community, and it catches fire, and then a lot of people are starting to talk about it, and then all of a sudden you have like conversations where people are like, "Do you know that they're actually doing this?" And then when you ask the person, "How can you validate such a claim?" Like, because that's what we do, right? We're teaching people how to critically think about certain topics that they're being brought forward, and when you start doing that, then you analyze like the information and how is it possible, can you verify it, all that stuff. And if it's just something you believe, then it's going to be a speculation at the end of the day.
No, yeah, you're right. You're
But we don't
absolutely
throw
right.
the baby with the bathwater, do we? Because we just can't say 100%. No, we can't say 100% it's true. But
And the video doesn't. There's video with it, so they show you them creating this cloud, and then a few minutes it does start to rain. And I understand it could be edited, but
100%. I could also look at that meteor that hit again.
No, bro, that's a little different. That's because
No,
that's
it's only
CGI
a little
fakery.
different because you're like, space is fake now. But when it comes to cloud seeding, you're like, well, that video is possible. No, I'm trying to get you to understand that it's the same thought process you're using, which is why I said knowing about flat Earth doesn't mean anything if you don't break away from the psychology of coming to listen. Somebody can put a host of information in front of you that corroborates with itself, makes sense, put a little video, and you're like, all right, hell yeah, I'm with it. That's what we just broke away from, fam.
Yeah, you're right.
Here's the thing, right? I live in the city, and the other day I woke up in the morning, and when I went outside, the smell of pesticides that I smelled in the air was nauseating. And I don't know what the fuck was going on. I went back in.
Yeah, it's a local phenomenon.
Yeah, there's crop dusting though. You've seen crop dusters actually, spraying
There's no
the
crops
field.
around my area, dude.
Well, like if there's any chemicals that are being used in any factory nearby, like there's other ways that you can look into this. It's not just point to the sky and say that these things are chemtrails, and like you're saying, well, because of that, this is the reason why. Like that's how can you that make that equivocate to what you're, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
there's
more
also
likely,
the stuff
it's
that
more.
they kind of throw across the cities around here. Like you can see above Boston, the sky. They're doing it like when you don't see the planes flying above and having those lines, you see the clear sky. And then they
Mhm.
start doing it in the early morning, and then the whole day the sky is covered on this mist in the sky,
That
and
is that
it
is
looks
I have
man-made.
noticed that. I have noticed that's a thing. Like because especially during these times during the summer, like we do a lot of sky watching, and I'll go up and I'll just see these planes, and I'm like, yo,
Yeah.
why are they spraying? Like, what is that about? Like maybe they're just trying to cover phenomena that we could see if the sky was clear that day. Again, utilizing their knowledge on the cycle of the system. I don't know. I don't know exact. I can't say that they're making it rain though. Like I don't know exactly why they're spraying the sky
Elijah,
at all.
real quick, what you said about making phenomena not being visible, I think that's part of it because I've seen phenomena very early before they start spraying, and they start spraying very early across the city, and you see the
Very
airplanes
early. Yeah.
converging towards the city and converging towards the sun, and the days in many areas I've seen the sun, I've seen the circle of the sun setting like at the horizon, right? I've seen that phenomena, but then when
Yeah.
it starts spraying, you see all this mist, and what you see is a freaking a super like instead of seeing the circle of the sun, what I see is like I use like a huge light that is not the sun. I mean, it's like a hot spot of the sun on the mist. That's what I see, right? But when the sky is clear, you actually see the sunset, the circle of the sun setting.
I see the exact same thing in my city where they will spray late at night and early into the morning so that by the time the sun is rising, you can't see the sun. And they seem to do it primarily in the winter months in my city.
Sun looks like a big hole in the sky, if you ask me. Like I've tried to watch it as best I could when it was closer to the horizon. It's just weird. It doesn't look like a spherical anything. It's
Especially
whatever it
a
is.
lot of stuff in the air. It looks like a spark. How do you say, like a super version of it that is a light that is being reflected on the mist or something, on the moisture in the air.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that the like what I'm saying isn't like to throw the baby out with the bathwater. What I'm saying is I can't be skeptical. Like people say I'm skeptical of this. I'm skeptical of that. Well, I'm not skeptical of anything. If you put information across me and I ask you if I can validate and I can't, I just ignore it.
That makes sense.
Because there's nothing I can do. What can I do with it if I can't validate it? Carry this story to somebody else? Why would I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see those planes all the time too in the morning with the trail
Have
behind
you
them.
guys ever tried to look at one of those flights and then look at an app on your phone that tracks all the commercial planes in the sky and try to figure out if that plane is commercial or not identified on those apps?
I haven't done it, but some people claim they have, but I don't know.
No, I haven't.
These fucking raccoons are getting smarter. I got these live traps out here to catch this damn raccoon that keeps getting in my bird feeder, but he keeps stealing the food out of the trap somehow and not setting the trap off.
Yeah. The way I did it, I don't know, dude. When they get that smart, you just gotta shoot them.
Put some super glue with food or something in the middle of a pond of glue.
That's what they do with bears. When bears get really smart and they start going into people's yards and they start eating off people, they just end up killing them. Because once they don't fear the people, they just they can get really dangerous. And raccoons have a lot of fucking diseases.
Bunch of parasites.
Yeah. Believe it or not, possums are actually very clean.
Don't start Jimsy on parasites.
They look like aggressive and dangerous, but they're almost harmless. Unless
they're really good to actually have around on your property too. I actually made the mistake when I first moved out here to the country. I was shooting possums until I did some research and learned about them and realized that you actually want them around on your property.
Yeah,
they're harmless and don't affect it.
They don't really carry that many viruses and sicknesses because they're their biology is really weird.
They're vegetarians too. Might help.
The temperature that they have in the core temperature in their body is
for animals, not humans.
Hey, Jemsy.
You got to keep them out of the chicken coop because they will eat the eggs. But
hey, check this out, man. Look what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna put it in live stream voice text.
Are you cooking Precious? Are you?
No, not Precious, but I am cooking. Yeah.
Chicken. Is that chicken? I had some chicken today.
Did you?
Yeah, I had this today. Where is it? Right here. On a grill. I mean, I didn't make it. It was like the girls and the family. I just ate it.
Yo, what is it like? A jerk chicken? Jerk chicken?
That's chicken with some spicy something and potatoes and some sauce. That's it.
Yeah, I came to visit my stepdaughter, and the night I'm sitting out here by myself with the pit, and I'm just looking up at the night sky. The Big Dipper is right. It's 90 degrees above me, man. Right above me.
The Big Dipper, yeah. When that's one of the things that no, not the Big Dipper. That's the Big Dipper is the we call it the la olla, like the cacerola.
La cacerola.
La cacerola, yeah. That's the Big Dipper, right?
Yeah, it's 90 degrees.
Looking up. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Eli. I think I ran over you. Go.
I was just looking up. Hey, where's the Suns GP currently? It's not an easy thing to as a layman who doesn't understand certain terminology like Altaz, declination, stuff like that. It's dude, where the fuck is the sun 90 degrees above the earth right now? And it's that answer isn't forthcoming. And the only reason I was looking that up is because I was like, all right, well, it's 90 degrees above somewhere. And I just wanted to know specifically when it's mostly overhead somewhere in the Middle East. And then I realized, oh shit, isn't it only 90 degrees above on the equinox? And I'm like, that's odd. Why? Where? It has to be 90 degrees overhead other places.
At the moment, I would I would say it's 90 degrees above somewhere in the middle of North Australia.
Can you look it up real quick? See if you
I'll have a look.
Hey, so the last star at the tail end of the Big Dipper is like directly 90 degrees of my position. Like crazy.
90 degrees. Like you looking 90 degrees up?
Yep. Like I'm looking straight up at it. That is wild.
I'm gonna go to the roof right now.
Yeah, because the star at the handle of the Big Dipper is like I can point straight right up at it. It's like right above me.
Because let me tell you, when I was younger, I didn't know the names of the constellations, but I took a look at the Cacerola, La Cacerola, and it looks like, I know there's two of them. I don't know which one it was, but every year for many years, I used to see it specifically during winter time, like when people used to see Navidad. That time, we were able to see it way better than I remember during the other times of the year. I don't remember why is the reason, but I just remember that during the Christmas or whatever, the winter time, or because in the Caribbean there's no winter, but during that time of the year when it's winter in the North nations or whatever, I used to see these stars with my own eyes, no problem, every single night.
And you guys wonder why I'm talking about this at all?
No. Just kidding, yes.
Because remember what I said about the moon, if I could get Sunny to help me out. Because clearly it'll be 7 o'clock here when it's still 4 o'clock there. So let's say 5, 6 o'clock when I'm looking at sunrise on the same continent. Sunny can't be looking at the moon with the phase to the west. That just makes no fucking sense. Somebody help me make sense of
Yeah,
it.
but would I see it? I'd be looking to the east. It's in the morning, right?
No, Sonny. Why would you be looking to? Why would you be when the moon goes open? Like what time? It's 11.
I got you. Yeah.
It's 11:30 at night for me. But the bottom line is, I could just wait a few days to when the phase is like 80% full or whatever. But with your help, I could use today because at some point. Let me see what time moon set is. I don't know what time that is. It could be like an hour from now, 2 hours from now. So I'm not going to be able to see it at some point. But with a little imagination, if you're looking at the moon, and at some point, when it's 11 o'clock for you, 12 o'clock for you, this same time, if it's 1 o'clock and you can see the moon, and it's 3 o'clock for me. Then we know geographically the sun is 90 degrees overhead somewhere in the east. I would assume.
Right.
And that just geometrically makes no fucking sense.
So here, the moon's altitude right now is 61 degrees. It's at a cardinal direction of 221.99 southwest. So it's going off its 55%. Waxing gibbous. So
it's already past the halfway mark in your sky.
It was directly above me a few hours ago. Now I got a bunch of buildings in the way.
Me too. That's funny.
So I can't see because the buildings to the west of me are blocking and southwest are blocking its view. I have a compass right here in front of me on the table. And so let me see 222. Yeah, directly where the tall buildings are to the southeast. Now,
what'd you say? How high in the sky is it?
61 degrees, and it's southwest 222. Now,
that's still
what happens? It's still pretty high. I bet I could see it right now. I'd have to go out and go ride to the harbor side, and I could probably see it above the hillside, the western hills. It's hard for you to understand the orientation of the land here is kind of weird, but because there's a big point of land that sticks out like a finger, and then the harbor comes in and goes along the side, and it makes a big curve to the south. So the harbor is actually like almost going directly north-south.
So it's 60 degrees for you. It's 27 degrees for me.
It's 27 degrees, and it's for you. It's west southwest, right?
Just west. Well, yeah, southwest, whatever. West, southwest, whatever.
West, southwest. Yeah. What's the degree?
If you're looking at the big, deeper 90 degrees, that means that the North Star is pretty near that degree above your head.
On the tail end of the Casalora, right? The tail end of it.
Because there's two of them. The one next to the North Star is the Ursa Menor, minor. But wait,
Ursa Minor.
Yeah.
You guys are just having like Dungeons and Dragons talk. I'm trying to do something that practically proves that what we believe is bullshit.
Who's stopping you?
Put y'all stargazing shit aside for a second, unless it has something to do with the bunking of the globe.
We always do this, so we have two different conversations. Anyway, so
No, this shit is man, it's beautiful, man. Like that's all I got.
I know
it is. No, I get. 1000%. One thing that I always notice, I'm like, yo, how could anyone believe in this bullshit, right? Because just like certain things that you start seeing when you pay attention to the sky, like for instance, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, let's say that like whatever star that was next to the moon was let's see, you see how the orientation, well, you're not looking at the same shit I'm looking at, but the star was above the moon. It's 90 degrees to or perpendicular to the phase, the line, right? So the orientation, I would say, well, if it was 10 o'clock, it is now at 5 o'clock the next day. And I'm like, that shit happens all the time. I'm like, okay, it was perfectly at that orientation, and now it's anyway, whatever.
Listen, man, I'm just used to it now, man. I swear. After there's a couple of years of us having those talks about it being the wrong way, like the phase is off on the west.
No, not that. Just the position of the position and changing of the planets, quote unquote, overnight. The position of the planets next to the moon overnight. It'll go from one end to it'll like one night it'll be 9 o'clock position relative to the moon. Then it'll be like fucking 1 o'clock relative to the moon. Then it'll be completely 180 degrees, 5 o'clock to the moon. And I'm like, what motion is that? Like, you know, in the heliocentric model.
We spoke about this similar to like a year ago, Elijah, because I was doing the same observation. I was saying it looks almost like a clockwork, like this luminaries around the moon. You see them one night in one side, like, and then the hours after that, you see it like doing clockwise movement, and you see it on the other side. But I wanted to tell you about right now. It's like half a moon, right? Before. During the new moon, where it was like 3 days that we weren't able to see the moon, I could still look at the sunset, right? And I was able to see the luminaries between the sun and the moon, even though I wasn't able to see the moon. I saw the kind of like Venus between the sun and across the transit, right? And then with the new moon, when I was able to see the moon again, I was able to see between the sun and the moon these stars. I think it was Venus. And then in the past few days, Venus was, like you're saying, like real near the moon, like 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock on the moon. And tonight it was doing something similar, but further away, not as
further away. In the same exact line, right? Like if there was a perfect line across the sky, it's just further along on that same line.
Goes with the sun. It's aligned with the sun.
So
Crazy.
So I think it's like they're talking about there is like they are rotating around us like that, and so I think there's different. Obviously, some are closer than others. They're on
Well,
different.
it's actually rotating, like in a sense, around the moon. Like, I don't even know why that's the case.
Like looping around the moon or something.
Well, let me add this variable to this equation. When Venus is near or like most near the sun during the cycles, you see Venus basically like a complete light. That's what they say. And then the photograph that I see. But then when you see near the moon, it starts doing the cycles. Venus starts doing the cycles similar to the moon.
You mean like it doesn't look like a full light? It's like even when I zoom into it, it's like is that the same? Is that a phase? Yeah, that's
Venus is doing the phases of the moon. Not the phases of the moon, but very similar to the ones of the moon.
And if a Glober's listening, they're like, almost as if it's reflecting the sun's light. A hardy har.
I think it's because we're looking at multiple layers of the layers above, and we're looking where the light is I don't know, converging or magnified on that location, and depending on the angle that we are standing on the ground and the angles of the movement of the luminaries, that's why we see these positions in the sky and the way the light is visible, like the moon cycles, Venus cycles, and eventually during what we call the new moon, there's always also a cycle of the sun that you see a shadow on the sun. So during the new moon, there was a solar eclipse, but not here. It was in a different spot in the world. But still, there was a solar eclipse.
So check this out. The next moon set for me is at 2:14 a.m. Right. And so the question is, before that, where above the earth is the sun at that moment?
Really far away from you, bro. Really far away.
Let me jump in real quick, man. The 90 degrees right above me, the International Space Station is flying right above me right now.
For real?
Yeah, right now, dude. I'm looking at it. It's bright. Hang on. I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Oh, you can see it? I didn't even know that was a thing.
I don't know. Take a picture of that. What it is? You're supposed to only see like a blink of light, and that's it.
Oh, did you hear about they have these aircraft that have these big holes in them, and they have a bunch of lights, like a bunch of lights, LEDs in there that look just like that.
I like that. Yeah, your question is pretty interesting because I had this in my mind before looking on my roof many times, and what I see with my eyes is definitely the sun moving away from my position, and I cannot see it anymore after it reaches the horizon, right? And it will be interesting to know the position of the sun, like you're saying, when the moon is almost at the horizon, that you're almost not gonna be able to see it anymore because. I don't know. I need to do this observation with you at 2 a.m.
All right.
See, the sweet spot is not today, but with someone's help further toward the west. But there's a day that I can do it on my own. But it's a little because at that point, let's say like what's today? Today is the 27th, right? So okay. On the 31st, moon will set at 3:16 a.m. Okay, but at the same time, the illumination will be 88%. So it's like the right now it's half. So you would expect, well, if I'm looking at half of a sphere, then I would expect the sun to be projected out in that direction that way. You get what I'm saying? Once it's like 90,
the illumination on the moon like it looks right now, but then when the sun comes around the ball behind it, it should be illuminated in the moon from behind, not from the side that the sun set.
Exactly. So it's
Yeah.
like,
I thought
but when
about that
it's like
before.
when it's like 88% lit, it's not really half, but it's more almost like the sun is more like behind you celestially, if you will. And I'm just trying to figure out if you look at the direction on the horizon, whatever direction that is, and you could get the position right here on time, and you could actually do it yourself as well. Take some measurements, angular measurements, and then you're like, and you're just imagining the trajectory that way. And because we're rotating, that's all that's happening supposedly. Like we're actually rotating, and it's just like at some point, if you're thinking about that and holding the heliocentric religion in your mind, at that moment you realize that at 3:16 the fucking sun is gonna be up an hour later.
So there's
So an hour later, Sonny's still looking at the moon, but I'm looking at the sun, and we both live on the same continent, which is on the same side of the ball.
yeah.
It makes no sense.
So check this out, Eli. So check this out. In relationship to that, so one of the biggest barriers for me is because I live right on the coast, and there's a western. The natural flow is from the west, so we always have wind coming off the Pacific. So what that also brings with it is, especially close to the coast, is a really thick marine layer that sucks us in. And so in the evening, it's there in the morning. Sometimes then it dries up.
Get
and
a
goes
little
back,
band, ether band, we call it.
and it comes back. It rolls back in, and sometimes rolls back in quite a bit. So you have a thick marine layer, and you can't see shit. Like literally, we've had months of this gray weather, and especially in the evening. So I guarantee tonight. And today was only partly cloudy, almost like a summer day. It's already overcast. I can't see the sky anymore, and it's only 8:55. So you got all night long of gray, and then sometimes it's there until the morning. So this is very common here where I live. But now listen, you have those exceptional days. Like one of the days I was camping on the beach, and I watched the moon as a sliver about 5 or 7% go all the way almost into the ocean late at night. That was
Sonny,
phenomenal.
where did you say you were located right now? I didn't hear you.
I'm at the extreme southwest, as far as you can go southwest in the U.S.
That's crazy because when I was just sitting outside before you mentioned the space station, and I saw a light going across the sky, which didn't look. It looked different than the usual ones.
Yeah,
it was in a weird position, and I thought that's the fucking space station, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you said it like 20 minutes later.
Yeah, that was me, dude. I'm the one that said that. But here's
That was you.
Yeah, here's something
That was
else
you?
I'll report back to you guys, but I couldn't cut into your conversation. It was going over my head, so it was about 90 degrees above me, and it looked super bright, like one of the brightest stars in the sky.
Wow.
And as it went past 90 degrees, and as soon as it started going a little further past, it started to turn red, and then it dimmed. The light dimmed.
Yeah,
it dimmed out and
dimmed
dimmed
for me
out.
too. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Weird.
And that's the direction it was headed too.
Where did I see that? Was that one of you guys somewhere on? I think it was on here. There was some video, and they were showing aircraft that have LED lights on them that are shaped in that H shape, just like that. Big, huge aircraft the size of a 747 with double wings. Where the hell was that? Hold on, let me look at my feed.
I initially disregarded the idea that it was the ISS though, because it looked lower than I would imagine they claim the ISS to be. But I guess it's way impossible for me to judge a distance like that from my vantage point. That's crazy.
Well, what I feel doesn't sound right. Maybe because I haven't paid much attention about the 90 degrees, even though I spoke about it. Now that I look in the app, the Sky app, and I look up, it's showing me Polaris right above my head. But does that mean that? I mean, why is Polaris right above my head? I don't get it.
That's what I'm looking at too, Jim. That's exactly what I'm seeing.
Because there's no such thing as a 23 point whatever degree tilt. There's no such thing as that. Like that tilt comes from, I think, a celestial point of reference. Funny enough. But anyway, I'm going to do a lot of training on that and teaching on that over the coming months. But before I can do that, I have to read what 10th Man has and know what he knows. So I'm going to be doing some diligent work on that because it ties into the celestial navigation. If you've seen QE's show today, like, you'll know that it was fucking amazing. I just think that people don't understand what the fuck we're talking about half the time. So I'm going to have to dig through that information and make it real easy peasy.
Yeah, I was on the panel today. It was pretty fun, man. And I've rarely been on his show, but it was great, man. And I realized I know these people. You know, like I don't hang out in a lot of different places, but we all sort of know each other after all this time. Anyway, that's good stuff. But going back to the celestial sphere, because, well, we don't know if it's a sphere, but it's definitely a clock. So think about that. I was thinking about how profound that is, that we have this huge clock. And I think the tilt is exactly I think that's right in line with what I'm saying. The clock is tilted. Yeah. That's where they get to tilt, because it's not a perfect. If you notice, it's off to the side. It's tilted at an angle. So they just they took that thing that happens naturally, or that was created at an angle from our surface, and clearly the North Star is. I mean, that's just wild. I mean, that opens up a whole. Yeah, it was created that way for like adjustment of some sort.
Another crazy thing that I used when I used to live in the Caribbean, and I used to be the Ursa Mayor, Ursa Minor. I had to look up, but I'm in the Caribbean near the equator.
The Ursa Minor,
not
yeah,
at the
yeah, yeah.
equator, but near the equator.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You had to look up. So
But the thing is, when I'm looking up and looking at the Ursa Minor, I'm looking at Polaris at the same time.
Polaris, yeah. So, yeah.
There is something there that's super weird.
So I think of that as like a clockmaker, you know, like it is like a clock. It's like I don't mind contemplating on this kind of thing and speculating on it at all, because I'm only going by what we actually see and experience. So I think that's okay to do. How else are we going to know? So those things are moving like a clock. Those are things that we can tell for sure. Like, we know it's moving in a certain direction. We know that it stays in the same position as far as its rotation. You know, we know it's been calibrated. I'm going to say that it's been calibrated with this angle of adjustment, probably for precision.
I always thought it was interesting that the North Star is used to represent, the birth of Christ in the Bible. And then for us, when we use a compass, there's something that pulls that arrow north, right? And that star is always there, fixed in that position in the north. Yeah. So is there some sort of correlation between?
No, because those are two different ideas. Positions. Celestial north and geographical north are two different things.
Yeah. So I think because like the sky is a different realm, I think it is like, I think it's related to the dynamo or whatever you want to call it. I don't know if that's the correct term, but it seems like it is a dynamo of some kind. It just keeps running.
It be just like a symbolic thing instead of it actually having any connection to it besides a symbolic message saying, I'm here to help guide you, and here's something I'm giving you to when you're lost. use this.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's why. I think that's why it was made the way it was, so we could find our way.
Absolutely.
You mean using the sky as a map?
Well, the sun is for the light in the day, and the moon is for light at night. And the luminaries are there like a clock in the same positions over us that, yeah, you can count on them. All the major constructions, and I don't mean the little theme parks you have like in the Middle East and things like that. I mean the ones in America. They have super highways connecting them with tunnels under rivers. Going to cities with like a 5 mile square or 5 or 10 mile square area has 60,000 buildings undiscovered in the jungles of Guatemala. So the huge structures that were aligned with the skies. So don't underestimate those Mayans. Probably our ancestors, like a lot of our ancestors. Here in America, we've been told a big lie. But anyway, I don't want to get off track.
What you mean, Sonny? You've been off track for a long time.
Heaven knows. Lord help me.
So I just got here. What are we talking about?
This chicken is bomb, dude. Damn.
Chicken. You mean diffusing? Yeah.
You're going to make me start salivating. Okay, we're talking about the clock-like structure of the sky above us. How it's like so accurate as far as the positions of those things in the clock and the night sky and the calendar just keep going around, and those things are above the same geographic locations on the plane as they always have been. They've never moved.
Well, guess what? We kicked off Speculation Sunday. It is now officially in the Eastern time, 12 midnight. So,
oh,
when you were talking about the tilt, were you trying to say that the entire solar system is tilting?
The stupidest part about the tilt, isn't it that when it tilts towards the sun, that area actually gets colder?
Yeah, because listen, we have Polaris and everything going around that spot, right? That's not directly above the center, like so. It's off to the north, like it's off at an angle. That's what they use the angle for, saying as 23.4 or whatever degrees of tilt. Like that's what they tried to say that's the axial tilt when it's just the sky and the Earth is still flat because
that actually makes a lot of sense.
Because you can use triangles to navigate
experience.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, when I experienced the winter sky, I see way more stars, and it would make sense if at that time it was tilting and a bit closer to me versus the summer sky. It's a bit further away, so I see less stars. That makes so much sense.
What?
But aren't the stars too far away to notice a difference, though?
I don't think the Earth tilting is gonna make the stars look any bigger.
Exactly.
I'm not talking about the Earth tilting. I thought we were talking about the stars tilting.
Yeah.
The sky.
The sky.
I thought that's what you said.
I'm confused.
The sky tilting or whatever it is, that doesn't mean the Earth tilting. Those are two different things.
No, exactly. So let's not.
Yeah.
That the skies above the horizontal plane.
Because you were paying.
Hold on. The skies above the horizontal plane are tilted at an angle. Like we can clearly see that with Polaris, right? Am I wrong? If you're in this northern part or whatever, closer to the center, we see it at an angle. Is that just the way it would normally look? Unless you're right directly under it, right? You'd have to be at the very center of our world where Mercator and John D are saying that there's this vortex. Hearsay.
Yeah, I don't know. I was making fun of the Earth tilting, and then he said the stars look closer with the Earth tilting, so I got a little confused.
No, he means
I didn't
sky tilting.
Yeah, the sky
Earth.
tilting. I thought he was.
I didn't say the Earth was tilting.
Yeah, but I did.
How'd the sky be tilting though? Like, wouldn't that be the same thing as the Earth tilting? It's just like the move, like the theory of like if you walk, you might just be moving the whole universe around you, and you're still at the same place moving.
Because we can understand level. That's how we know we're level. We know how
What do you mean level?
The plane is level. Everywhere we go on top of the plane, it's always level. So we know that's not the one that's tilted because it would show on the bubble on the level. It would show it's tilted. Well, it doesn't.
What's the level?
Pardon me?
What's the level? I that's a fundamental thing I'm not understanding yet.
You know how bubble level works? You know?
No.
It goes right to the center. When it's perfectly level, it goes to the center. It's like a little tube of liquid. It has
Yeah, the thing you use, at construction and stuff.
Yeah, and there's electronic devices that can also detect level. But anyway.
Where do you stand on the
But gravity is
shape of
just
the Earth? Staying at home.
Yeah.
Are you? Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
Well, I'm just here to listen. So if you want to tell me something, I'll be open to it.
Yeah,
I don't have an opinion.
No, well, that's what I did. I just asked you a question.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion.
Nah,
What do you mean you don't have an? What do you mean you don't have an opinion?
Well, there's no problem answering.
Nobody proved anything to me. So
nobody's trying to. So that's
So I'm just listening. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Well, listen,
you're not listening because you chimed in and started talking, so you're not just here listening.
So you're asking me, are you living on a spinning space ball? Well, I wouldn't know. Yeah, so that's my answer. I wouldn't know because I'm just on this earth. Like,
Well, what's your opinion?
well, I haven't listened to Flat Earth ever, so people have just been
What's
telling
your
me.
opinion? You don't need to listen to Flat Earth to have an opinion.
Okay,
I'm just
a
asking
human
you
being.
a simple question, man.
Okay. I was born here, walking around, going to school.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm 18. I don't have an opinion because I didn't do anything.
Everyone
you don't
has
have
an
an
opinion.
On what?
So you just walk through life without opinions.
Well, on things that don't matter. Yeah. Like, of course, I'm trying to listen, but
It doesn't matter. What are you doing in a Flat Earth server?
because I'm listening. I'm trying to learn your opinion, your views. You know.
That's why I'm asking you.
Can I
What-
try to take a different tack here?
Oh, you
What's
trying
your-
to
one
learn
second,
my?
and I just
I'm not
want to
here
know
to
what.
teach.
No, I just want
I
to
don't
know
ha-
what your opinion
It's
is.
like asking me what's your opinion on how to calculate A and B. I don't know. I didn't learn anything about that. Like, come on, man. Just go ahead and make a point.
I'm not here to make.
Have you
a
ever
point. I was
investigated
asking
any
you a
of the
point.
globe claim?
Come again?
Have you ever seen curvature?
Curvature, yeah.
Where?
You've seen curvature of the Earth.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
When?
Where?
Stop the cap.
I'd just like to know where and when.
Well, yeah, when I was on my way flying to Algeria, of course I would look out the window and it wasn't very...
So, wait, I got a
Sorry,
question. How high were you flying?
I don't know.
So, commercial flights fly about 30 to 40,000 feet. Military aircraft goes to about 50,000 feet. And we have video footage of it being flat at 120,000 feet.
In NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson would not back you up on what you just said. He himself
Okay, fair enough.
states that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Then I'm wrong, okay? GG.
One more question. Have you ever experienced the motion of the Earth? Have you ever felt the rotation?
No, why would I? That's
Why
not the
would it?
question.
Because we're spinning at 1,000 miles.
But isn't
Yeah,
everything
1,038
around me, the whole
miles an
atmosphere,
hour.
also moving at the same speed? It's like it's like being on a bus.
How does that
It's like
affect
being on a
your
bus.
How does that affect your inner ear, though?
Like
You
that?
said
That
you
would
didn't
be.
have an opinion.
No, you just made a thesis, so I'm making a counter thesis.
Well, I wanted to ask I want to ask a question. So if that comparison is to be valid, then the bus has windows and metal frame, like a container, right? So what's the container for the atmosphere when it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour next to a vacuum?
Well, that's outside of my what is it called, the things that I feel. I'm not feeling what is outside of the
Tell me
atmosphere.
this, then, can you think of any?
Just finish up.
Oh, yeah,
Real
go
quick.
ahead. Go ahead.
Point
Go ahead.
is, so the two claims. If you ever thought about those two claims actually, and since you've never actually experienced them, does that mean anything to you? Do you have an opinion on that?
How can I? It's like asking you, can you imagine a color you've never seen? Like, you can't imagine or have an opinion on something that you've never experienced.
Exactly. So why do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
Did I say I believe to be living
Yes,
on
you were defending rotation as
Bro, what are you talking about, man? Come on. What are you talking about, man? There's,
I didn't
in my
interrupt you,
opinion,
man.
there's enough.
I'm just explaining that your analogy is not right. So
yeah, that is not my analogy, though. You're putting words into my mouth at this point.
You said, hear Timber out, man. Just hear him out. You said I don't experience rotation because the atmosphere moves with the Earth. So that's what
that was my
said.
hypothesis. That is not my analogy. That is my hypothesis.
That's your opinion. Yes.
That is not my opinion. That is a hypothesis. It does not reflect my opinion. It does not reflect my opinion.
How did you come up with your hypothesis?
Because you know how you move on a bus, and I'd imagine maybe it could be the same thing.
System. Yep, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is a hypothesis that it could come up with. That does not mean that
you had a hypothesis that the Earth spins and you can't feel it because the atmosphere is moving with it. What's the natural phenomenon?
I think maybe either it is enclosed in some way, or it's not enclosed, and the hypothesis is wrong.
Natural phenomenon. What did you experience? What natural phenomenon did you observe for you to come up with the hypothesis that the atmosphere moves with the rotation of the Earth?
I've never experienced any, instability, and thus I haven't felt the rotation of the Earth. If that's
therefore, you can't have a hypothesis.
What kind of stupid? That is not even something that makes sense. How can I not have a hypothesis if you are asking me a question I have no opinion on?
What's the natural phenomenon that you are observing to come up with a hypothesis that the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere spins with the rotation of the Earth?
It's just claims that scientists come up with that we're moving with the speed of multiple thousands of kilometers per hour.
You don't understand hypothesis, do you?
Yeah, well, you're just cutting me off, so you're not even trying to have a conversation at this point, aren't you?
No, I'm just trying to point out that you don't know what a hypothesis.
You're trying to point out that you're not listening. That's what you're trying to point out.
I have a question.
I am listening, man.
You're not listening. No, you're not. No, kind of not.
I repeated back to you what you said.
Well, maybe we can shift gears because
just staying at home.
Get a lot.
I just have one question. A hypothesis is a theory that you can test. So how would we test your hypothesis?
I wouldn't know because I'm not a scientist that can go up like I don't know, something like going up measuring some like if there's an enclosure in any shape or form in the above the what is it called, atmosphere, I guess.
So this is more of a personal theory in the etymological sense,
exactly,
not scientific.
I'm pretty much a noob at this point because
meaning speculation and contemplation. This is just what you're thinking could be. Like if we're thinking in terms like scientific terms, though, hypothesis would be a theory that you can test. So just to let you know.
Okay, yeah. If you would be putting it to the test, it would likely fall apart because it's basically a noob hypothesis. Which is why I'm trying to avoid having an opinion at the beginning. I'm here to ask questions, not to answer them. You know. I'm not here to be a smartass. I'm just trying to listen. And I feel kind of pointed out, you know.
That's fine. I was just trying to figure out what your motivation is and if you're actually interested in learning about this, that you can go out on your own and investigate, because we don't want you to just take our word for it at all. I was trying to get to that point, that you can do certain things to verify actual information, whereas the globe claims, you can't verify any of them or experience any of them.
Yeah, but how can you expect me to have a full-fledged opinion on the matter? Yeah, then why are you asking so forcefully? I'm telling you, I know absolutely nothing. It's 5 in the morning.
I don't mean to come off.
One second, because we did a check-in.
I'm sorry.
We did a check-in together, so we established a little connection there. So I mentioned there that I would advise you to take a stance, even if it was wrong. Notice what happened when you took a stance on seeing curvature. You learned in the process, okay, wait a minute, that might not be true, and we can actually go into that more specifically why it's not true. So it's okay to take a stance. You don't have to know everything. Sonny has an interesting. I don't know if he made it up, but the infinite toolbox fallacy. There's no requirement for you to come here with every tool in your belt needing to get the job done. It's okay if you don't know things, but that's how you learn, just like with the curvature thing. So
I have experienced tools like these in other. I have experienced tools like these in other conversations about religion, for example. People with a lot of knowledge asking people with very few knowledge about questions and then pretending they know everything, and they just prove their point, even though they just made a new person answer a question they're not qualified for.
Brother.
No, not you. I'm not talking about you.
I don't care about proving points. I just want to give you information that you can go investigate yourself. That's all I want to do.
Yeah, then why ask me though?
Because
we're just trying to get you to think. Like, dude, okay, you're talking about the atmosphere.
Isn't this funny?
Right?
Isn't this funny, right? So you open your mic and then you say, and then someone wants to talk to you and you say, "I'm just listening."
No,
that's the weird thing, though.
No, at first it was super normal stuff you can think about, and then I'm putting up a hypothesis, being forced to put out a hypothesis, and then being weirded out about the hypothesis. Like, come on.
I'm going to apologise about that. Sorry for being so argumentative and combative. Let's take a step back and maybe have a chat with CB about what you understand and what you know about the globe, and I think that's probably better, seeing as you guys have spoken before.
Yeah,
it's probably better. But I apologise, man. I didn't mean to get you on the back foot.
No worries. So we can get on the right foot.
Yeah. All right. Cool, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
I do as well if my tone came off as aggressive. I don't mean to be aggressive. It's just how I am. It's just how I talk, and I know it rubs people the wrong way. But it's not. It's really just how I speak, honestly.
Yeah. So in the room before, when I got to know the person that actually allowed me to use my mic, we talked about how what was it again? Subhanallah.
Yeah,
what was the thesis again that you pointed out? Fuck. Sorry.
I don't know if we covered any theses.
Yeah, hold on. Where did we start talking again? Frick. Yo, Creation Bear.
Yeah.
What did we talk about again? Can you remember?
Well, it depends on what you mean, because in the check-in, I gave you some advice on how to, don't be just the interviewer, the listener, because what happens is you end up taking a stance somewhere in the middle. You'll make claims. Oh, well, it's rotating with the Earth, so it's better to just put your stake in the ground. It's okay to be a globe earther. All of us were. I mean, I would say most of us were. So
yeah, exactly. I remember now.
In the process, like with curvature. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it was, as a person that lived on this earth for 18 plus years, yeah, right? I might have just been here worrying about how much ice cream can I buy with $10 and the useless questions and stuff. But I haven't really thought about these matters that other people invest hours of their lives into, and like if you come into here talking about these things, I'd love to listen. Because it's still our Earth, and we just get fed all this information on like we're walking on this Earth, but we don't feel the spin of the Earth, but we're moving with a speed of, I don't know, like 20 race cars. And like, I of course it's interesting because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Being completely honest, it does sound ridiculous because we can't even comprehend a small car like driving against us, and you're like talking about something we walk on every single day on our feet, moving at a speed of something we can't even comprehend. Like, of course, that's a good point to go off of.
When you get here, you don't just auto believe what they're saying, and you don't just auto. People would call it auto hoax. You don't just throw it out. You take everything one at a time. This is what they're claiming. Let's check to see what is the claim, what is the proof. What is
the claim was like
go through everything one at a time.
Yeah, the Earth is round and stuff. Like all the proof in quotation marks is like these fish eye photos from of Earth from like all the way above on the moon or whatever. Like I couldn't verify that because it's just a picture and it's so easy to edit stuff. It's like saying that this dinosaur in the lobby chat. There's a dinosaur there in the shape of like he has the colors of the planet Earth, and they say, "Yo, it has the shape of a dinosaur," but that doesn't mean it's real just because I have a picture of it.
You'll stay in.
Yeah, of course.
What country are you from?
Germany, but heritage from Algeria.
Did you go to school there in Germany, or?
Yeah, I'm still going. I'm in college.
Oh, you're in college. So like, the school system over there, and do they teach you a lot about like the planets, and are you knowledgeable about that stuff, or I mean, where does your knowledge extend to? Like, I don't know.
We don't do any astrology.
We're from America, so like it's maybe a different curriculum. So that's why I'm asking you.
We only do geographics and maybe biology, but we don't do any astrology at all. Maybe physics, but that's going to be it. No astrophysics, no nothing.
So the knowledge is just something maybe on the topics only. It's not like they don't tell you like how many planets or what, if there's a gas giant or, how many moons Jupiter has or anything like that. Like there's no...
if you were to like select the topic yourself for a presentation, just
what about primary school, stuff. Mate? What about in primary school? Surely they taught it to you there.
Yeah, we learned some stuff about the solar system. First comes this, and then this planet, and so on. Like from the inside to the outside of the what's it called, Milky Way, I guess.
So being young, like the way you are, do you find it easier to not transition into that mindset? Like you can be like, well, I don't know anything. I mean, I just heard what they tell me, but I'm not like full on like really understood about all of these things. And would you say that's the way it is for you and most of your friends, or would it be just like, is that only you, or?
I'm pretty sure that it's like a majority of the people I live around. Like it hasn't been a big topic because firstly, it doesn't affect our everyday lives except for thinking, yeah, I'm walking on a ball, or I'm walking on a street, or I'm walking on a flat surface. Like we don't see the value there is in the information. Like right now, I'm thinking about like not astrology, but like if there's a creator to the astrology.
Yeah. No, the reason I'm asking is because the generations previous to yours, the older people, there's a lot of investment that they have within the understanding of the cosmos. So they're not they maybe have a different stance than you. So when we ask certain questions, when people come in here, it seems like we're trying to get into the mindset of like why they would think the way they do and so on. But like if people aren't that invested like yourself, like it's not really a thought process that you're probably like, well, I'm not really sitting there every day thinking about like what's above me in the sky, like, so you know what I mean?
Well, I do admire the beauty that lies in the sky, and I look at all these systems that are there to greet me every night when I go out and take the trash. I look up, and there's always the big wagon or whatever it's called.
Yeah. I guess what?
Oh, never mind.
No. I'm really just trying to get him to like realize that when people come into this forum and we have these conversations, it's so that we can understand like what level of and we use the term indoctrination. That means how much information has got to your mind already that you perceive of the cosmology that when you look up in the night sky, do you perceive it to be like when you stare off into space, like is it like an ever expanding cosmos? Like they say that the universe is expanding constantly, and it's expanding into something something else, and you know what I mean. Like they tie in like, well, you got Mars and you got rovers over there, and you got satellites roaming around, and there's like this story that's attached to it. But if that's not something that you've like actually really got into, then it's not really like something that's a point for you to be like nobody's gonna be like, dude, you don't really think that way, because like for us in America, a lot of people have already like they have this fantasy idea of what space is because you got movies and so there's this idea that you can get in a rocket ship and go into space and all this stuff. It's heavily pushed over here in America. So that's why I'm saying I don't know what the schooling system is over there, but over here there's a lot of people that are born into this kind of mentality of trying to they want to aspire to be an astronaut. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but yeah.
So might be different than you over there, but
to me, my trip to finding out what the universe was always just speculating myself, and then if I saw a video on the matter, of course I'd click on it. For example, like the rings of Saturn, how they're not actually a plain surface, but they're actually stones or dust flying around it. Like there are also claims. Exactly, there are also claims, but I can't take it as granted just because a video says it. I don't have any proof. It's like people saying, "Yo, God exists. Where's the proof? Do I take the proof? Yes or no?" It's always claim and proof. But I haven't gotten any proof on anything yet, which is why servers like these are especially interesting to me.
One of the reasons I like to ask you questions too is not to try to like get you to feel dumb or anything. It's to try to gauge your knowledge of the globe, because it helps us and it will help you better understand our position if you know the globe model.
Yeah. It's just that, it's just the approach to it is like different to every single person, and you can't just have one safe solution. You always have to adapt to the person. So I understand your approach at the first few minutes we had.
Well, it's good that you kind of opened up a little bit, and now you can see the reason behind all the questions and stuff. But what we try to do here is get people to critically think about the world around. It's just anything that gets told to you. It doesn't matter what it is, right? Like, how can you process information to where you're not just going to take it in and say, "Oh, yeah, I believe you," because you're an expert. Like you're going to say, "Okay, you told me this, but let me just check it out. I'm going to see how I can falsify this information. How can I verify what you're saying?" So all of that can build your mind up to like when somebody says something or you see something on the news or whatever, you're able to filter that through like a critical thinking about it. Like you just like, wait a minute, like let me think about this,
Yeah, I always thought about these theories where you'd see like a star flashing up for a few days and then it'd be gone sometime. And then people say it's like something that happened like 5 million years ago, and you're only seeing it now because the light needed so long to travel through the space, and you see the stars from so far away.
Hey, man,
I do believe that there's like this huge space, and it might be expanding. Like there's also something that I haven't been proven that to yet. But that does seem plausible. Seeing something as plausible doesn't make it proof to me, though.
Did somebody call me?
Yeah, I said you should go through the 3 points with him. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that. It's just an exercise that I do in here, Stain. But just you seem like an honest Joe, so I don't think there wouldn't be any problem. We could breeze through them real quickly. Yeah. So this exercise is just something that I tell anybody about that comes in here if they understand the Earth to be a globe. But what it does is it kind of shows you how much knowledge that you have, and if you don't have any, and it's okay to say I don't know, because like CB was saying, it's fine. Like you don't have to have any knowledge as far as like what you know. Just explain what you know, and that's it. So
all I can do is like give to you what people claim because I don't have any proof for anything, because I only have physical proof of what is inside of my realm as a tiny human being, But if you want proof on something, I can only tell you like vague hypotheses or like just assumptions from people that claim to be experts.
In this exercise, all you have to do is say, "I don't know," and then if you're intellectually honest, you can say, "I don't know," and it's fine. Like, because it's not really like these questions aren't like debate. They're just really just getting to know what you know. That's it. And if you know, then you know. If you don't, you don't. So the first question I'm going to ask you is, who has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Do you know?
Outside of God, I'd say nobody.
Okay. The second question is, who has ever measured the spin or axial rotation of the Earth? The Earth spinning on its axis? Who's ever directly measured that?
I can't say nobody, but I don't know of anybody who does or has.
Okay.
I don't have proof of anything there. Come on, man. If I say anything pro that you if I say anything against it, you clap, and if I don't, you say, "Huh?"
It's honest. No, I'm
like, come on, man.
Honest. That was an honest answer, bro.
I love this. This is nice.
I don't know.
What's the third question?
Done it. Can't be more honest than that.
Yeah. So the third question is, they're telling us that the vacuum of space resides next to the pressure air that we breathe, right? So on the surface, we're breathing about 14 psi, right? So that's about the pressure that we're breathing. But they're telling us that it's a low pressure system up where the vacuum of space is. So right at the exit of the exosphere, right at the top of the globe, they're telling us that it's a low pressure of like 10 to the -6 torr, which is a really powerful vacuum, right? So here's the thing, right? If we have an open system in the globe and matter and energy can transfer back and forward, right? Like rockets can leave the Earth and so on. How is it possible that we have gas pressure without a container? Do you know?
So you're telling me that thesis I brought, the hypotheses I brought up at the beginning, could technically not be true because this closed container that would prevent us from falling over and stuff like that is not, that is not possible because the pressure is so low and thus not closed.
Well,
the space.
So the example that I'm giving you right now is that based on the mainstream rhetoric. So they're telling us this information about what the vacuum of space is, right? They're telling us right at the end of the exosphere, like the Kármán line, past the Kármán line becomes like space. And then further past space is outer space. So what we're understanding is that once we get to where space is, it is already at least right above the exosphere, 10 to the -6 torr. So as you go farther past that, the negative pressure gets a little bit less and less, right? So it becomes like 10 to the -17 or something. So it gets really powerful as you get further out. But like right at the exosphere, at the end of it, is 10 to the -6. But it's still a real powerful vacuum, and it's also highly differential from the pressure air that you and I are breathing on the surface. So what we're trying to understand here is that this is the claim that they're making and they're telling people about, right? You, me, and everybody go to school. But what we're saying here is it's not possible because the laws that we have here on Earth, like entropy, will tell us that if we ever have a high pressure system, it needs to be contained. So in the sense of saying that you have high pressure anywhere, that high pressure can move, about in this dynamic system. But like when we have high pressure, it's always contained, right?
So it has to be contained. You mean it has to be contained because of the Earth rotation and us otherwise bouncing around because of the high spinning speed?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that the mainstream rhetoric is saying that we're breathing air here, like the 14 psi that you and I are breathing on the surface. But then they're telling us that the vacuum of space is 10 to the -6, right above the exosphere. So if it's further past, it gets, even lower than that. But how is it possible that we have a vacuum next to the high pressure when in every instance that we have high pressure and low pressure, there's always a barrier? Like there's a containment for the high pressure so that it doesn't move off into the low pressure.
Oh, so you mean that the vacuum should be pulling the other stuff, but there's also there's somehow something preventing it too?
Right. Well, think about it like this: if you put air in a tire, it's got high pressure in that tire, right?
But you need to tire to contain it.
Right. And so when you let go of the air in that tire, it rushes out into any and all directions, because that's what happens. So the high pressure moves into the low pressure until it equalizes and all the pressure in the tire is out of it, and it's like now everywhere else, right? But it equalizes the pressure. But that's what would happen everywhere if that was the case. If we have a high pressure here and a super low pressure at the vacuum of space, we'd have the equalization of the pressure. That's what would happen. It would rush off into the void until all the air until it expands until it equalizes. If it was near a vacuum, at least that's what they're telling us, since it's that low of a pressure. But how is it possible that we have this gas pressure where you and I are breathing 14 psi and the vacuum of space, and there is no containment? It's just open.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the question. What is the containment? What is containing that gas pressure here?
Ain't nothing there, innit?
Not what they're saying is, anyway.
It's not adding up. Yeah.
Right, and that's the only thing. So if you know, then you would give an answer to like what could be the container for the gas pressure. If you did know, I mean, like I said, you don't have to. You could say I don't know, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But do you think you know? Because you could take a shot at it and think about it.
The thing is, there's if what you're saying is true, is like the theory is that there's like different pressures and something separating it, but this thing separating it doesn't have the qualities to be separating it, i.e. Like solid, like a tire or something that is not existent right now, but it's somehow still there according to the scientists.
Right.
That doesn't add up to me right now. If there's some magical power like in science, something that is holding it back, fair enough. But things are not adding up.
Well,
obviously.
That's the reason why we always ask people this question, because the mainstream rhetoric gives us an answer. I'm going to tell you, because I know you basically said in your own way that you don't know, but they tell us that it's gravity. Right, gravity is the container that holds this air pressure in here so that it doesn't escape off into the void. But
if you'd be saying that it's in one layer, that's fine. But you told me there was multiple layers in it.
Well, I didn't say that, but what I would say that it is it's great. It's got a pressure gradient. So yeah, it does. I wouldn't say layer because it's dynamic. It flows. You know what I mean? It's constantly moving. The pressures are always constantly moving. So there's never like a steady layered cake of air pressure. Like I wouldn't categorize it that way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
If it was one, then I'd like think about like the gases that we have here are like they are heavier than the gases that are outside, and then I'd say maybe gravity would be possible to be playing a role. And the stuff and the gases that are outside of our contained space here on Earth are like lighter and thus not affected by the gravity as much.
Right, but if we're concentrating on like what gravity does, let's say in the mainstream rhetoric, right? How could gravity give gases the vector of down? So if we're just taking a look at, okay, so it's holding the gas in. Let's give them the answer that gravity is doing that. If gases are being held down by gravity, then gases would have a vector of down, meaning all gases would just be like, they wouldn't be going into any and all directions. They'd be just going down to the floor, like all of them would, because gravity would be grabbing them and pulling them down. But when we see gases, how they operate on Earth, it's like when you let air out of a tire. It goes into any and all directions. It doesn't have a vector of down, as in per the example of saying that gases are being held down to the Earth instead of going out into the vacuum of space. You know what I mean? So what we can see, you and me, is that gases are going in any and all directions. They're going up, down, sideways. They're going everywhere. So they don't have a vector of down. So that's what they're telling us, though, that the gases aren't escaping into the vacuum of space because gravity's holding on to them. Do you see what I mean?
I think there's something more complicated here because, as I said, the gases outside of our contained space are lighter in my hypothesis, like theoretically, and the ones inside of our contained space are heavier. and they're all fighting for the space here amongst each other, say any gas that exists right now. But they are flying around because they're not heavier than one another, because they're expanding and compromising according to how heavy they have to be to fly around with each other in this contained space.
What I would say is that because of the necessary antecedent, meaning that gas pressure needs a container, that if there was something proposed to be outside of that container, then nobody would know, because we only know what's inside because we are inside of the system. Speculating or postulating what could be outside would be just an idea somebody would have, but it wouldn't be something that you could pose as an understanding for anyone. Like, I couldn't tell you outside of the container exists X, Y, and Z, because that's not possible. I could only tell you from the inside of this system that we are in, because this is what I'm experiencing, and so are you. And we can examine things here.
I don't see the issue yet, because you already put the what's it called, the variable of something being separated from the outside world, i.e. the outside space from our contained space here on Earth. Like, there's something separating us from the outside space, and you already took that into consideration, and thus I would not name that as something we can't consider.
Yeah, we can't quantify it, is what I'm saying. Like, in here, we can quantify things because we're in this system. Outside of the system, it could be something else entirely that we can't quantify. And that's the reason why I'm telling you, like, we can only know what we know because we're inside of the system, and we can talk about things that we can quantify because we're inside. But anything outside could not be quantified because it could be something entirely different than what we think. You know what I mean? So it's you really have to stop with like only what we can say from what we know. Anything outside thing that we know is like, who knows? It could be something way entirely different than what I'm thinking about. Or
doesn't gravity already give you that though? Like the concept of gravity already says that the heavier things get attracted, like things with a higher density get attracted harder than things with lower density, and thus we'd say, the things outside of our exosphere are just low density things, and thus the high density things are here on our contained space.
Yeah, and like gravity is also something that hasn't been scientifically validated because it's only in a theory state, and it's not even a scientific theory either. So space and time are concepts. They're not something that are that can be quantified in the sense of saying we can get time and space and see the fabric of such a thing being warped by a planet with a great mass. That's all. Things are these concepts that people have to kind of go around the understanding to say that the globe Earth does exist and so forth, because you need these concepts for this thing to kind of make it real for everybody. But when you hear it and then you try to think about it, you can't actually put it into reality because the thing that you're talking about is something somebody else has as an idea. So that idea that they were proposing is not something that is validated by anyone. Like, I can't validate gravity per the Einsteinian general relativity theory.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I can't either.
Oh, nobody can really. It's like, so these concepts they exist in like a mathematical construct, or they exist in like a theory about like what is possible, but it's not. It doesn't exist in our known reality where we can quantify something and say, let's measure X, Y, and Z, and let's gather some data. We can't do that. Not with space and time and the fabric of it being the thing that's being warped with the size of the planet. Like that whole thing is a story.
Yeah.
So, and what it does is it makes you think about it and say like, well, because these guys are running around saying these ideas, we only start to postulate within that framework. Like, we start to say, well, if gravity works this way, then it would work this, but we're talking about made up things. These things are not quantified. You can't, get a jar of space and time. Like, there's no, these are just concepts, It's like me. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, when we talk about fantasy ideas, like Narnia, going through a magical closet and winding up where we hear a lion talking on the other side. Like these things are fantasy. There's nothing about it that's real. And I guess in that way, it's kind of like just to think about like when academia, these professors or these teachers are saying things, just put it to the test, because it's like, if it's not something we can quantify and actually work with, then they're just ideas, bro. Like at the end of the day.
Yeah. Time is an interesting concept because not only is it not yet to be proven, at least to me, but also we experience it. Obviously, you can say yesterday was a day that existed, but when it comes to proving it, prove me that yesterday was a day and you haven't been created today with all the memories and you had pre-installed, then you'd have a problem proving that, But you still say, yeah, I know that yesterday was a day and it existed. And how long? 12 hours, yeah. But how would you want to prove that?
Yeah, you're thinking deep, bro. Like these are the conversations we have in here. It's like,
of course, man. Of course, you got it.
Yeah. No, you understand a few things already. Like when people talk about these certain concepts, but a lot of people don't think about it like the way you do. So it's like they would actually say that time is a physical construct, and it just really isn't, man. Because they're trying to put it into reality to make the globe Earth seem to be like a reality itself. Like it exists in the vacuum of space and so on and so forth. So
yeah, when you want to make me disprove it, I could tell you, yeah, when I sleep, it feels like it's 5 minutes. I could tell you, like it's like bending. It's like bending time. I'd say, yeah, that's a counter argument. Like time doesn't exist. Time is just a construct, But I could also prove it by saying yesterday was a day. So you're kind of right by saying it's kind of difficult to prove it and using it as evidence for anything.
Well, no, that's great, man. I think at this point, I would summarize the 3 points that kind of put it in exercise for you. But yeah, you're smart as a whip, dude. I know that you think about things, but okay. So like the first question was, the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature. The second one was axial rotation, and the third one was a vacuum of space. But now these are the components that actually make the globe Earth propped up in everybody's mind to make it like a reality. But it just isn't, as you and I kind of demonstrated to each other. It's like, this is what people think about, right? But it's only a belief system in people's minds that the Earth is spinning in the vacuum of space. When we actually talk about it, like when we can reason with each other about it, we can find out that these things are just, these stories, these ideas, and they can't be put forth into reality, because if there was such a thing, we could validate it, easy. Like we could say, hey, let's just go out into the world and I could show you the globe. Look, you see how the Earth is curving. Like we could always talk about things that would make it seem a reality, because we can then validate certain things. But because it can't be, then it becomes like, well, you got to get fed stories, videos, you got to get fed school books and things where it just makes it seem like it's like, I'd put it this way, it's like a hat trick. So the hat trick is you get all the propaganda, you get all the pictures and videos and astronauts coming back and say, dude, I walked on the moon. But you never get like where you can validate the information they're telling you. And that's what the rub is. The rub is that you never get to validate anything. You can only just believe what the stories are being told to you from the books that you read, from the videos that you see, from the live feeds from the ISS and all this other stuff. You only just can believe. You can never validate. And that's where they want to keep people, in the state of just believing, never validating. Because you know what they tell you, though? When you try to validate something, you're like, well, let me just check this out. They're like, no. Your senses can't pick this thing up. Your senses are not useful when you're trying to see something that's too big for you to understand. It's too complicated for you to know. And so they put it out of your reach. When then you start to say, well, maybe I'm just not smart enough, man. I have to be a professor that's in academia for 20 years in order for me to really grasp the concept of the globe. They try to make it seem that way so that it becomes something that you will never discover. You just only believe. It's a trick, man. It's a nice hat trick they do. So anyways, man, hopefully that kind of gets you to think about it a little bit. But yeah, you're, like I said, you're smart as a whip, dude, for real.
Yeah, you gotta cut me some slack, man. I'm in Europe right now. It's 7 a.m., bro. I've been up all night. Come on, man. And now I found something in the chat from Shekel, right? He says something in the chat. It says, "Will they not consider the camels how they are created, and the heaven how it was raised, and the mountains how they were set, and the earth how it was laid out flat?" Yeah. Interestingly, that is from the Quran, right? And I'm Muslim, so basically I gotta be a flat earther, bro. Come on, man. High fives, bro. High fives.
Thane, do me a favor. Join Shekel's Discord. He's got a Quran server there. So I think
Habibi Shekel, Habibi, come on. I'm gonna DM him right now. Yeah. Come here, man. Hold on.
Hey, get him up.
Yeah, hook me up, bro.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm in.
The sun, moon.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm learning about my own faith.
Or the sun, moon, and the stars are set. Also, they didn't evolve into, some kind of nuclear process from gas become some kind of star. It's ridiculous. There's no evidence for that. There's just nothing. When you look, there's nothing there other than a story and this is what we believe it to be. I mean, they admit that. It's not like they're like, this is definitively X, Y, and Z, and we know this because of this experience through this experimental setup. None of that.
What I'm picking up is like you're saying that the government and stuff are teaching us that, and they're claiming that it's already proven that the Earth is round, and they're just feeding us to it, and we're just accepting it. And I agree that has to find an end, because if we accept that, they might as well just teach us. Yeah, they might as well teach us anything and profit from it. Yeah.
Bro, they'll tell us we got gas planets in space.
Yeah.
How do they hold themselves together? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's just a structure. It's just a set of rules also created by God. Don't be confused by what men say and what the government actually is. That's why most people are poor.
They also call those lights in the sky, those roaming luminaries, those roaming stars, they call them planets, and then they call Earth a planet too, to confuse you and deceive you, so that when you look up and you see those round objects, well, then you put that onto the Earth as well and think, well, that's what Earth must look like.
And that's how they tell you that the ground is in the sky.
Guys, you're pouring into a cup that's full. Chill out. I'm just trying to address the government thing because that's a major part of the conversation.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm bringing up the government is because when people say government, they have this idea in their mind, just like they have an idea about the globe. But when you talk about the government, just talk about the education system. And when you look at the education system, all you have to think about is, well, who put it in place? Who's in charge of this? Who actually had the means to create the curriculum that we still follow? That money trail is not that long.
Hey, so Elijah, isn't a lot of that curriculum though come from rich businessmen and not actually? Well, the government approves it, but doesn't some of that come from men outside of government?
Well, government is just a system. It's a structure. What do you mean government approves it? You mean people in government just nod their head as we suppose things are true, and then the government just allows us to think it? The people in government just allow us to think it? Yeah. Is there an arm that controls the media that is a private entity that in their own ways fund certain things? Yes. You guys got to stop thinking government. That's just a whole 10, 15, 20 year word that through inundation has us thinking in general terms, when actually we can find the specifics to just about anything. Like, oh, why would they lie? I like to look at that term because that's a super vague term. It's like, who's they? What do you mean? The people that set in place this lie that we move around the sun? Well, that's only 500 years old, and the Roman Catholic Church purported that lie. All we have to do is, okay, well, where was the evidence? Well, 100 years ago, Edwin Hubble said that there is no evidence. But he's the person that told us the story about the sky that we believe, that we're in a universe that's expanding and yada, yada, yada. All of that is 100 years old, not 500. But again, when people say, well, so who's lying? Who's it? Well, how about we begin where the lie began and what the actual justification for it was? Well, they already admit that there is no justification. So I don't look at this word, the government. I try not to use that because, like, who's that? Do you mean, this particular group? Who's funding the media? Who's putting these textbooks in place? These are the real questions because
it's got to have started somewhere, right? Yeah, it's got to have started somewhere, right? We can't just say it's nobody's fault. Obviously, it's up there. Like it's not some Jeff who lives around the corner. It is obviously some person that has some grade of power. Let it be the Illuminati. Let it be the government. Let it be Putin or Trump or whoever. But somebody is at the top of the chain, controlling the education system and allowing this unreal approval of. So-named fact, so-called facts, right?
Well, why is it still someone? Like, why is
because it can't be nobody? That's just a variable I'm putting out there. It can't be nobody.
But the answer that it can't be nobody is not an answer. We all know it's somebody. That's obvious. But when people say it's somebody, they just throw things out there that they don't really have any kind of, at least from a speculation perspective, they're not really speculating that well. If you ask me, it doesn't take 1,000 years to figure out.
Just follow the money, man. Just follow the money.
It doesn't take 1,000 years to figure out when the education system as we know it today was implemented and who did that. I don't care who believes in it. That's just a waste of time. Who implemented it?
Putting the question out there. Is this about corruption in the education system? As I asked earlier, like us just accepting, not us, but society accepting these lies.
No, this conversation is not about corruption in the education system and all the things we can potentially talk about. It's what is the education system, what is the curriculum, and who set it in place. These are very different answers, different questions than what you're asking.
The purpose kind of aligns somewhere, it's kind of the same purpose because we're trying to
if you don't know who it is and what they put the system in place for. So it's like, speculating about the purpose.
It's speculation Sunday, man.
Yeah, but what you're trying to work for, what are you striving to? What's the words, If you're like speculating and then
what did I just tell you? Because
you said that you gotta find
I feel like I'm pouring into you and you're not really responding in a sequitur fashion.
Okay, then seriously, I'm trying to understand what the purpose, what the purpose is that you see when you don't even know what you're trying to achieve. You're trying to see the person that you're potentially facing when talking about the problem of flat Earth and who put this theory out there and accepting it in the education system. But I don't know what the purpose is and what the game would be.
Is that what you're doing? Because I'm not doing that. That's why I have a little bit more of a grasp on what's going on than you do. Only currently at the moment, I'm trying to help you out. Because if you don't understand that this is about psychology and not about the Earth, then you don't understand that there are questions that'll come to your mind that is detrimental to you being able to move forward.
Okay, how's it intoxifying me? The idea of around Earth being fed to me.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Yeah, then explain.
I just said it's about psychology and not about the Earth, and you're telling me, well, and then
how is it about psychology? What is psychology then in this context?
All right. You know that gas goes everywhere.
Basically.
When you think about the Earth, you think it's being held there. That's a contradiction that you don't see a problem with, or that you would naturally struggle with. That has to do with psychology, has nothing to do with the Earth, actually.
Then
what I'm saying is, with your psychology right now and the way that your brain is set up, you think that any question you ask is relevant. I had to figure out what questions were relevant and what questions weren't, because every question isn't a good question. For instance, if I were to ask, well, how do the stars go in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere? Actually, within my question, I made a few assumptions. I begged the question of a sphere. I begged the question of the southern hemisphere, because it's a sphere, it's two-sided, and I also, within my question, already made an assumption that the stars are going in the opposite direction, when everyone knows that the stars go in the same direction regardless of where you are, which is from east to west. So what I'm trying to tell you is the way that you formulate questions, even in the mindset that you are, may be fallacious and lead you down fallacious paths. And I'm trying to get you to understand that you have to work on your psychology.
But all you just said is about is that the conversation we're having is about psychology. But how so is my question? Because obviously I'm an outsider. I just got here 2 hours ago.
I just told you. I gave you an instance that would be a contradiction, but when you came in here, you didn't understand what Miggy was saying, even though it's as clear as day to the rest of us. How could that not be psychology?
Because you have the basic understanding, and I have yet to learn. Basically, to me, what you're talking about is not something I understand from the get-go.
You don't need to listen. You don't need a basic understanding to, as a human being, understand what a contradiction is. So if a contradiction has been pointed out to you and you don't get it yet, that means your psychology is fucked up. I don't get what you're not understanding.
What concept is going against what concept to form the contradiction?
We just had the conversation. I'm kind of at the end of my patience. Not
okay. Okay, bro. My bad. I'm just gonna shut up because we're not going anywhere here.
He did kind of say it a few times. I mean, come on, like.
Wallahi, I don't understand where the contradiction is. He said that my questions, the way I formulate questions is wrong.
And not listening. You're talking a lot, wondering a lot, but not actually listening to what I'm laying out a path that's straight, and your mind is going 1,000 different other places trying to piece this together. I'm saying if you try to do that first, it's going to be an arduous process. I'm suggesting you don't go down that windy road. You're fighting it. And I'm sitting here saying, how can't you understand that it's psychology? I gave you an example, and you don't even remember what that example was, even though you asked
about the way I formulate questions instead of going on about the actual topic.
Me telling you,
can I ask somebody else to like?
Me talking about the way that you formulate questions wasn't the example I gave. Obviously, telling you about the conversation we're having isn't an example, right? So, what was the one example I gave you?
Well, you can give me a jump start.
Gas pressure.
Yeah, I remember he was talking.
Yeah. It was about. You asked me, do you believe that gas can go anywhere? And gas doesn't have a solid form. I'd say yes. Yeah, like it can go anywhere. It goes everywhere. That was what you said.
I didn't ask you that. An example is not me asking you a question. I gave you a full and complete example. to back up what I was trying to get you to understand. And somehow in your brain, you think that at some point I asked you a question when I didn't. Again, you don't see how this is a psychology problem?
Bro, you heard as fuck. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's going on is that I think perhaps Elijah is trying to share with you some changes in your thought process that could be helpful before you go into sort of deeper topics on the, on the flat Earth or global and so on. For example, what I gather he's saying is with the gas prices
He's not
being
here
a
anymore.
direct contradiction.
He left.
I think he was a troll.
Elijah, that was really well said, bro. You did a great job.
He said
that
he,
in a masterful way. It was.
he said he needs a break.
Yeah, dude, you like exploded his fucking brain.
Yeah,
But
you
I
slammed
didn't
him.
even. I didn't even. I wasn't. It's crazy.
It wasn't
how
even that
people-
deep either.
Yes, I hate when people act like I'm acting hostile when I'm not doing any. It's really gaslighting me, and I'm holding my patience. In the face of that gaslighting, and I don't know. It's one or two things. His brain couldn't accept it, or he's a troll. Because I don't see any other reason that he didn't. Because again, when people try to talk about the government and this, that, and the third, it's because you're a bigot and you think that's what we talk about. It's not what I talk about. So if you're going to talk to me, you're going to have to talk to me. And sometimes that's hard to do because I'm very direct.
Troll, I think he was just
Hey
psychology.
guys, thanks for letting me get in there too. I appreciate it.
No. Like, why else would he leave? I wasn't cursing him. I wasn't yelling at him. I was being stern. But, I mean, somebody did say you can't just walk up to someone and tell them how they think is wrong. But if I can't tell you that, I can't help you. How else am I supposed to?
Hey,
what else am I?
Elijah.
The
think
way
you're-
you laid
I think what
it
you
out
said
though
before-
was
You gotta dumb it down
Yeah, I
way
think you're
more,
right.
Elijah. You gotta dumb it down way more.
No. What you said before, though, you said his cup's already full, and then, like, you proceeded to pull out another pitcher and started trying to pour it in there, and he was like, I need a break, and he just left. Dude, I think you were starting to blow his mind, and he had to go. He needed a break.
Because I could tell, just giving him more information, he kind of wasn't receiving it based on the questions he was asking. So I was just kind of trying to connect to that. And it's like, how is this psychology, bro? I just told you gas goes in all directions, but a globe believer believes that it's being held to the earth. That's a contradiction.
I think he stayed up all night, man, and so it was like 7 o'clock in the morning for him, so his brain was already, like, messed up, for like basically kind of foggy. Yeah. So he needs a nap. Come back later. Have another conversation with you.
And Eli would have had to dumb it down like a lot more for that guy.
I got it. How you could dumb that down anymore? That was so straight to the point.
Yeah, I got it, man. I think I caught the ball.
Hey guys, if any of you have any criticisms of me too and want to give me any pointers or tips to help me get better at engaging with people, I'd really appreciate it.
Talking about Paul, you were pretty good.
Welcome back, man.
Yeah, what's up, man? Oh, damn it, man, dude. I ran back the footage. I just thought a little bit, dude. I was just caught up in the previous thought processes, and I was just gushing with information because I'm new. I'm listening.
Both of your cup was full. I was the one.
I got it, man. Yeah. It was easier. If you would have, sorry, man. It was on my end. I got it though. Thanks for trying, though.
I wanted to finish up with him and explain to him too the reason why I was trying to ask him questions is because I was going to explain to him that a lot of people come in here thinking that we're making bold claims and they just want to sit back and listen to all these claims, but we don't do that. What we're doing is taking the globe claims. That's where I was trying to go with all that stuff.
Yeah, but with you asking and the guy with the kangaroo profile picture asking, it was way easier because you just asked the questions and asked, do you agree or do you not agree? It was completely easy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Elijah, you said it and then said another thing and then asked if you understand the contradiction. And then I kind of lost the chord because I got used to the way the other people spoke. So now I understand, though, the gas going everywhere. And people still say that the gas on our Earth is being held here without a container. And that doesn't make any sense, right?
Well, some people don't even know any of these things.
Your name's not Elijah, bro.
Yeah, but
no.
What is it, Ilya?
Yeah, I was about to respond to him because he was talking to me. So talk in turn, if you don't mind. Is that too much to ask, guys? I'm trying to be nice. I'm a nice guy. I don't like when people walk all over me. He said something to me. I wanted to respond. You're not about to argue that, are you?
No, you said my name is not Elijah, so I asked, is it Ilya? And then
no, you're right. The other guy just tried to jump in there out of turn.
Yeah, it might have been not clear that I was talking to you. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I heard you. I heard you say my name.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that is the contradiction, but you know what I try to get people to understand, like me and Greg always talks about, is when you go to the gym, you know your physical limitations. You might even try to push past them, lift a little bit heavier weight than you previously could to test yourself, see where you're at. People don't understand that using their mind is exactly the same. There's only but so much weight you can lift. And you don't understand that this part needs to be worked on until someone tells it to you.
Yeah, but the contradiction you told me already was like, I took it as granted. It was as easy as like day and night. You can't play basketball without the leather around the ball, you know, or the leather around the air, you know. Otherwise, it won't bounce. It's just air you moving. There's nothing to throw. There's nothing to contain the air, you know. That it's easy, yeah. So I just thought like, what is he talking about? What does he want me to say? Because it was just. Yeah.
What was it?
I know why I look so dumb.
It was an example. I was trying. See, this is what I mean. You should see. You're like, what is he trying to say? Well, prior to me giving you the example was trying to confirm to you that this is about psychology. So that's what you should have taken away from it. Not what is he trying to say.
You mean that the people are the targets and not the people in charge of the manipulation, but the people themselves not being sheep.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Another good example of that was when he said he's seen curvature, because that is psychology too. Because the only reason why he said that is because he thinks he's supposed to. And that's why everybody does it. But when they're in that plane and they're looking out the window, they never once think about curvature or any of that. They don't think about it. So then when they get back on the ground and somebody asks them, they just say yes because they think, well, I had to have, right?
Yeah, to me, man, it's just like a Mandela effect, man.
That's not real either.
Yep. The thing,
don't worry about. No,
it's been long ago, man. It's been long ago since I was in that plane.
Measurable curvature of the Earth.
Mandela effect is not real either. Sorry to burst your bubble.
But what?
Another way to think about it is like, yeah. So here's a contradiction. If you do the math yourself, you know that even at the ISS, the percentage of Earth that you can see, the percentage of horizon that you can see is only 3%. And from the height of the ISS, if you were to imagine being at that height, looking at the Earth, it would still look flat. But Google tells you that you can see the curvature at 30,000 feet. That is just a baseless assertion. But if I were to tell that to somebody, they would still be like, no way I saw it. How is that not a psychological issue?
Yeah, I don't know how it wouldn't be.
Then their mind is going to start filling their head with all of the globes that they've seen. They're like, what are you talking about? I just looked at the live stream of the ISS. There was mad curvature there. I don't even know what the fuck you're trying to say, bro. And I'm like, yeah, I basically told you, just do the math yourself and figure out what you would expect. And that's pretty much all there is to it. But instead of doing that, people's minds are filled with all of the images that were placed there and the reasoning that they were given. That is a psychology issue.
I also have a huge mistrust when it comes to video proof or photo proof, because of course it's fakeable. Even back in the day, maybe they did something with the footage and made it look round. We're not arguing if it's round. It could be round and flat, but what I thought was always if you flew a plane or an aircraft around the globe, around the Earth, it would kind of look like a ball spinning, because you saw every single surface as if it was on a ball.
Why? No one's ever experienced that. People fly halfway across the world all the time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why haven't I seen any footage of that? That's why I'm asking.
You know what I mean? If you get it, unless you haven't been in a plane. I've been in a plane once, and everything looks like a quilt from underneath. And I thought, oh, look at that nice quilted pattern. I'm not thinking I'm on a ball that's spinning. I'm not thinking about any of that shit. You only think about that shit when someone brings up the question of whether or not the Earth's a globe or not. That is a psychology issue.
Fair.
I have to agree with Elijah on this one.
You give me stuff to think about, man. Thanks.
That's the point.
I wish I could have seen his face.
You might hate me the most, but I'm giving you the most.
Yeah, but yeah, of course.
Because why? Again, remember I said the questions that one would ask. Why on earth would anyone think that you can go from point A to point B, use that distance to try to figure out that it's a globe? That makes no sense unless somebody told you that that was a proper method of doing so. Again, that's not your brain. That's someone else telling you how to look at something. Again, that's a psychology issue.
So you're telling me that if I wanted to find proof, I'd have to get it myself, right? So if somebody says, yeah, I've been through like a whole journey. I went up, down, left, and right, north, east, northwest. I went all the directions, and it all worked out based on a globe map. Just going from A to B. But that doesn't work because it's just eyewitness testimony. But if you did it yourself, would that count as proof?
How about this? It doesn't work because all maps and all globes were made from elevation angles to Polaris, which would mean that the Earth is horizontal. An orientation only a shape that's not a globe with no orientation would have. You probably have, I don't know if you understood what I just said or don't understand what I said, but the point is, this is the only way you would determine. Because it's like, oh, globe map, flat map, this map, that map. None of that's real. Okay, these kinds of questions were just thrown out there for people to pick up and think that, oh, I'm going to solve it doing this, or I'm going to solve it doing that. That's all a game. That's all a cat's toy of distraction.
Okay, so are you saying space as we depict on maps isn't real?
Doing an invalid method yourself isn't going to help you get to the bottom of the truth. The method of inquiry has to be a valid one. Your epistemology has to be valid first before you inquire anything. If this isn't on your mind in the morning when you wake up, your mind is susceptible to all kinds of wizardry.
Okay, you could say that, but I'm still missing something. You know, I'm just missing the part where it is an issue if I would be going on a journey and I took it as granted that the Earth, not necessarily a globe, but it's a shape that I can walk around.
What's the method?
Come again?
What is the methodology behind your inquiry? How will it? What question will it solve, and how specifically?
That's difficult to answer, man.
If it's difficult to answer, then you're trying to come up with the conclusion without a working method to do that. This is the point that I'm trying to make. You're thinking before you even know how. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but there is a start, you know. But I'm just not finding closure yet.
But that's like me saying, yeah, there's a start. That girl's number that I really wanted is out there. I'm just gonna fucking dial any number I want. I don't even know that it's 10 numbers. I'm gonna dial 15. I'm gonna dial 6. I'm gonna dial. Obviously, that doesn't work. If you want to get somewhere, you have to know exactly where you're going first. Like you're fighting it hard for some reason, but I'm just trying to tell you, yes, your brain is garbage at the moment. My brain was garbage a few years ago, and I spent years and years trying to decloud it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not taking a dig at you. What I'm saying is you're not going to come into a flat earth server and then expect to be caught up on everything. No, this is a long process.
All right, man.
It's also provable.
What is?
Yeah, he's not going to get it.
Okay.
I am getting everything you just said, but you're just being overly critical and saying, "Yeah, your brain is dumb. You're so you're like me a few years ago." Like, bro, calm down, man. Yes, you fucking did. Come on, man. Don't.
No. I wouldn't have said it if you would have received the examples that I've given.
I'm taking them into consideration, but you are looking down on me, thinking critically and not taking conclusions just because you said it. I'm doing the exact thing you are expecting from me.
Okay,
I'm doing the exact thing you're expecting from me.
Flatsy, right now, chill. So how am I looking down on you if I told you that I was in the same position? Usually when someone gets a mentor, the person that is being mentored listens to that. But I'm not saying that I'm your mentor. What I'm saying is when we have a sensei, when we have a master, when we have a this, when we have a that, we don't go into it thinking, well, I know fucking things. And if you tell me that I know shit, I'm going to be mad at you. No, the student kind of knows that he's going somewhere to dump everything he thought he knew and try to understand what the teacher is conveying. So when you come in to any place and you're like, I'm just trying to gain an understanding, you have to be a student. I don't care if I told you your brain was bunk. Now I'm offering you a knowledge branch by saying mine was bunk as well, because we were all globers.
Yeah, this whole time though, you're just the point I tried to critically go against the problem. You just said, "Yeah, your brain is dumb." Sorry, man, you're not understanding. Oh, you're not understanding. Like, bro, just keep on going. If you think I'm not understanding, I'm listening to what you say, and I am taking in the information, but I'm not going to make a conclusion until you.
Don't talk over me. I'm not asking you to make a conclusion because I didn't give you an argument. There's nothing to give you at this point, but you're asking questions, trying to understand things. And every time you ask a question, it's fallacious. I gave you an example of what that's like when I talked about hemispheres and you didn't receive it. That's how I know what I know about your psychology. I've given you 2 examples and it's kind of went above your head. Why is me telling that to you man to man a problem if it's true? It's on the live stream. Everyone heard it. People who understand it. So if it's actually true, why does it matter how you feel about it?
How I feel about you. Like how I feel about the information you say does not matter. but I'm free to speculate as long as you're asking a question. If you're asking a question, you're automatically asking what I think about the matter, and thus I can try to make conclusions. But if that's not true, you can say no, that's not true, and that's why. But you can't just say, yeah, your brain is not good. You're like me a few years ago. Of course, yeah. Huh?
What question did I ask you?
Dude, come on, man. Allahu
It's because I never asked you a question. This is the shit I'm talking about. But you want to be mad that I said that you got a long ways to go. Well, tough cookies. Anyway, guys, I got to do something. You guys can have fun, do whatever. I don't know. I did my
just
best.
drop it there, man. Yeah,
later,
very mature. Really mature. GG.
Hey, bro, if I could real quick just talk to you for a second. A lot of
go ahead, man.
People come in here expecting us to prove something to them, right? Or give them all these answers. Well, even if I do that, you're not going to believe me, right? And I don't want you to believe me. I want you to be able to discover this on your own. So that's why we like to turn the conversation back to you and, ask you questions. And that's how we like to do things.
And that is fine.
That's
but
all I wanted to tell you.
He said that I'm basically like him a few years ago, not understanding shit. Right? That is fine.
Yeah.
But you can't go ahead and just pretend as if I can't just speculate. And because I'm speculating, I'm obviously not understanding. I am understanding, but I'm not grasping it yet because I'm, as he said.
The problem is, no, you're not getting it because you can't speculate because you can't speculation proves nothing. Yeah, you can speculate a lot, but what does that prove? It proves nothing, right? So what is it? It has no value then, right?
So if you say there's no solution to this, I'm just gonna supposed to accept it, right?
No.
Well, that's what looks in it.
What do you mean?
He said that
go out and look for yourself and research and study in the real world. You don't have to take anyone's word for it. You can do this yourself.
And we haven't even gotten that far yet. Like we have tools to give you that you can use. But we just haven't got to that point yet. Because you still have questions, and what Elijah was trying to tell you is all your questions are based with your globe indoctrination.
Epistemology.
Do you understand that? So
yeah. So why can't he just go onto that and say, according to my ideology, that is incorrect because.
Hey! Don't worry about what he said. He's not here anymore. We can just start over. All right. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Let's just start over, right? But
if it's gonna be like this every single time,
we can drop that. Let's just start over.
Hey, Flat Earth Professor dude, what's up, bro?
What's up, my bros and sisters? What's up with my peoples? Out here just giving up so much logic, man. You guys are just full of too much logic, man.
Well, I don't want old dude to
making
respawn.
too much sense, man.
I don't need him to respawn. What was just said to him was very relevant. So.
Yeah, he still needs to take that in. And
if anybody wants to give him, the tools that he can discover things on his own, I think maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's not ready for that. I don't know.
Well,
I just had a
question.
I just think he should ask the question again, and then we can start over.
Yeah,
there's a plethora of information channels down the left-hand side. We have many channels that he can explore, or he can ask questions.
There's so many channels down there, man. Everything from biblical to Zodiac, man. Pick one.
Well, I think you should start at long distance observations. That's my biggest thing. So.
Cool,
laser
man.
test, infrared test, long distance. That's where you should start.
Let's send him some links to some places. Like, for example, the Earth curvature calculator thing, that would be a useful tool.
That's a good one.
There's a couple other ones.
To me, it sounds like, and no offense to the gentleman, but it sounds like he's under the impression that from academia and from society in general tells us that you can just speculate and come up with an idea, and if it sounds feasible, you can go with it. But we're talking about okay, sure, you can come up with an idea, you can come up with a thought process. Well, what if this is going on? What if that, right? Then, but can you validate that? Is there anything you can do to actually test it?
Yeah, you gotta start with baby steps.
And validate it.
He just joined in today, so you know.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I went under the impression that in order to disprove my my thought process, I'd have to first see a problem in it, right? So I thought, like, if you have a ball here and you start at the 8 drawn on the front, and you went up and you ended up at the 8, and you go right and you still ended up at the right at the 8. I thought this kind of thing would be something of value to the conversation, but we stuck there because I kept getting cut off, you know.
Yes, it's not, because you would have to assume something first to then assume your outcome is called affirming the consequence in the way that you're trying to go about it. That's why.
Yeah, sentences like these I don't understand.
Well, are you gonna? Yeah, I gotta put.
I could write it down and then.
No, you gotta affirm.
So how else can I? Why don't? Okay, how about starting with looking up what affirming the consequence is? How about that?
Just say that sentence for me again. I'm gonna write it down. You're lagging.
Affirming the consequence.
So you know, again, like, it begins with thinking, well, basically what you're saying is, can't I just start at one point and then see if I arrive at the same point? Yeah, exactly. Affirming the consequent if you're going to conclude that it's a sphere. Because there could be another reason you're arriving at your house after you've walked around the block.
Yeah, it could be any shape, right?
So the point is, what you're the form and the way you're trying to get to the answer of a question is fallacious. Meaning, a logical fallacy is the formulation of a question or a statement with premises that are unproven. So that's going to do you no good, other than get you to think, you know, in a way that I don't know. I'm not saying anything wrong, man. I'm just saying things that are accurate. I don't know.
No, yeah, I'm following you. Yeah, what you're saying right now makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, and the only reason you thought that is because you saw that or heard someone say that before. Well, wouldn't it be reasonable to just do this? You didn't come up with that when you woke out of bed. Because I can play 1,000 clips from just this place alone where people have asked the same question. But that didn't arrive from your own curiosity. That's a psychology issue.
Well, that's just a bland assumption.
Have you looked at one curvature measurement? Just one?
No, only no. Actually, not now.
Believe it. So you just believe it. You
Believe what? That Earth has curvature.
The curvature measurement. You just believe it's been done. You don't know that it has.
I don't believe it. No.
Well,
so you know it.
What? That's why I jumped in, because when I first heard him talking with the guy with the kangaroo, he characterized it as, you know, enjoying the question. But when I heard the guy with the what's your name, man? With the kangaroo picture, I just heard him trying to ask questions for someone that has no idea why he's asking what it means. Kind of like what's happening with me as well. So, hold on. So the whole thing is just asking him questions is about the information that we've come across is I think too far for where, like, and we do that often, because I realized this when I gave someone an argument about, you know, the Black Swan. And how did I know that their mind was in a completely different universe than what I've shown them? Is because they're like, but the horizon is higher, but there is no left to right curvature. What are you talking about? Obviously, everybody who knows what the Black Swan is, if I had gave that answer, the horizon is higher. Well, there's no left to right curvature. What are you talking about? Y'all gonna look at me like I'm retarded. Because it's like, what the fuck? How did you arrive at that destination given all the shit that I just told you? So what I'm saying is, even with our arguments, the deficit between, you know, what we know and what they know is greater than what we think, because of the indoctrination.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I might just hang around, listen for a few more sittings before I engage and entertain the questions that are being asked here.
It's a great idea, man.
That's a great idea, innit?
Welcome.
I suggest you learn as much about the globe as you possibly can.
Yeah, welcome.
Hey, staying at home, I just want to say one last thing, especially remembering what you said when you read that verse from the Quran.
Yeah, because of course, I can't entertain.
I didn't say it. Let me say the thing. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Allahu Akbar. Yeah. I'm surprised.
Like right now, right? It's 1:37. I'm gonna do this for the next few days. Can anybody see the moon right now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Hold on, it's kind of covered with clouds here.
It's like
it is?
it's at my
Last night it was half covered.
It's on my Zenith, man.
Oh, wait, it's kind of clear right now.
It was exactly half covered, half shaded when I looked out yesterday.
Yeah, I can see it, and it's daytime.
Whoa, that's awesome. Because it's nighttime and I can see it.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
What time is it? Where you guys? Is it 1:30? Or is it a little early?
It's 12:30. It's
I got
12:37.
60 degrees west in the sky.
3:37
It's clear in
p.m.
the sky for me. I'm going to take a picture, okay, guys?
So it's
going to be real close to your horizon right now, Elijah.
Say 30 degrees. Well, it was already 27 degrees like an hour ago. Yeah, it still looks about 20 degrees to me.
It's getting low, man. Getting low on the horizon.
Getting yellow too. So the
Elijah, I'm in the Midwest. I'm in the Midwest and I'm driving home right now. It's about maybe 34 degrees right now on the western horizon.
Wait, Midwest. What time is it? 12:30 for you? 12:38?
Yeah, it's 12:38 right now.
Yeah. So just
10:38 here.
Picture this. It's supposed to set around 2:14, 2:30 or something for me, right? So I'm looking at it right now. It's 1:40, almost 2 o'clock. Now, if I were to know the sun's GP, which is the ground position, which is 90 degrees directly underneath the sun, that's where the ground position would be on Earth, 90 degrees, a vertical line straight up. That's to the east of me, fam. That you see what I'm saying? Like on the left side, to the east, wherever the fuck MJ is resting his head right now, that's where the sun is. That's what the ground position is. But I'm looking at the moon in the same phase that it was in earlier today when the sun was on the right side.
Correct.
Why is it? I don't give a fuck what anybody feels like. When I have an argument, I'm always right in the end. And I know I'm right about this one. Because I'm standing here and I'm trying to figure out if this is a ball that we're all living on. How the fuck can the sun be on the right side of the moon right now when I know for a fact geographically it's in the east somewhere?
Well, I don't know what the moon or the sun is, and I don't know their apparent GP location.
We're just trying to figure out how it doesn't work in the heliocentric model.
And it doesn't. It doesn't work at all in the heliocentric model. These things are moving over our heads. I put a picture in the live stream, by the way. That's my... it's above a rooftop, but you can see the tree line if you guys want to know where the moon is for me.
You picking up where I'm putting down, Miggy, or I mean, because I want strong disagreements. If anyone has a,
I'm reading you loud and clear, man. I mean, but that you've carried this argument for quite some time. People, here's the thing, Eli. People that can't wrap their mind about what you're saying. I do. I know what you mean. It's like it's still the sun was in the same position where the moon was facing, the lit side of the moon was facing the sun, and now it's supposed to be on the other side, like all the way around, coming back around, and it's still lit on the same side. Like it didn't change its orientation, like facing where the sun should be.
Yep.
Because it should be now. I get what you're saying. People can't wrap their minds around it. I mean, I've talked about this too, but it's like it's so far beyond even flat earthers, man. Like they're just like, dude, I can't get this. What you're. It's
and I get that. That's why I get that. That's why I tell people to do it with me, because there's no better teacher than experience.
Yeah.
Like I can't get you to imagine it, but I can definitely get, because in a couple of days, look, moonset won't be at 2, it'll be at 3, then it'll be at 4, and then we'll be looking at the orient. It'll be weird as fuck, because you'll be looking at the moon at fucking 3:30, knowing full well that the sun is literally coming up to the east from you in 20-30 minutes. Hello.
This is on the same subject as the impossible eclipse, too.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, my GP was from Alabama, so that was the moon from where I am.
I see it about 45 degrees above the northeast horizon.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because north would be, right from, absolutely. If I would have turned about maybe 45 degrees from the moon, I would be facing north.
Well, now I feel left out because I can't see the moon because there's clouds in the way.
Yeah. I would just like to just give my input over here.
Or is it output?
Yeah, sometimes it gets super frustrating because I don't know. It's like sometimes we wait for the argument to present itself, and then we wait for people to curate it and make it perfect, and then you guys will go out. No, we will have a new world the moment more of us are on the same level. And not that I'm on a higher level than anyone. I just spent a fuck ton of time doing shit that nobody else wants to do. I'm the first person to take celestial navigation off of Nathan's show and bring it to the rest of any Discord that you hear it in, because nobody would talk about it. We can't have that. Not if we want to see a different world for our children. More of us need to be hands-on. Can't just wait for it to fall in your lap.
That was well said.
I agree.
Yeah.
There's a saying evil exists because good men, or maybe evil men, or something about like that it exists because good men do nothing. The earth could be whatever we want it to be, but a lot of us don't want to have to do the work
And that's
Hold
like you
on.
said, why
Think
we're in the
about
state
it.
we are in now.
Think about what you're saying, though.
What?
So, nature follows like laws, right?
Yeah.
Well, so do like people. People follow laws. It's almost like you would be
But
asking somebody
people
to
and
do
animals are
something
different, though,
against
aren't they?
their
Because
nature.
animals aren't evil. I
Yeah,
think
but
people
here's
and
the
animals are
problem.
different, though, because animals aren't
They're
evil
able,
in
but
nature.
they're able. Okay, but listen, they're able to influence people mindlessly to go into war and feel proud about it. And they're not doing anything beneficial for any country. Not ours, not theirs, not anyone's. It's only for control. So
Yeah,
here's
I know, and they get
my
away with it because
proposition is
we
that
don't. We could.
but my proposition is that there is no reason for anyone to transgress like against their fellow man. You don't have a reason to just take up arms against someone unless they're, you know, trying to. I'm not. I don't want to put too much on. I know.
I disagree with what he said. Cats are fucking evil.
Cats are evil sometimes.
Well, I don't think I was implying that we.
You're 100% right. We all have to have this mindless education as to who the enemy is before we go to some foreign place and then we carry out orders from someone that we accept as a superior because they've been there longer and that they have all of these accolades and shit, and then we go take someone's life. That's got to be the craziest shit I ever heard, all because our country said their country is still in oil. Like,
exactly.
how the like, what does that, what type of sense is that's? Like when you have gang violence and they're like, yo, this gang over here is on this turf doing this, we need to go over there and set it off on the, like, these dudes are playing dominoes, not even thinking about y'all. Like, it's like, it's you because of bigotry, we are in pain because of bigotry, because of our inability to see humanity in the human race. We get tricked like this.
And it's so bad. Here's the thing. I think the root cause of everything is sexual immorality. But you release that on any society and everything will always just be about justifying something from here on out. You have to justify. But if you're just, I don't know, we're taken into this realm that we don't feel is, there's nothing consequential. You don't have any consequence. So you can feel any type of way that you want to feel. And you're made out of dust. I don't know. You evolve into monkeys. That just defies laws of nature. There's a problem riddled all throughout the whole paradigm. It's messed up.
All I was saying too is the reason though why that persists is because, like your example, oh fuck, I forgot already. Shit, I'm tired. But good men that aren't out to deceive and trick people sometimes get apathetic and lazy and think somebody else will take care of that. I just want to sit there.
You're easily manipulated into fighting wars that aren't even what you think they're
I'm not
for.
talking about that type. I'm not talking about like being violent against other people. I'm just talking about even small things like the stuff that is being put in like schools. A lot of people that are, that don't want that could do something about it, and they could go there and they could get in positions to where they could keep that stuff out, but they don't want to because that's work. That's they don't want to put that much energy into the subject, and they hope somebody else will do it.
Licensing.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand what he's saying. Society is where it is today because, I mean, good men do exist, but like a lot of them have been like sedated, right, through many means, and so because of that, there's no will to fight back.
Let's not downplay the actual means of the problem. We're talking about social media. This is the root cause of everybody's indoctrination because they're all in this scroll nature where they scroll through a lot of media that has no
Not the
substance
cause.
to it.
Not the cause, just the conduit.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely a conduit. But yeah, I would say that the cause is probably your upbringing in
The
government
cause is
institution.
rejection of God, which is true. That's what it is. It's a rejection of. If we want to know the cause of all this, it's the rejection of God, the rejection of the truth, whichever you want to go with. Why?
Well,
Because we all know since even being children that there are things we know we're supposed to be doing, and then there's what we negotiate so that we don't do that, and we just grow into adulthood doing the same thing. Like something is uncomfortable or something is hard,
Exactly.
we just go, well, fuck that, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, fuck it.
Or we have to deal with it anyways, and we have to go past it.
Yeah,
There is an inevitable challenges, yeah.
And when you reject God, you lose purpose in life. Many people
Exactly.
do.
We got
Well, I mean,
up in here.
the antecedent to creation is the creator. There's no doubt that there's a creator of all.
It's got to have a
So-
start somewhere.
We got
Yeah, but
nobody.
there is no doubt that the Earth is not showing
Super
by
nobody.
measurement and utility any curvature on its surface. No convexity whatsoever.
We got a new guy in here. Go ahead, Flat Earth Professor.
We got Faye up in here. No rolls. You want to give them their mic? That'd be cool.
Welcome,
That'd
Faye.
be cool. That'd be
Welcome.
cool.
You have control of your mic. You can say, "Hey, what's up?" But
What's up?
welcomes
Hello, Faye.
either way.
Welcome. You there?
Okay, they're starting. They're waking up.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Hey, I just gave an argument.
Oh, excuse me?
You just gave an argument.
Yeah. There's the people in the chat seem to be having an issue with the hypothetical norm, which is just meant to be like an instrumental norm in to
but
supplement
you
like
have
an
to
inductive.
focus on the word hypothetical.
Okay, it's not what we mean by hypothetical. Hypothetical norm is in this case, in the context of the argument, it's a rebutting defeater for the negation of that, for the negation of that obtaining under like modal semantic system K. So it's an alethic notion that is obtaining in virtue of the truth predicate, holding in all possible.
Can you repeat that one more time? This time uninterrupted, guys. Because I really wish that everyone stopped talking in the middle of what someone's saying. It's getting annoying.
I was just saying I gave an argument in the chat for you to look over.
What's the argument?
I put it in the chat.
Did
What
somebody
chat?
read it?
Which chat?
Debate text.
Yeah, debate text. I'll repost it.
Someone read it out loud for the YouTubers, would you?
Oh, it's way long.
All right. So what's the premise then, sir?
The premise is just
Hold
that
on, I'll read it. I'll read it. Do you want me to read it, or do you want him to tell you?
You can read it.
All right. He's okay. Let me find. Okay, yeah, there. Okay. Elijah, part 1. I guess this is a lot. Are you ready for this, Elijah?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You're gonna stop me in the middle of it, so I'm just ready. Okay. If the Earth is flat is a necessary proposition, then it is true in all possible worlds. Part 2. In order for a proposition to be true in all possible worlds, there must exist an accessibility relation that connects those worlds. Just please stop me. Stop me. This is already ridiculous.
If you're not gonna read it, I'll read it. You don't know how.
Okay, you can.
Can't
Okay. Part 3. I'll read it. If
Elijah,
the Earth is flat.
Elijah, your mic's really low again. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, but I'll read it. If the Earth is flat is necessarily true, then there must exist an accessibility relation that connects all possible worlds where the Earth is flat. Part 4. For the sake of argument, let's assume there is such an accessibility relation that connects all possible worlds where the Earth is flat. Part 5. If there is an accessibility relation that connects all possible worlds where the Earth is flat, then we can assign a truth predicate to proposition the Earth is flat in all those worlds. Part 6. By Saul Kripke's notion of rigid designators, the term the Earth refers to the same object in all possible worlds. Conclusion 1. That just changed in front of my eyes. So, okay. Conclusion 1. There is an accessibility relation that connects all possible worlds where the Earth is flat, and the term the Earth refers to the same object in all those worlds. Then we should be able to assign a truth predicate to the proposition the Earth is flat in all those worlds. Part 7. However, in our actual world, there is no empirical evidence or scientific inquiry supporting the Earth being flat. The overwhelming evidence supports the spherical shape of the Earth. Conclusion 2. If there is no empirical evidence or scientific inquiry supporting the Earth being flat in our actual world, it is not possible for there to be an accessibility relation connecting all possible worlds where the Earth is flat. Conclusion 3. Therefore, if there is no accessibility relation connecting all possible worlds where the Earth is flat, we cannot assign a truth predicate to the proposition the Earth is flat in all those worlds. Conclusion 4. I'm not done. Consequently, if we cannot assign a truth predicate to the proposition the Earth is flat in all possible worlds, it cannot be a necessary proposition. Oh my God, there's more. Please don't make me go on. I can read it. I can do it.
All right, you did great.
Do you want me to keep going? There's so much more of this nonsense.
I would just stop right there. Conclusion 4.
Please make me stop.
Okay, then let me ask.
There's a lot to unload already.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Let me ask you. Define otherworld.
Are you asking me?
I'm telling you. Define otherworld.
Well, other worlds are just ways in which this world could have been. So they're mereological relations to our conceptual analysis of the actual world.
Also, conceptual, not really conceivable, right?
Well, I take anything that's conceivable to be conceptual.
Right, but we don't conceive any other worlds than the one we live on. That's the point.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
You can conceive of many different ways in which this world could have been that are different than how it actually
Yeah,
is.
but that's not
I only experience
imaginary.
I only experience this world. That's the thing.
Wait, you don't
You
think when you're
understand what I'm
conceiving? Well, you don't think when you're conceiving of something that's some sort of experience you're having?
That's dumb, of course. But again, whatever experience I have with something is irrelevant. There's only one Earth, and we only experience this one Earth.
Right. So, in other words, you're saying this one Earth that we experience is necessary. That's what the argument is targeting. There's no possible way in which this world could have been round. It is flat.
It is what it is because that's
Yo, Lexi, do you want to take point on this, or I can't do it with you? I don't come on. Are you gonna do it? Are you with it or what? Because
You got it, buddy. Go ahead.
So, anyway, proposition. No, it's an axiom, not a proposition.
Axioms are propositional.
Well, if you put a propositional statement with the axiom, but there's nothing in question after that. Like the premise is already self-evident.
Can you give me an example of an axiom that's not a proposition?
Well, a chair being a chair is just a chair. If I say I'm sitting in this chair, it's a proposition statement.
Because you're saying the chair being a chair is an axiom. But if you say I'm sitting in the chair,
is a chair is a propositional statement. It being a chair it's just a chair. That's an axiom.
Right, but you're predicating of the chair, right?
No, a chair is a chair.
Yeah, that's a knowledge claim, right?
Well, I mean, because of your experience, it's a chair. Something that we've named, we see it, it's the chair, the thing we've named the chair.
Yeah, so that assumes a relation between the subject, you, the object, the chair, and the predicate, what you're predicating of the chair. Yeah, it is. That's the axiom.
No, it's not an assumption.
The only way you can know the chair is the chair.
Ask me a question: is there a difference between assuming things and knowing things?
Yeah.
Not based on what you just said.
No, not all things that you assume are known.
No, I asked you: is there a difference between an assumption and knowing something? Because based on the statement you made, there is no difference. You assume
I
what
don't
you
see
know.
how that's true.
That's what you just said.
I take what we assume to be non-inferentially justified and what we know to be inferentially justified.
Which means that there is no difference.
No, there's a difference with regards to how they're justified.
Well, I'm asking you what the difference between knowing something and assuming something. What is the difference?
Yeah. When you assume something, like I said, I take that to be non-inferential justification. When you know something, I take that to be inferential justification.
So when you assume something, it's a non-inference, and if you know something, there is no inference.
No, when you know something, there is an inference. When you assume something, there is no inference.
So if I assume something, I'm inferring nothing.
Right, but it's still justified.
So if I know something, I'm inferring something.
Right.
That's your teacher is dog shit.
Okay.
That shit sounds like it's synonymous with the other one. They sound the same.
Yeah, think about. Look, I like to read. I like words, but ultimately, when you talk about word salad, this is truly the definition of that. Like,
But think about it. You look
so
at the stars.
let's deal with your argument, if you could call it that. Well, first of all, we don't experience any other world. We just experience this one. Like, but you disagree with that. I have no idea how on earth I move forward from there. But
when you conceive of other worlds, is that an experience you're having?
What?
Yeah, yes. Like if I dream of another world, that is some sort of experience. Yes.
Well, not even like dreaming. What I mean to say is when you conceive of a possible world.
Imagining, yeah, some sort of.
So it's an experience, right? Because you're thinking about it.
Yeah, it's an experience of thought, which is very different from me riding my bike right now. That's an experience.
How is it different?
Excuse me?
Metaphysical.
How do you know that they're different? Is the question I'm asking.
Well, in this reality, the difference between thinking about riding my bike and riding my bike would be riding my bike.
Yeah, but how do you know that there's a difference there? How do you know that they're not the same thing?
Because in this reality, the difference would be between thinking and doing.
Are you just saying that because on one hand, when you have the experience of actually riding the bike, you can sense it, you can feel it, whereas when you're thinking about it, it's just existing in your thought. You can't sense it and feel it.
No. The difference would be doing nothing other than thinking versus doing.
But you're thinking, so you're still doing something. It's not the case that you're doing nothing.
What I'm doing when I'm thinking is thinking. That's what I'm doing. What I'm doing when I'm riding my bike is riding my bike while I'm thinking of other things.
But you just said that when you're thinking, you're doing nothing.
But thinking.
So you are doing something. Thinking is something.
Well, thinking is thinking, and doing something is doing things. This is what I mean by it's all the same shit in your mind. Whether I thought I had sex with that woman or I did have sex with that woman, to you don't know the difference. Because you're asking me how I would know the difference, and I'm telling you, you're like, well, no. And I'm like,
I mean, I do think I know the difference, and I gave you a meaningful distinction between things that are non-inferentially justified.
It wasn't, because you said it would be a non-inference to just go ahead and think about it, and it would be an inference if I was doing it. That's dumb.
Yeah, because
what's the definition for inference?
Well, an inference rule is a rule of an entailment, rule of logic. So it's how we connect concepts.
Inference.
The definition is not going to matter because it's going to presuppose a notion of truth. That's what we're trying to analyze here. Trying to analyze the truth of our knowledge.
Truth are things that are just evident and as they are. And you stumbling upon a truth, something objective, is simply that. You stumbling upon something that is just objectively the case.
I just want to point out how you're misinformed about inferential versus non-inferential justification. Because it's very simple. Inferentially justified belief.
It sounds like psychological bullshit. It sounds like bullshit psychology class 101. It's bunk. I would throw that in the garbage even if I spent $100,000
It's not psychology, it's philosophy. But that's fine.
Okay, do you think that they're not connected?
They're not the same. They could be connected in some ways, but
that's fine. So what's wrong with what I said?
Well, epistemology is not dealing with psychology at all. So that's the issue.
Yeah, but what you're doing is psychobabble. So what?
No, I'm not. Because we're talking about epistemology, which is not dealing with psychology.
How could you say no? No, it is psychobabble.
How is it psychobabble if we're not dealing with psychology at all?
Because you're babbling. I'm asking you, well, let's define words, and you're like, there's no need to do that.
Well, yeah,
because you don't even know what truth is, which is ultimately what you told me.
Well, no, I do know. And we're talking about the foundations of our epistemology, which entails truth. And you're asking for the truth of some term that's used in our epistemology. And I'm saying, well, that's irrelevant because we're trying to analyze the fundamental aspects of truth itself. So that's the endeavor of epistemology.
No, because see, the definition of words come from experience.
Do you have an argument for that?
What do you mean, do I have an argument for that?
Look in the
Do you have any reason to believe that?
Look in the
Are you telling me that words that are defined don't come from experience?
I haven't made a claim about it. You're the one who said they do, so give an argument or give a reason to believe the claim you just made.
Okay, well, I grew up learning English in the English language. There's a bike. When I say bike, everyone else who knows English can identify what I mean. Therefore, we've agreed on a word and have defined it based on what a bike is.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about, though, because you said
Well, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. So if you're going to tell me that my point isn't my point, that's a very quick way to piss me the fuck off.
But you're making another point. Seems like you're getting confused with your own line of reasoning.
It's not a different point.
It is.
You asked me to justify saying that things are defined by way of our experience. I just did that.
You said words come from experience, so I think you're not even following your own line of reasoning. But the point is that how do you know that
things being defined do come from experience?
And I asked for the argument for that, and you just restated the claim in different words.
Well,
but this is classic sophistry. That's what this is. This is classic sophistry that you're applying right now. The
only reason that I'm even letting it go on is because there's a girl coming from Florida, and I would love for her to hear this conversation. She's going to be like, oh, wow. Just because you think the earth is flat, this is the kinds of conversations that people try to...
Yeah.
You know, yes. This is exactly what happened.
Bro.
Be careful. You might embarrass yourself in front of that girl if she knows anything.
No. He's doing it. He's doing it to keep the party going. He knows exactly what he's doing with you, and we've experienced people like you. Classic sophistry, man. You're not smarter than you think you are. Can
you repeat anything I said and demonstrate how it's sophistry?
You're using $10 words to kind of actually baffle people that are listening to you.
Like what?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work because number one,
it's not working.
You're talking about.
Listen.
Number one, you basically said if the Earth is flat, then the Earth is fat in all eventualities and possibilities in any way that you can imagine it or think it in your mind. That's basically what you said.
Yeah. Because otherwise it would be contingent.
So then how the fuck did I not understand what you said? You said all of that to basically say what I said in less than 10 seconds.
No, there's more to the argument than that, but you're trying to introduce it.
Not really.
It's not right really. There. It's in the debate text for you to read.
No, there was just that, and then there was, it's not flat. The evidence all points to that it's a sphere. Therefore, we conclude. And then that was the second.
No. There also was further qualification on what.
You're
just gonna keep screaming over me, bro. You're not listening. So
yeah, you
already showed that you can't follow.
But you don't have a premise to prove. I can prove a premise. So.
Oh no, you haven't proved anything, right? Like you said that words come from your experience.
I haven't.
Yeah, you said that word. Okay, stop screaming, bro. You said that words come from your experience. You haven't given the argument for that.
Scream a little less when I get you under control.
Okay, you're a nigger. Shut up.
Go somewhere else. See what I'm saying? These psychology children. These psychology children always like he wants to hide that he's upset, but really he just his mama spent so much money on this shit. His mama spent so much money. No, bro, I'm gonna get my dick sucked so hard for seeming so smart.
I'm gonna pull up to your big GDK out here. I'm gonna pull up and spin your block at your face.
Yeah, listen to him doing the math fell off, Eli.
I know what borough you're in.
Globalists are fucking
his math fell all the way off. So you know how I know that it's not a globe and you don't have any empirical evidence that it's a hold on. So now let me conclude this. You know how I know that the Earth isn't a globe? Because number one, there is no measurable drop over distance. There is no conceivable drop over distance. And we use the Earth in an orientation. That orientation is horizontal. Something a sphere doesn't have. Any more questions? I know. But I needed that conclusion on the back of all of that.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that guy. Oh, shit. That was... Oh, my goodness. What a babble.
Ace? Did he leave?
Yeah, he bounced.
So, like people get tricked by that stuff. But I read a lot. Like I know he wasn't saying anything. Like that's why I was like, let me just chill out or read out the whole. I'm just sitting there waiting for it. I'm saying to myself, oh man, this is bullshit. But you never know. You have to give it time. That's the only way they'll explode like that, or they're gonna run you around. Like when he started telling me I was interjecting, it's because he was unraveling, not me. He didn't have anywhere else to go. Like, bro,
check out the bullshit that he has to bring in just so that he can like baffle the crowd. So the crowd doesn't know what the fuck he's saying, and then he's getting you all like he's like, man, I'm gonna tangle this fool up, and so you're just like all cool as a cucumber following him, and he's just trying to like so hard like use his wizardry, like his words and shit. And he's trying to tangle you up. He's like, yeah, summarize what I just said. And you did it perfectly. And he's like, oh, shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's so funny, bro. And then, oh, dude, it's great. It's great because, see, this is the kind of thing, guys, when you're listening to conversations like this, and they think they have the upper hand.
Yep. That's the mind virus upper hand.
You didn't have deja vu, Elijah? You didn't have deja vu? I'm pretty sure that you came head to head with this guy before and you ended up banning him. I'm pretty sure. And it was a similar conversation.
Yeah, it was similar, but that wasn't him. The other kid sounded a lot younger.
This fucking asshole dropped the N-bomb too in the middle of that shit too. I heard
Did you hear that? I heard that.
I heard it.
That was a new account though that he just made to come in here. He's been here before. I recognize him.
All right, he gone.
It shows the level of dishonesty that these people come in here with, right? Because it shouldn't be necessary.
For real though, can somebody timestamp that? Can somebody timestamp that? I got to look. If nothing else, I can use. This is gonna sound bad. I can use black people's ignorance and their feelings against the white man to basically unindoctrinate them with just that clip. I'm like, y'all really want to send y'all kids to the school he went to believe in the globe? Like, is that what y'all want to do? Like,
I'd be like, fuck that. Dude.
He had overwhelming proof. It's a globe, man. Overwhelming.
No, he wanted to go toe to toe with the champ, dude. Like he just wanted to see what it's like to be in the ring. He got his ass knocked out, bro.
Yeah, he did. He done bounced, man. He gone.
I had to read all of that, guys.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Flatty.
You didn't even stop me. Not once.
Thank you, Flat. Because I like to hear everything from front to back and process it before I go in.
I got you. I get you. I'm not hating. I'm
was
just
he
like,
implying that all possible worlds have to be a globe in his mind?
that's oh my. Oh,
Yeah,
it's really hard to read that and not be stopped.
I apologize for cutting you short, Flatsy. I just knew. I knew that it was going to be that situation. I wanted it to be done.
The alarms are going off.
The other world
I want you to be up till 5, 6 o'clock with this piece of garbage.
The other world thing was just smoke and mirrors, though, because the claim really just boiled down to there is overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a globe, therefore it's a globe in all these worlds. That's what he wrote, and he just padded it with paragraphs and paragraphs of nonsense to bog it down.
Right.
Why did I have to read all of them?
No, listen to the type of words that he chose. So every word that he chose was not just your ordinary run-of-the-mill kind of just regular words that, people use colloquially. He was actually pulling some words out of the freaking thesaurus to actually, kind of make this shit look glorious. When he presents it, it's just
trying to dress it up.
Accessibility relation to the cons.
Yeah, because he's just trying to baffle you so that the point gets lost instead of actually getting to a point.
Which is fine. There's no problem with that. Use all the words you need to. I'm gonna listen to you. First of all, there's nothing wrong with someone asking for you to define what you mean. What's wrong with that?
That was weird. That was weird, Elijah. He's like, well, that doesn't matter. What the words?
Yeah, I don't
mean?
have to fucking define
Like
this
what?
guy.
I'm like over here going, what? What the fuck you mean?
Like all he did is basically put word. I don't know if he did, but
Literally, the first thing that he said. The first thing that he said was,
Girl.
if the Earth is flat, it would be possible.
Girl,
in all
I was in the middle of a sentence.
Sorry.
What?
It's a delay
Am I
thing,
tripping?
Elijah. It's just a.
But then I'm like, I was literally 20 words in. At what point does the delay come in?
When we speak, yeah, that's when it comes in. Keep going. Go ahead.
I don't even.
Go ahead.
I forgot. I don't even.
That's all right. No, he was so far off into the woods, man. It was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. This dude.
Oh, now I remember.
Yeah, he did drop the N-word there at the end, bro. He did.
But all he did was put some words together, and I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? Because you know what word they put together? They put the that guy that came in when he was like hydrostatic, blah 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 blah. Well, that's a term only invented for the globe Earth. So it's like, no, that's not a real term. I mean, you made it up, but it doesn't have any real world foundation to it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not part of the real world, man.
That was my thing. Like, his first thing that he did was say that if the Earth is flat, then it would have to be something that is possible in all worlds.
It's necessary.
I'm like, what is all worlds? I don't know what you're talking about because we only.
It's not possible in World 5. Therefore, it's not possible in this one. Like, what?
That was his first thing. His first thing said that. It was Elijah.
Yeah,
part 1.
Right there.
If the Earth is flat, is a necessary proposition, then it is true in all possible worlds. And then he goes to part 2. In order for a proposition to be true in all possible worlds, there must exist an accessibility relation that connects all those worlds.
So check it out, right? Check this out. It's all about the gimmicks with these guys. It's all about the gimmicks. They come in here with their fucking gimmicks, and they think they're gonna escape by baffling the crowd and shit. And especially when they're talking to one of us. But here's the rub is, if you follow that shit if you start trying to figure out his puzzle, the enigma that he's trying to create, then he might capture you. But if you understand where he's trying to lead you, nothing's gonna surprise you. You already know.
Hey, Miggy, that's what 100 scientists said. The fucking Einstein said, no. It was 200 scientists.
The first
they were like, no, man, you're taking us fucking some stupid place, man. Where are you going?
The first one had to be possible in all worlds. What other worlds do we observe?
It's a red herring to take your attention off what's going on in this world, which is what we're talking about.
I think you just finished seeing a Marvel movie or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's definitely in a Hollywood mindset there, man. Like, I can go to like outer space in my mind, and
that's why reality. I was like, why aren't you guys stopping me right now? I was like, why isn't anybody stopping me right now?
because see, for me, I'm like, there has to be. Like, I never assume, but the reason that I am the champ, I don't know why. I'm really not, guys. I'm just fucking around. But the reason I am the champ is because I don't assume that I know what somebody's saying. I'm a better listener than fucking you.
Yeah, you are, man. You're a great listener.
I'm not gonna listen twice, but I'm gonna hear you out 100% the first time at least.
You got
it was so weird. It was so weird reading all of that without being stopped.
I didn't know where he was going. I was like,
oh, your mic's low again, Elijah. Wiggle the cord or something. Wiggle the Bluetooth, man.
I think it's because I had the navigation.
You're better.
Yeah. You're good.
What does it say about their?
Right? It wasn't deep.
What does
It
it
wasn't
say
deep.
about
No, Shallow, the
them
fucking
that they need
puzzles.
to?
What are these?
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
What are these philosophy?
You're good. Go ahead, Paul. What was that, bro?
What does it say that they have to come in here and use, words like that to try to manipulate and confuse people about the subject matter when that's a sign right there.
That's what his teacher did. If that was even real, like that. If he was dead ass serious, then his teacher definitely gave that to him.
Yeah, that
He
was a
went
copy and
into
paste
Otherworld.
shit, man.
Yeah, he
That was
went into
copy and paste.
Otherworld immediately, though. Like, it wasn't even.
Yeah, it's done to
It
trick
wasn't
people. And
even
if the
just
globe is real, why do you have to trick people?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It says that the globe isn't real, so there's no valid argument for one.
It's already like an inference, like in his vocabulary that he was trying to use, that there already is other worlds, and we don't experience
Well, let me
them.
ask the class. So to the class, what have we learned here from this discussion? You guys that were participants and listening, what did you guys understand?
Wait. Wait. Can y'all answer that question after I read this? Look, check this out. Look. I don't know if I don't know what the source is, so this could just be bullshit because it's not even. I don't know. I gotta look into this. I'm about to look into some shit that was totally bullshit. And look, a simple non-inferential passage is a type of non-argument characterized by the lack of a claim that anything is being proved. I feel like he just straight up trolled the fuck out of us.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, nobody talks like that.
Nobody talks like that.
Just some examples of non-inferential passages. So I guess it's something. Warnings, pieces of advice, statements of belief or opinion, loosely associated statements and reports. I mean, but like, and the way that he was trying to define it, and I'm trying to get him to define it, and as he's talking, I'm like, well, you're saying the same thing, really. I'm like, what's the difference? And he's like, there is a difference. Well, what is it? One is thinking and one is knowing. Well, isn't there a difference? You tell me the difference. Burden of proof reversal fallacy. What do you mean there's no difference between knowing and thinking? Like, what?
Knowing and thinking. Oh, that was weird. Knowing and thinking. That's so weird, man. If you're doing something, that means you're thinking, if I'm thinking I'm doing something, I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of babble shit is this? And the second thing,
Elijah was on point with that.
You were dead on point.
Yes.
I wanted to Mayhem wanted to ask him if he was on Discord or not, man. I was typing in the chat. I'm like, ask him if he's on Discord.
No, because listen, like with the people that have been doing this for a while, like we're gonna lead them somewhere. Like they think they're driving the bus, right? They don't really know they're in the back of it,
right?
Like that, you know what I'm saying? They just got a fake wheel plugged to the back of a seat. Like they don't know what's going on. They're like, I got this. Right?
It's not
for people listening to the live stream. For people listening to the live stream that might have been confused about what he was talking about because they didn't know what the words he was using meant, that's why he does that. And that's why it's deception and it means nothing. Because he could have chose other words that you would have understood.
Yeah.
But he didn't do that.
No,
because
he didn't.
He doesn't want you to understand anything. He wants to manipulate you and confuse you.
Hold on. He did say something. He did say something that you can draw context from. He said that he observed other worlds. And when do we ever observe other worlds? That's the basis of his premise. He wanted to start off saying that there were other worlds in conjunction to ours, like what we experience. That isn't what you can start your premise off with. Period.
You try to bring philosophy, a philosophical argument into a physical science, which is what got us in this problem in the first place.
No, but science stems from philosophy anyway. Like it's so hard. It's so. That's what. See, the devil is the author of confusion. Like, cause what? Cause we would want to say, oh, you know what? Oh, fuck science. They're fooling us with science. Fuck the government. The government got us fucked up. Fuck. None of that shit is actually true. It's their confusion making us make those determinations when that's actually not true. There's nothing wrong with science. There's nothing wrong with the government. There's nothing wrong with being able to define terms. It's people's inability to work their way through the system, and while also being ignorant, letting people fuck them over using the system. That's the problem.
Precisely.
Right. Notice that he didn't want to define what he told Elijah. Why do you think that was the case? He didn't want to define it. What would happen after he defined what he just told him?
Yeah, it would elucidate that he wasn't really talking about shit.
Exactly.
Now you know the difference between him and the other guy. I may have been using words that the other guy didn't understand, but I would have been willing to give a citation. I gave dude examples. I remember the two examples I gave dude. Like, so I don't just like say words and then I'm like, oh, you don't know it. Just that's dumb, bro. Because that's fucked up. You don't do that. Like, if I say something you don't understand, I'm gonna define it and I'm gonna give you an example to go with it. So that you're like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay, now I know what you mean. Like, because if I can't communicate with you, what's the point? I may as well be speaking fucking Mandarin.
I'm telling you, man, textbook sophistry. This guy, it was great. It was such
He
a
doesn't
great
even
teacher.
care, because if he cared, he wouldn't have left.
Is that what they're doing? That Harvard University education? Yo, fam. Yo, the Lord got his work cut out with me, fam, because I'm about to take all these motherfuckers down. I don't. If that's what they're doing up there, I got to go. I got to knock on some doors because that was disgusting.
Well, you know, the Creator has made us for times such as these, Eli. I'm telling you, man. These are the times that He's put us here on this earth and gave us the mind that He did, so that we can, you know, destroy these lofty mindsets. Think themselves to be wise, and when they do that, they become utter fools.
The fool on the hill sees the globe
Science doesn't
spinning around in his head.
disprove a creator either.
Science does prove a creator, actually.
Right. It doesn't disprove, is what I said. So you can, we can still have science and a creator, and because a lot of people, you know, they try to say, oh, you don't believe in science because you believe in creation, a creator.
Science proves creation. You can't have these. You can't have these laws of nature without a lawgiver. You can't have information without an informer.
I mean, isn't that more of a self-evident thing than anything?
Exactly.
Yeah, all these little teachable moments, guys. You just got to hold on to them. Like, lock them up somewhere in your brain, so when the next guy comes in here applying the same type of sophistry, you're going to be able to know how to respond. And that's the most important part about like what we do here. You guys are witnesses to this, so that when somebody else does that again and tries the old runaround, the old 23 skidoo, you know exactly what to do. You know, you guys are going to be ready. You know, it's not going to be like, well, let's follow him down his little rabbit trail and get lost somewhere in the ether. You know, like next thing you know, you're following. And burden of proof reversal fallacy. He was asking Eli, no, you have to give me what you just claimed right now. I was like, oh shit, man. But Eli knew what was going on. But if it hadn't been anybody else, they would have probably fallen for that shit and be like, you know, I'm just, you know, what I just claimed right now. So don't fall for the, man. Sometimes I feel like you have to be understood in these logical fallacies, because you would fall for them if you didn't know.
Yeah, you didn't even have to look further than the first statement of this guy. This guy was easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Well, he hid in his conclusion one that all evidence supports that it's a sphere. He slid that in. No one was gonna notice it.
No, he hit in his first evidence was other worlds that we don't observe.
But yeah, what the other guy just said, he did slip that in. I posted it a bunch of times. Yeah, he did just hide it in pages full of nonsense.
It was like,
yeah, but
right in the middle of all the
was
made a massive
observations
claim.
of other worlds. Sorry.
I guarantee you too, if you would have stopped him and said, okay, can you please explain this to me in a more basic way so I can understand it? Because I don't understand some of these words you used, then he would dismiss you and say, well, if you don't understand these words, then you can't refute what I'm saying. And
I read through them.
that's why
Okay, I did the thing. I read through them. So you guys could have stopped me. You could have destroyed him on many of the points he made from the get-go. But yeah, you let me read through them and follow his line of logic, which was illogical the whole time.
We wanted to watch you suffer. It was
okay. I appreciate it.
Part of the fun, yeah.
I was just laughing through the whole thing because it was already so silly.
No, it was good. I love when those philosophy students come in here and try to lay that kind of cuck shit on us, man. Good luck with that, bro. That shit is not gonna fly, man. It's gonna get destroyed.
24/7. What you don't want to do.
No,
what you don't want to do. What you don't want to do is get into an argument.
Right.
As a matter of fact, everything I do is not to have an argument, not to, because all I have is information.
Right.
I don't argue. We're not talking about whether Dragon Ball is better than Dragon Ball Z. You know what I mean? Or GT was that bullshit. Like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about things that are true or not true. So it's not really a debate. Like, so
yeah, it's not
like,
a debate.
Like, people are gonna try to gaslight you and do all kinds of things because in that state of being upset, which coincidentally that's why they tell fighters to be disciplined, because once you get upset, you make mistakes. Now you might be able to beat the shit out of somebody in rage, but a really skilled fighter is going to expose that, and they're gonna really do you dirty. So it's like, it's the same thing with this. If he would have, if I would have been upset, at some point I was like, that's bullshit. But I had to make sure everyone listening knew it was bullshit.
He did,
because if I did
that at the end, man, I just gotta. This is so. He called you the N-word.
That's no big deal. I mean,
I know, but I just that exposes him, not you. You know, it's nothing on you. You're not gonna take it personal or anything, but.
It's like, you know why? Because this place had me realize that I have rarely been called that. Right. And I'll be called a retarded flat earther before that. That lets me know that word has zero significance whatsoever. Like, in the only years I've been here, it's like I got the N-bomb. Like, I only remember twice, as a matter of fact. Every time I've heard the N-bomb, it was towards me or somebody that's not. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
that's hilarious, man. Yeah, I'd be calling a retarded flat earther. You know, which one's worse? You know, that's my question. Yeah, I don't know.
But you know, if you let these people trigger you, it just confuses the message and confuses the people that are listening. And the only thing I want people to know is, oh, you ain't talking about nothing, man. You ain't saying anything. How you feeling tonight? What's going on? Like, you know, like that's because I can't do anything with nothing. I feel like sometimes there's nothing, but people make a mountain out of nothing when when they try to argue with a person. Like, oh, so you're saying, so do you know that the Earth is a globe and it's blah 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 blah? Well,
Right.
based on how they answer, you should be thinking of how to approach the situation, because if you just hit them with, no, it's not a globe because of blah blah, and let me tell you this and let me tell you that, like, what if dude is playing Call of Duty, he's not listening to you at all? Like, what? Why would you put all your energy? Because you know what happens after someone's not listening to you after you poured your heart out. Your very real emotions are in the dumps now. So now that your emotions are in the dumps, guess what happens? It's
Your
going to take some
information's
time for
fucked.
you to feel better, and which means that people around you are going to be feeling that negative energy. You got to be careful with these people, man. You really do.
Well,
They will steal your energy. And they will
Elijah,
just,
man. I mean, we've been out here a lot of years, and we're we're trying to get this all ironed out, and I think we're doing a great job. However, there's still some bumps in the road, man, and that's all we're going through.
Yeah,
I think we're refining the shit out of this, dude. This shit's getting. It's fantastic to be part of it. Thank you, guys. Fuck yeah.
Welcome.
If you believe somebody to be retarded, then why do you care what they believe? If you think they're mentally challenged, then what do you care? Why are you upset about it?
Right. Why get upset? See, that's part of iron out, the way we handle shit, not the way we know what they're going to bring to the table. It's the way we fucking deal with it that really matters. Exactly.
Oops, sorry.
This year's been a really kind of an elevating point where I think we've stepped our game up a little bit, and we've all calmed down, and everybody's getting the information out there as the best we can, man. I mean, we're just trying to educate people on where they think they live, and we want to do it in the calmest, coolest way we possibly can. And if they want to reject it, that's on them, man. It's not on us. We did our job. That's it.
You know what else is these people? What's wrong with these people too is so I'm passionate about this subject, and I get excited when I talk to people sometimes, and that comes off as aggressive, but it's not aggressiveness, it's passion, because I care about it.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't understand that because they don't have any passion. They don't care about it. And they want to use that too as a defense mechanism so that they don't have to answer your questions.
It's a good point. It certainly plays out that way sometimes. And it's easy to get excited and want to jump on somebody's shit. And I get it, man. But
it's not even that. If I'm
the way to handle it is Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
Did I cut out?
Yeah, I talked over you. It wasn't your fault.
Oh. No, yeah, and I'm not even interested in really jumping on anybody.
Me either.
That's counterproductive.
It is,
but it comes off sometimes like that because I'm just so.
They take it like that. That's on them, man, and we're here to educate them. We're not coming at them. This isn't a personal attack, man. We're just saying, man, what do you know about the globe? What can you prove for the globe? What do you got? We're real open when it comes to that, man. And sometimes that comes off to a newbie, man, as like, why are you guys so mean? Fuck. Dude, we're not being mean.
A touchy time. There's a touchy time where you don't want to turn them away real quick. And they can just disappear, and you don't want them to just disappear. That's not what the point
I don't want
of
you to leave,
right?
man. I want you to think about reality and measure reality and figure out where you live.
Just trying to Right, just trying to like set the rules of the chat, right? Like that's what it came down to me when I first joined this place. It was like, okay, here's how we do it. If you're gonna come in here and try and do it another way, you're gonna get checked real quick, and it's gonna happen quick. It's gonna be,
right.
Could be violent. It could be nice. You don't know, and it's just the way it is. You're in somebody else's house, so I don't know.
That's right. You came
there's
into
a
the
balance.
house. It's like, hey man, what do you know about the globe? I don't know. It's round. Oh shit, cool, oh, man. Who discovered it was round? I don't know. It's like, okay, But then you got some guy like in this Mongo tonight, man, who came in here and tried to use a bunch of big ass words, like explain some realities that none of us have ever experienced. It was like, okay, man, you sound like some Hollywood. You should go right for the Hollywood space camp, whatever you do.
When you guys first talk to people in the check-in thing, do you guys go over with them that none of us are here to try to convince you of anything?
I do. I mean,
is that talked about at all?
Yeah, I used to do a lot of VC check-ins back in the day, but
yeah, we do that all the time. We're not trying to just convince folks. We're trying to make them. They come in usually trolling, so they'll say the Earth is round or the Earth is a globe, or we're like, okay, we'll prove that.
You guys can't. You come in here with a globe claim, man. What do you got for evidence? And you don't know the diameter, the radius, nothing, and you're getting exposed, man. That's it.
How did you think that was an argument? I'm still tripping. Like, let's just put aside, all of the gobbledygook, right? Like, and just like see it for what it was. So he said, "Hey, I got an argument," and then he said, "In order for Proposition 1 to be valid, it has to be true in all worlds." I asked him to find it. Okay, whatever. We don't. Whatever. So basically, in all conceptions in all ways that I could possibly imagine the Earth, it has to be flat. And then in some one of the conclusions that I didn't even read it, I'm still going off of memory. And one of the conclusions, it says, well, all empirical evidence points to the Earth being round, therefore it can't be flat or some shit like that. And I'm like, okay, the argument should come after that. Here's empirical evidence. Here's my argument. Like, where's the evidence?
We were Elijah. We were in the chat. We were in the chat screaming for the evidence. There was Heretic, myself. There's a few of us out there going, "Where's this evidence for this? This, please, please, please." We were begging for it, but it wasn't. He didn't have any, obviously. Where is that evidence for your claim? That's why I'm here. I've been at this for a long time, and I'm like, hey, you got evidence for this globe? Please, man, bring it in here. I beg of you. Get me off this flat earth thing, man. Get me off.
Yeah, none of it made sense.
How's his argument a baseless? That's not even an argument. Like, I'm so confused. I wish I could go back and start over. Like, I mean, I would go about it the same way, but it's like, I would play a little longer. It's like, what is this?
He triggered out, man. You, even with your as soft as you are, man, and saying, "Hey, man, I'll listen to you and I'll hear you out." And Flatsy read the entire, 12 paragraphs or whatever the hell it was. It was a complete chapter of babble, man. She read the whole fucking thing, man. Unbelievable. And there was one thing in there that says, there's overwhelming evidence of this globe. Man, let's just nail that down. That would have been good, but we'll get them next time. They'll come in with the.
If I can conceive of a toilet bowl Earth, then all Earths must be toilet bowls. Is that what he was saying? It almost felt like that's what he was saying.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, sure. That's what I was reading.
And all proof points to a toilet bowl Earth.
Yeah, and No, you
and
know,
prove me wrong.
we didn't get into actually any evidence for his globe or anything. It was more psychobabble shit, man. That they ended up.
And we're not going to dedicate a soundboard link, to a toilet bowl flushing, according to that dude or whatever. I mean,
Toilet bowl flushing.
And that's totally weird. I mean, toilet bowl? It's like Earth. Why? What?
Well,
why do people think that Earth is something that it's not? And that's the ultimate, the experience of Earth. We're all experiencing Earth. We're talking to each other, right? Why should it be something that it's not? Well, I don't experience the same Earth you do, and so what is this argument about, ultimately?
Well, the argument is about the toilet flush.
It might be. It's a swirlable Earth. What the entire fuck is going on here?
Like, really? You're gonna
at the equator? Does the toilet
flush is a different way? Really?
No, I'm really.
It flushes back and forth.
No, I'm
really. All right. Good luck with that, man. I'd just say good luck with that.
I ain't trying to interrupt the discussion. I'm just like,
nah, you're good.
I mean, it's just like, hey, all day long.
Kicking it. How you doing, man?
No, I'm good.
Hey, it's Saturday night, man. Hey, guess what? It's Speculation Sunday, man.
Yeah, it's Speculation Sunday. So we often have this discussion.
I got a speculation, man. You mind if I bring it up?
I don't.
The gas pressure is in my ass.
Yeah, it's like Uranus.
Can any
gas.
any of you guys prove me wrong, man? I'm just curious.
I don't want to prove you wrong.
It's just they use radio telescopes.
There was some guy.
They use radio telescopes from Earth to prove that there are gas expulsions from Uranus, the planet. Pretty funny, isn't it? But it's not funny when people believe it.
Yeah. Oh, that dude. Yes, they do believe that.
Helio, would you mind recording that piece that I was speaking to that whoever that was?
Somebody clipped that.
Are you talking about like a couple hours ago?
His name was Faye.
Yeah, about an hour and a half ago.
An hour ago, yeah.
To like a half an hour ago, somewhere in there.
Elijah, you're gonna have to send me the clip, and then I can pull it out. But it's more difficult than it might seem.
I know that's why I'm asking. Yeah. You're right. This is selfish of me because I know how hard it is, and I'm like, I know how to do it. I'm like, Helio, could you do it?
Just grab it. I know how to do it, but it takes a little work. But yeah, sure. But you're gonna have to find the part of the video, send me the timestamp, and then I can actually and
it was like
time at the front and the end, and then I can make the video. Anyway,
is it still? Are we still live now? How?
Yeah,
you didn't switch live streams yet, right? Okay.
Yeah, I started it a couple hours ago. Yeah, so we're good.
So even good. If I fell asleep and woke up, at least I know that it's at the beginning of the live stream.
Yeah, because I noticed when I restarted the live stream, I noticed that some new people were jumping in, and I was like, "This is a good point. Just go ahead and restart."
Right?
And then I got a message. Oh man, live stream's down. It's like, no, I'm just restarting it because YouTube won't capture over 12 hours. So I have
12 hours. That's it.
Yeah, it's just like sometimes on the weekends, I get. I fall asleep because I'm up all day, all night, because I don't have to work. And so I'm up with you assholes all night. And sometimes I forget to restart, and then the videos to go too long, but I didn't. And so anyway.
Anyway, no newbies in the house. It's just the regular clan hanging out. Just talking about
the newbie, but I have one.
Go ahead, Cal. What do you got, Cal?
What the fuck going on? I'm trying to stay in the I didn't even know it was working out here like this tonight.
Go ahead, Cal. What do you got? No, he muted. Never mind.
I'm out here. No, I'm out here doing some deliveries.
What, you working right now, Elijah?
Yeah, because I was bored. I wasn't doing shit else. And I kind of can't like I is I well I mean I could be doing some self development, but ain't nobody up for me to help them with their finances this time. So I'm like I want to make some money, and yeah, it's been fucking booming tonight with delivery.
Hey, it's a 3-day weekend. That's why it's booming here.
Well, I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. In New York, it's freaking 3 a.m.
Yeah, but
what are you delivering at 3 a.m.?
McDonald's. This is like
McDonald's. Okay, I get it. Yeah, the 24-hour McDonald's. That's cool. Cool.
Hell yeah.
Hey, nothing left to be said. I get you.
I would never do this if it wasn't the case. It's like,
but I mean, if you get a $20 McDonald's order and you get a freaking $10 tip, bitch.
That's what I'm saying. Right next to where I live at, right? Like I live like 2 minutes away from the McDonald's, and this is the only place that I'm picking up orders. And it's only going on like 2 blocks, 5 blocks.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
My bike is fast as fuck. My bike is speed. Like, hey, this is because you know what I would be doing, like, and then because I wasn't gonna deliver, I was like, I'm building a business now. I'm too good for delivering, but I'm thinking about it. I'm like, yo, I would have been up playing Call of Duty. I could just be doing this, making some money rather than making nothing.
Hey man, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh, dude.
Nothing wrong with that because I'm moving on up to the east. But that's not raises, But anyway, no. But did I just fuck that up? The whole fucking thing up?
Yeah.
No.
Because we know who the Jeffersons is. You remember the band? We used to love that show. I'm just playing.
And that was a spinoff from Archie Bunker.
Yeah, from Archie Bunker. It was just that you talk about a racist show, but it was just like no, but shit. Elijah, we're in the same boat, bro. I mean, I can't. I live in the country, so I can't even freaking make a dime from delivering freaking food to local people because I live in the fucking country. But you're right down the street and like.
Yeah, that's it, man. I mean, Elijah lives.
It doesn't matter. I mean, everybody's doing what they can do right now.
Elijah lives in a condensed city. You live in the country. I live in the suburbs. I got some shit happening around me, but it's nothing like New York or fucking Los Angeles, man. I mean, I went to Los Angeles tonight, man. What a fucking holy shit, man. I mean,
you went to Los Angeles tonight?
Yeah, I went to LA tonight. Went to Hollywood.
Why?
Went and saw a couple of bands.
Oh, okay.
And that's live. Yeah.
Well, how was the show? Was it good?
It's great, man.
Who did you see?
Little band, man. They're a bunch of middle school musicians played at a place called the Whiskey A Go Go.
I've actually been there.
Heard of the Whiskey A Go Go?
Yeah, I've been there.
You've been to the Whiskey A Go Go?
Yep.
Led Zeppelin played there.
Yeah, I've been there.
Played there. I mean, this
the Doors. Yeah, they played
Doors. Yeah, I mean, like
I've been there.
Styx. I mean, there's a ton. of bands.
None of those bands were there when I was there, but
the point is they opened on January 16th, 1964. That's when they opened their doors, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
When you said a Led Zeppelin, I was like, are you talking about Greta Van Fleet?
No. The real Led Zeppelin played at Whiskey A Go Go.
Led Zeppelin played at the Whiskey. I mean, it's a famous fucking place, man. Anyway, some middle schoolers, man, that my wife was involved with. We're gonna play there, and we went and saw them, man. It's like, okay, we're talking like 10, 12-year-olds, man.
Yeah,
They're fucking playing whiskey, man. I'm like, okay, you want to go? Okay, let's go. It was $20.
But they can always like. I played the whiskey, man.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, man. I thought, we'll support them. Let's go, man. And we spent like $50 for the 2 tickets, and we got in. We had a drink, and we watched the band for.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's the. I think when I was there, in the 90s, it's probably the same. It looks the same now.
Same old shithole.
Yeah, it's the same old shithole. Yeah.
Same old shithole it was back then, man. It really
fucking
is.
Guns N' Roses. Everybody played
Guns N' Roses. Hey, they've all played Van Halen. Yeah,
all of them. Yeah, that's funny.
All the Tavistock bands have played there, man. 100%, man. And
all the Tavistock.
And my wife said, "Let's go." And I'm like, "Let's go." I fucking drove 47 miles one way to see.
We played. The only reason I was there, I was on a tour, and we played another show, at a club in that town. But we just went to the Sunset Strip and was like, we got to go to the whiskey, and that's the only reason I ever. But I remember it vividly, the whole stage and everything. It was
man. It's it hasn't changed since 1964.
It's the same fucking.
It's the same shithole. With 47 coats of paint on it, dude.
It's just like the stage that I started on in Little Rock, man. I've played on the stage at Little Rock like 30 times. And it's just like it's the same freaking stage, They didn't.
Yeah. So anyway, I love live music. I love supporting musicians that play live music. I love to go to have a couple drinks and some French fries or a hamburger or whatever, and just show up and say, "Hey, man, I'm here to support your endeavor." That's it.
Have you heard an artist called Ren? And especially Ren, REN, and especially have you heard the song called "Hi Ren"? Are you familiar with that?
No.
Hey, can you send a link? I'll definitely.
I will put the link in the discussion, and I suggest that you just take just a time.
Well, let me ask you before you do this. Why are you fake Waterball?
I'm a fake professor because there are lots of fake professors in the world. they like Bill Nye, the liar, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. They are like fake professors. They wear they wear white coats and they pretend to be professors and professionals. So I'm a fake professional. I'm a fake professor.
No, I get it. I was associating you with another idea. Go ahead.
All right. So it's a joke against these clowns that are. Sure. Trying to so-called educate us, but anyway.
Well, there's another member here that's called, Waterball, whatever.
Okay.
So I was just confused there for a second.
Yeah, all right, no problem. It's my alter ego. I have a character. I have a character that actually is dressed in a white lab coat and doing things and educating people and laughing to them. It's kind of. Stand-up comedy in Finnish language in my YouTube channel about the globe Earth, and the fake professor is the name of the character. But anyway,
dude, there's this Finnish comedian that keeps popping up on my Facebook channel. I mean, he's in America now.
Ismo.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's fucking hilarious, bro.
Yeah, that's the band. That's the best. He made the ass joke.
The
hardest joke.
You guys see that dude too? He's freaking hilarious.
That Ren guy is so talented. He's so good. I implore everybody to pay attention to what he's doing.
It's just like he's so dry. He starts with a story. And it's just like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then by the end of the joke, it's just like. you motherfucker! You just start laughing.
Yeah,
Every single joke just starts dry, and it's just like I don't know where he's going with this.
He's so good at guitar, though. Like, he's good at guitar.
No, we're not talking about the same dude. I think.
Ren! The Ren guy.
No, he's a Finnish. He's from Finland.
The one that's posted in live stream, voice text, Ren.
Oh, Ren.
Yeah, sorry, we mixed two things. The
Oh
Ren,
no! I was just. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I was talking
the
about
Ren
a Finnish
is an
guy that I
artist.
see as a comedian artist.
Ren is artist from UK. Check that video, and it's if you are an artist yourself, you will cry in that video. I will promise that for you.
No, check it
I watched that like 50 times, that video, and I cry almost every time.
Yeah, I'm not as good as an artist as I'd like to be, but I'm working on it. And
Yeah.
I like my voice. I like to sing and all the things.
You're good.
So
You're good, Flatsy. You're good.
I want
Yeah, I
to
see.
display some sort of message
Yeah, I
before I
sing
die.
also. I sing also. Yeah, I've done a couple of karaoke versions of Conspiracy Music Guru as well. I have
I
those.
play guitar also. But
Oh,
he
you play.
is way
Oh.
better at guitar than I am.
Oh, you play also.
Ren.
You
guys are
play
talking
acoustic or electric or both?
I play acoustic.
Okay.
It is an acoustic electric, but yeah, it's still an acoustic hollow body.
Yep.
Okay. Is there any admins around?
Why are you asking?
Because I was asking, I would like to present something into the stream, and I don't have the permission.
No, hold on. I can hook you up. But you don't have to have an admin to add a role, but yeah, that's why I was asking.
I mean, he can drop a link, and he can drop links, but he can't present a live.
No, we're not going to do that on the live stream. That's just not what we'll do. Yeah.
Love you, man. Love
we can play. We can play audio. You can drop a link, and we can play the audio.
It's just a PowerPoint presentation which I'm going to present today, and I want to have some comments from you about a couple of things there. But I can.
How about? I mean, what you can do is just post some of the images and
we can do
in the
that
live
that
stream,
way.
and then just post an
Do it
image,
live.
talk about it.
Do it live.
You know. Yeah, go ahead and do it live. But instead of doing the PowerPoint presentation, just post the image, talk about it, and we'll refrain from posting the live stream voice text because that will go out on the live stream as well. So you don't have to. You don't have to do the actual PowerPoint presentation. You can just post it in the live stream voice text.
Okay, I'm starting with the rules that I'm. Before we can kind of continue the conversation at all, the topic is a movement of the Earth, which I'm going to present today with the guys, flat earthers mainly, maybe some globe believers, I don't know. But would you agree that rule number 1, there's only one 3D space? So the solar systems, Milky Ways, global groups of galaxies, and things are not different 3D spaces, and globe believers do not agree with this first rule, which makes the conversation totally. You cannot kind of have a conversation with globe believers because they want to move every single kind of object, like let's say the Milky Way galaxy. They want to have that as a single frame of reference, which is moving different way that the solar system.
I would be careful for mentioning that.
No, I think that's perfect.
But
I actually love that. I love that argument.
Yeah, go ahead and get it out of the way.
Please.
Yesterday, I tried to talk with the globe believers, and they said that Einstein told that this is wrong, that we have multiple things. And then I said, okay, do you have any scientific evidence, scientific test that proves that the Einstein claim? And there is no. And that's the problem. I rely on science. So I don't want some guy from history just told that, okay, there isn't this special relativity or whatever, that we have different 3D spaces all around us. That's just nonsense. I don't care about that. I care about reality. So basically, it's very simple. If you have a coffee cup in your table and you move it now, let's say 1 centimeter to the right, did it move in one 3D space or did it move differently in some other 3D space? That's the whole point of, can the object move in one direction at a time in one 3D space, or do we have these multiple 3D spaces, which the actual so-called science is believing? Yeah,
that's a really good question. If the object is not moving at all, is it somewhere? I mean, that'd be a good question too.
But like, see, like that's the kind of question that would be asked to students who I mean, because me now, after having been in, flat, and it's not just because of flat Earth, but it's because of, these back and forths I've had to have that have familiarized me with my cognitive skills and myself. And the first question that comes to mind is, what do you mean 3D space and some other space? But because I can't answer the question unless I understand it fully, right? And that's exactly where we just had a conversation with with some kid, some dude that was like, "Yo, if Proposition 1 is that the Earth is flat in this world, then in the second world." It just sounds. I don't know where this stuff is coming from, man. Like, what does this? What do you? So, okay, you move it and you move it 3 centimeters. What is the purpose of imagining some other instance in which it's moving in some other unit of measure?
Well, I mean, which object in which 3D space? Are we talking about Earth? Are we talking about a box?
No, he gave us the
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's where the conversation starts to go into the reference frames, and that's where the nonsense starts. And then that's why I want to start with reality. We don't have those reference frames. Okay, the coffee cup reference frames will be, now it's in a rest. It's in one place, in one 3D space, right? And it will move one direction, 3 centimeters, in that space from the point it was to the point it will be. And it will not move in any other 3D spaces while we're moving. That's the whole point. But the globe believers want to have it like we move in a solar system and the Earth is rotating, and then the Milky Way is going around, and also the global group of galaxies is moving, and also the great expansion, or the Big Bang is still happening, so the space actually is expanding as well. So there are so many movements happening there which are not true. And there, for example, so my point is there is only one coordinates. You can't have multiple coordinates in 3D space.
No,
That's
I think right. The only thing that any human can experience, and our reference frame is, I'm standing on Earth. This is the only thing I can experience. Is that what you're getting at? Where, our 3D reference frame is like just Earth. It's very simple. They try to make it complicated, saying we're living on a spinning ball, spinning through the galaxy, and all that kind of stuff. Is that? I mean,
is Sonny still around? Is anybody on the West Coast still around?
I don't see Sonny in the chat.
I'm West Coast.
West Coast, can you see the moon right now?
Let me walk outside. I'll check. I'll be right back.
Please. Because it won't be confirming anything that I don't already know, but it's just, I like doing it. I like, look at heliocentrism debunked by just the nature of what time it is and the position of stuff in the sky. I get all hot.
Hey, Fig Prof, it does what I said make any sense? I mean, of course it's 3D. I mean, it's just like I met some guy in the airport. I was picking up my mother, from the airport the other day, and he came up. He saw my Black Sabbath T-shirt, and he was like, "NIB, that's Nibiru." Instead, he just walked up to me. He's just like, that's Nibiru. And I'm like, bro, I'm a flat earther, bro. And he's just like, I'm going to try to, I was just like, bro, I got to go. I'm not, I looked at a Nibiru little dog. Anyway, but as far as this 3D, there's no curve in 3D. All right. So when I experience Earth, I experience 3D, XYZ axis, right? Where's the curve in XYZ?
Follow you, but I only I have plans to talk about the movement of the Earth, not the shape so much. I'm focusing today and of the movement. And this is the first slide we have to agree in that conversation or disagree then, because the globe believers first disagree the first rule, and then they can have the conversation with us. But the thing is that they have to understand that they are living in a fairy tale if they think that there are multiple coordinates or multiple 3D spaces in the realm that they are living on. That's not reality. You cannot prove that. It's just an imagination of some guy from 50 years ago, Einstein or somebody else.
All right, so these are did you that image you posted, that's the rules you for your presentation you established
for my
those
presentation
rules.
we cannot first agree those before we can even start to have a conversation of the movement of the Earth.
And so far I'm with you on that.
Well, you know what? As a philosophy guy, semantics, huh? I would say that I would argue that you don't know that this is the only 3D space that there is. Like just to keep the ball rolling for no other reason than I can't confirm that there isn't, you can't confirm that there isn't, is like kind of the tactic a Glober might use.
This is just the first part of his presentation. I mean,
exactly.
Okay, the presentation is pretty long. It's kind of, I don't know, maybe 25 slides, and that's why I wanted to.
I agree with you. So the first one says number one, only one 3D space, solar system, Milky Way, local group galaxies. Globe believers do not agree. 3D space cannot move, which I agree. But it's really consciousness and us on Earth. Otherwise, if we were somewhere that's not here on the flat Earth, I mean, we wouldn't be able to communicate this way. Movement is only happening in that 3D space. Yes, of course. Which movement? What do you mean by movement is only happening in that 3D space? Talking about communication.
Like I said, the coffee cup. Like I talk about the coffee cup, it's moving 3 centimeters from the point that it was to the point it will be in that 3D space. It will not move in any other 3D spaces because there is none. But the globe believers believe that now it moved like 1,000,000 miles in that direction plus 3 centimeters.
I think you're overthinking what they think.
No, he's not. No, he's not. I get what the layers, the point of the layers is to kind of get us to imagine what kind of world we would live in had all of these vectors of motion true. But of course they're not. It's just, okay, we're sitting in our house looking at a stationary coffee cup, but in fact that coffee cup is, to some degree, experiencing angular acceleration because we live on a rotating body. That rotating body is also moving around the sun. The sun is also moving with the sun. That's moving around the galaxy, which the galaxy is also moving. And so I get why you're doing this. Actually, I think it's something that should be pointed to more often. It kind of is, but I like the illustration.
All right. Let's move on. I have limited time here because I'm have to leave in one.
So let's. Can you post the next?
I posted
Can
a
you
couple
post
of
the next
slides.
one?
Yeah, I posted a couple of slides about the pressure, which one topic which should be happening there, and this they deny totally. And the first image is we are moving in the right. So the Earth is the green one on the left, and it's moving in the right. That's just an imagination of the number of the speed. The point is when these air molecules, of course, they are not in size. In scale, and the air molecules should press each other while moving in that direction. And
wait. Where do they come from, though? Where do the air
shut
molecules?
Up, Daniel. Shut up.
Jesus.
He's talking about like if, like for instance.
All right, I'll shut up. I'm gonna go smoke, and I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
Okay, so the point here is, or the counter argument always will be that there is nothing to press against in space. And where do you see the space in this illustration? Nowhere. It's only the atmosphere. 10 kilometers in is only the atmosphere. It's air molecules. So these air molecules are pressing towards the Earth if it's moving. And the second one is the Earth is in the right side, so it's behind of the Earth. The second illustration or that photo, and there is still a same amount of pressure behind of the Earth. And what is keeping those air molecules in behind while the Earth is moving in the same direction but in opposite side? So this is a very problematic thing. That when you are bicycling, you feel the pressure in your front of your face. When you put your the head out of the window, put off the head out of the car window, you feel the pressure. And if you put off the head out of the airplane, you will die. So basically, that's the pressure you are fighting against, and those are very slow speeds. This is the point of these illustrations.
We don't really say it's bicycling.
Chris, you are very. I cannot hear you.
You should use this.
Or Jedi.
Yeah, Jedi's hot micing.
Oh, this is hot micing. Okay. All right, and then finally, when we are discussed with this illustration, we are planning, or I'm planning to get into the main beef of the steak. So my question regarding to the movement of the Earth, that is the gravity selective, the final picture I posted now. So while the air molecule is in the front of the Earth, will the gravity push the air molecules? And while the same air molecule in 12 hours will be behind of the Earth, will it drag it behind, so pull it behind? This is very complicated, kind of.
It's very easy. I like it because I've thought about this forever. Other people in the community have also said, "Yeah, this is something that's very simple," but people just don't talk about it because it's true. Like I was just talking about it the other day. I was like, "This is how I got people to think about it." I said, "Can you walk through a cloud of smoke?" Yes. Okay, so then why isn't the 3D body of Earth moving through the air? Why is it just? Basically, this is what you're illustrating: is that it's ridiculous for them to talk about all of these vectors of motion, and we have air surrounding this ball rocket, and there's no difference in air pressure because of this movement or anything. Why even have an atmosphere at all? We should just whiz away from it, right? Like it's crazy. Gravity is doing for the word gravity to undo all of our inquiries into these vectors is insane.
All right, but that's thank you. It's good to have some agreement because I was talking in a Gembanda server yesterday, and they didn't agree anything there. I understand that the globe believers want to deny all the things. They don't. They want to have the different 3D spaces. They want to have the different coordinates systems. First we go around, or it's spinning around, and then it's going around the sun, and then the solar system is going around the Milky Way in every 8 million years. So big numbers that humans don't understand. And when you put them, you understand when you are driving at 200 kilometers per hour with your car, you don't put your head out of there unless you have an air glasses or helmet on your. It will hurt very much if your bee hits your eye. So they put so huge numbers that we don't understand them. So it's kind of, that's one thing to put them. It's the same goes with the money. A normal human being understands approximately same amount of money that it will earn in 1 year. That's approximation. The same goes with the numbers. It's about the same number we can travel. That's we understand. When we never travel, let's say a space shuttle speed, 35,000 kilometers per hour to get out to the space. We can put any number there and people will believe it because it's so big number. It will kind of go over their heads. Yeah.
Yep.
But actually, if we would move that fast, there would be no existing of Earth, anything atmosphere, nothing could exist because the speed are so like. It's kind of, if you take a NASCAR or Formula and you imagine that NASCAR will have an traveling million times faster and yet still having an atmosphere within, or even any single part like an holding together. What's holding together parts of the Earth if we are moving that fast? It's impossible.
Yeah, because they kind of want to say that if there was no air friction, then there would be no impedance. But I can only imagine that if my feet were stuck to a train, the train could instantly go from 0 to 100. The energy from the train itself, like my body is not going to stay upright because of that movement. My body will get ripped off from the ankles. Now the wind would play some sort of factor in that, but even with no wind, I would still, you know what I mean? Like the Globers are ridiculous.
Yeah. Yesterday I got a few arguments of how they think that the most common claim is that the atmosphere keeps moving with the Earth. Yeah. I forgot that I have to add that in. So atmosphere is some kind of object that is attached to the Earth with the gravity, of course.
Everything.
Yeah. So.
Oh, by the way, astronauts didn't Velcro either. Which was like, oh wow, that's the one thing that people think that they did make. No, they got they got Velcro technology from some German or something like that.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks guys. I will have to start going here. Nice talking to you. I don't remember why.
Thank you for joining us, man. Appreciate you.
I used to be Gold Plus here. I'm not anymore, but I think it was because I quit my I deleted my the Discord account totally. I had to take a break from a social media.
All right, we could look into that and get you.
Yeah, no, I don't need a Gold Plus, but I would like to have some power to present things. But if that's not allowed, that's all right. But you decide. It's up to yours. But I just want to say I used to be Gold Plus.
I don't think the live stream, because we don't
for whatever reason, the admins don't want us to be able to present on the live stream. I don't know why that is. Maybe I'll have a conversation about that.
Yeah, all right. But I thought it was because I don't have the so-called credentials or that kind of thing. But it's a common rule then here that we don't, because they allowed me to present the whole PowerPoint presentation in the live stream in a GEMS Campandas server. So it was easier to present because I could edit the presentation at the same time we talk. So, anyway. Thanks, guys. It was nice to talk to you and talk to you sometime again.
All right, man. Yeah, good work, man. This is nothing you're saying is wrong.
I hope so. At least I try my best. All right. Take care. Bye.
How's it going, guys?
Okay, there's a sleep Timbo.
Hey, Jedi.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Jedi.
Morning. How's it going, guys? You alright?
Chilling.
Did I hear it? Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, man, you ever heard my moon argument?
It feels like something I'm about to hear in the next 5 seconds, mate. Go on, what is it?
I don't know any succinct way to do this because no one, like most people don't understand it, and those who do understand it, they're like, yeah, we get it. And it's very simple, right?
Yeah.
So the sun is set. I mean, the moon is set now, right? But in a couple of days, when the moon's like, luminosity is 88%. But you know what? Let's just go with tonight. The moon set for me around 2:15, 2:20, something like that, right? You want to know what the problem with it being an almost half-lit moon is? That somewhere on the West Coast on the same continent, right? Like this guy just now in the chat, he's like, he could still see the moon, right? It's low in the horizon, but he can still see it. So guess what the orientation of the light is? Towards the west. But I'm about to be looking at the sunlight coming in from the east. As a matter of fact, if you look at where the sun is overhead 90 degrees geographically, it's somewhere in the east. How the fuck could, if we lived on a globe, how could that be the sun lighting the right of the moon when the sun is going to come up to the left of the moon?
I mean, I don't want to be like everybody else, man, but I get it. You're absolutely 100% right. I don't understand why other people don't get it, but yeah. I mean, it's quite simple. You just got to look at the moon, look where the sun went, and look where the illuminated part of the moon is. Yeah, brilliant, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I can post the picture of it. It's like angled. It's like half, right? But it's like angled down a little bit, and it's dead west from my house.
Exactly.
Maybe like 30 degrees up.
Oh, and it's still kind of high too. Look at that. So you might.
Well, I can show you. Like you
might still have it in your eyesight by the time the sun comes up for me. Unless because it's not exactly some. I like to do this in the summertime because the sun comes up like 4:30, which means you can see the sunlight around 4 o'clock coming in from the east, and it's like, but fam, the moon just went down at 3:30. What the fuck is going on? You know what I mean?
Right, like it's fairly high in the sky for me, not super high, but I can see it over my second story for sure. So,
yep.
So what's the deal when I can see the moon high in the sky and the whole sky is lit. You know, I mean, it's almost noon. I can still see the moon, like a full moon. I mean, what's the deal with that?
Have you seen that? I haven't seen that.
Yes, I see it all the time. What? The moon doesn't set.
Midday.
I've never seen a moon set. I've never seen a moon set. You know, I'm in Central America.
Well, I'll tell you why you've never seen a moon set. Because you would have to have perfect conditions and an unobstructed view of the horizon.
But you've never seen the moon fully. Like you, wait. You didn't even let me finish my sentence.
I've never seen the moon.
You've never seen the moon in the sky, like at noon, while we're it's supposedly set somewhere. I've seen the moon, like this is like, when's the moon gonna set? And it's just still high in the sky, just like and also I see the sun and the moon. Like, where does it set? I don't even know what the moon set is. I've never seen a moon set.
Well, why don't you try looking for it during the nighttime?
Well, for the most part, where I am, I live in the country. There's a lot of hills and trees around me, so I do see the moon high in the sky at nighttime. The daytime, I see the moon high in the sky while it's full daylight. I see the moon just still there. After nighttime, I can still see the moon like high in the sky. What does that happen?
Yeah, but what's the problem with that?
Okay, so what am I? I mean, I'm doing shit. I'm working, but where am I going to see the moon set? I mean, the moon set's going to move over there, and then I won't see it anymore. I mean, what's the big deal?
So, are you trying to say that it disappears into the sky?
Doesn't disappear. No, it just moves over there. Then I can't see it anymore, just like the sun.
So then you have seen a moon set. You're confusing me, Helio.
No, I'm saying I haven't. I've seen the moon near the horizon, and sometimes it looks absolutely huge, right? And so does the sun. I mean, it looks bigger. It's like
what's the question?
I've never seen the moon set like the sunset or whatever. Like I'm watching the moon just like dip toward the horizon. Okay, go ahead.
Because the moon doesn't have the same luminosity as the sun, so the light waves aren't going to reach your eyes, aka you're not going to be able to see it. That's why the moon disappears, like fades into the background of the sky. Goes white, then it goes yellow, then it goes red, then it goes poof, be gone. Why? Because the light can't penetrate the atmosphere.
It's the exact same phenomenon with the sun, because the sun has more. It's
basically so you can see it. You can see it go further than you can see the moon. That's all.
Right. Yeah.
I was in New Hampshire during.
There have been really clear days. One second. There have been really clear days that because first and foremost, if you want to see a moon set, you got to be quick about it. All you got to do is look at time and date, and then don't trust that shit because sometimes it's a certain degree off. It's off, whatever. So you just
saw in New Hampshire during a blue moon. I saw a moonrise.
In my sentence.
What?
No, Elijah was about to explain.
And you spoke on top of me.
No, I didn't.
No, you were talking over Elijah. He was about to explain how to see a moon set.
Ilya was talking, and then I spoke, and then you spoke.
Jesus Christ.
You want to.
All right, guys, hold the mic. Go ahead.
You want to put some money on it, Jimsy? We don't have to argue about it. Let's settle this like that.
You guys got this.
Let's not.
Oh, come on.
I want to hear what Elijah was going to say.
It sounds like you got some of them good Memorial Day drinks in. I'm not being a dick. Let me chill out, Jimsy. I want to hear what you have to say. I was just explaining something to Helio. That's all.
And I was listening too.
I was just saying that during a blue moon at the East Coast in New Hampshire, I observed the moon rising, but it was near the horizon, but it wasn't being cut by the horizon. It was very near the horizon, but not like the sun that you see it setting. So I just saw it very near the horizon, but
all right.
not
So
caught in the moon.
what is a blue moon, Jamesy? What is a blue moon? What do you know about
it happened during the 30. I think it was the 31st of March.
What is the definition of a blue moon, Jamesy?
Shut the fuck up, Helio. You go and look it up.
Bitch, I bet you don't know.
I think the
Well,
blue
I saw
moon
it.
I think the blue moon is when the moon's light is least obstructed and it's as close as it could possibly be to you.
Why do you guys not know what a blue moon is? We talk about the moon all the time. Both of you don't even know what the fucking blue moon is.
You don't know what it is, Helio. You don't know what it is.
The reason that I'm saying that is because the blue wavelength is the shortest in the spectrum. That's
no.
Well, no, actually, isn't it purple? But whatever.
No, I'll tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you, but I'm going to Google it first. No,
have you seen it with your eyes, with your own eyes? Have you seen it?
Yeah, all of us have. A blue moon is when you get two full moons in the same month.
So you were
right. So what's a full moon, Helio? That's when the moon is as bright as it can possibly be, right? So that falls in line with
so
my
why would you say
speculation
blue
that
moon if you don't know what the fuck it is? Anyway,
because a blue moon, you probably see it because that's when the moon's light is as intense as it can be for you as the observer. I was just explaining that.
Yeah, and that day people say tonight's gonna be a blue moon. It was a very sunny day, and then when the night came, the moon came very near the horizon. It was huge and very bright, and it illuminated the whole ocean. That was a blue moon for me, and I saw it. The whole ocean in front of me, looking at the moon. It was near the horizon, but it wasn't being cut by the horizon.
The definition of it. I mean, it might look blue, but that's not the definition of a blue moon.
Oh, but who's giving a definition? I just saw it was an event that people said it's a blue moon tonight, and I was there during the blue moon. What's the big deal, Helio?
Okay.
So yeah, I've seen many red moons on the horizon. I would expect that's as far as fuck. The higher up in the air it gets, which I mean, to us would denote that it's getting closer somewhat or somehow, because that's how our perspective works. Then that's when you see all the whiteness. That's when it's fully illuminated from our perspective.
Is Norcan C a new person in here? Norcan C?
Blue moon, you left me standing alone, without a tear in my heart, without a love of my own.
Blue moon.
It's actually beautiful.
Yeah, I can sing. But I know what a fucking blue moon is, too. I can sing.
You don't?
I know what a blue moon is.
You don't know what the moon is.
No, I know what a blue moon is, though.
No, you
I
don't.
just posted it.
No, you don't.
What is it then?
Something that you don't know what it is.
Something that I don't know. Well, I mean,
Exactly. You got it.
it's more has to do with tradition and calendars than it really, has to do with color or anything like that. And yes, I do know because I just posted it. I've studied the blue moon phenomena, but it has nothing to do with color.
Who said that? Who said that it had to do with color? Exactly, because acting like
because
a
I've studied what they call the blue moon. It doesn't have anything to do with color.
Nobody was saying that it had to do anything with color. People call it a
Okay,
blue moon.
then.
That's it.
All right, so
Okay.
and essentially, dude, just read the fucking article. Damn it.
No, thank you.
You guys are making shit up, and I'm showing you where the blue moon idea
You're making
came
shit
from. I'm not making shit up.
You making shit up.
Thank you for calling me out on my bullshit. Read the article and then tell me
No,
I'm full of
thank you.
shit.
You are full of shit.
All right. I'm obviously full of shit just because I'm not because I'm just making shit up.
Because
all right?
you're drunk. You're full of shit because you're drunk. That's
Just
why.
because
Maybe
I'm
it's because it's
drinking,
speculation
I'm
someday.
full of shit.
And we can allow Helio to say that he knows what the moon is. Helio, somebody said earlier that you don't know what the moon is because we all don't know what the moon is. That was the joke.
No, and that's not what I was saying. But the blue moon.
Jedi.
Hold on, it's the
Chris.
blue moon phenomena
Mute Helio
that I was
because he's not
talking
micing.
about. The blue moon phenomena, not the moon itself.
Helio, you're hot micing. So I was talking about an event that people say is a blue moon, right? The event we're talking about. I said I was there observing the blue moon event, and Helio, it has nothing to do with color. I didn't say it has anything to do with color. I said I was there observing.
There we go. We could all play that fucking game.
Helio, or no?
You don't have to.
You get it now or no?
Don't have to mute me. Listen, bro. If you're ignorant about the concept
You're
of the blue moon,
you're saying things that I'm not talking about, Helio. You're talking
okay.
about.
Well, you and Elijah were talking about some shit you were making off the top of your head about a blue moon. Really, I just.
What did we say about the blue moon? That it was blue? That's what we said?
No.
So what are you talking about?
Had something to do with the horizon, near the horizon, the moon near the horizon, or some shit. Really not what the blue moon is. Look, one big pond is back.
You retarded, Helio, or what?
All right, let's go through the list. Who's hot micing? So
I think he's hot micing.
Gemsy's hot micing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, resolve. It's speculation Sunday. I can say whatever the fuck.
Yeah, Helio,
no, you can't say whatever the fuck you want.
Helio,
but I know you guys are wrong about this, and so whatever.
Helio, when people say there's gonna be a new moon, it's because of the
not
rare
a new
event,
moon,
right?
a blue moon, bitch. You said new moon. I know what a new moon is.
Way too drunk to have any conversation.
Really? All right.
Oh, I don't know. I've been here all weekend, and it looks like this is Helio's 5th time of being drunk. He's probably the more sober that he's been since Friday night, to be fair.
Bro, he's arguing about the color of the moon like I was making that argument.
No, I was actually arguing not about the color of the moon. I was talking about what a blue moon is. And I posted a link that showed you exactly what they're talking about when they say blue moon.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about that.
Mostly has to do with 2 full moons in the Roman calendar, 2 full moons within a month. That's what a blue moon is.
Yeah, and I said that I was there at the beach when the blue moon was happening, right? That's the event that you're talking about. I was there observing it, right? And you say, Jamesy, you don't know what you're talking about. Bro, I was there watching it.
Did it look blue?
No.
Okay, then we're not talking about the same goddamn. Well,
Exactly
I mean,
my point. You're talking about other BS that you have in your mind.
No.
It's a drunk punk.
Dude, you're so freaking.
Exactly
You're just
my
like
point. Thank you, Haley,
on
for
some
bringing the
weird
point
shit
home.
about like, hey, I'm too drunk to understand this, and you're just making a fool of yourself.
No, Haley.
You're making
People
a
are saying
fool
one
of
thing
yourself.
and you're hearing something else. That's the problem.
Really, I'm pretty sure I explained exactly what a blue moon is. And you didn't.
That wasn't the point.
What was the point?
The point that we're talking about, the moon near the horizon, right? Near the horizon. And I was telling him I was there during the blue moon event, and the moon was near the horizon. And Helio started, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. The moon is not blue." But I'm not even saying that.
Okay, so and to be honest, like I was talking to Elijah earlier, I've never seen the moon set like the sun sets, you know, and I've never been in a position to, because I live in the country, you know what I'm saying? I live in the mountains and whatever, so I'm not going to be able to see the moon
steak,
set.
you have to cook it. You have to cook it medium rare when you eat it, bro, and add some butter and salt after you cook it, not before.
Bro,
was there any more to what you observed during that time, or was that it?
What?
Have you ever captured the moon set? Have you ever captured the moon set?
It looked kind of bigger than normally looks, but I think
captured it with a camera. Capture the moon set, and then fucking show me the video.
I caught the
Why?
moon rise.
Why would I do that for you?
I caught the moon rise. In fact, I made a big deal of it when I took pictures and posted it in here, which you were there for, Hillian.
Yeah, I've seen the moon rise from the east.
No, you haven't.
The moon set.
What's the difference, honestly?
No, I saw your video is what I meant. Because I'm in Central America.
Anybody says. Anything anybody says, he's just cheating on it. Pissing on it. Just because, you know.
I just got lost with the conversation, so I was just wondering if I know you got interrupted, so I was wondering if there was anything else that you were going to add to that, Jemsy. That's all. I'm just trying to see what else you had to say because I wasn't sure if there was more.
I think everyone's lost in this conversation.
During the same month. It was the first moon during the same month that will have 2 moons, right? And that's a blue moon, and it was rising very near the horizon. And it was illuminating the whole water and the sea, and it looked pretty cool. And that's what I saw. I don't know why Helio is mad about it.
I ain't mad. I was just trying to.
You just want to
tell you guys,
on people.
when you say blue moon, you're not talking about a blue moon. That's it. It's really a definition. It really just is two full moons in a month. That's all it means.
Exactly. That was my point. Thank
some
you.
of the terms.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I've seen them. So what are y'all talking about?
Did you read the article I posted?
I don't give a shit about the article. I've seen a blue moon. I've taken a picture of it.
It's because you saw it and it looked blue, and that's
it looked pretty silver. Moon? It looked and near the water, near the horizon. It looked
Jesus Christ! I mean, how should I do? Come on, Chris. Anyway, I'm not even.
Guys, there was someone new in the chat that we missed because you guys are bickering over the word blue moon.
Yeah, Helio doesn't like blue moon because he gets triggered, so he has to shit on people.
I don't know why blue moon is a really good beer.
It's a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon. It's under the Gregorian calendar. It's a phenomenon, that happens, every once in a while. There's 2 full moons within a month, and that's called a blue moon. But that's, if you don't believe that or whatever, that's the definition of blue moon. Has nothing to do with color. Continue, gentlemen.
Yeah, nobody was saying that, Helio. You just brought it up because you wanted to talk about that.
I'm saying it. I've seen the moon blue. He is tripping.
Yeah, he's always tripping. But I wasn't even saying that, but he wanted to argue about that. It's whatever.
Shit, I've seen the moon orange.
So
that's in your imagination, Helio. You haven't seen that.
Is there a phenomenon called the orange moon? The blood moon, right? That's what the blood moon.
I've seen it red.
But the blood moon is a different phenomena that's described a different way in a certain part of the calendar. Yes.
Blue moon.
But blue moon really has nothing to do with the color. It really has more to do with the calendar and how many times it appears within a month.
Blue is on the
Fucking
same
retarded.
spectrum, right? So
And then,
it's called the color spectrum. It's a spectrum for a reason.
that's not what a blue moon is. Anyway,
I don't care what it's defined as. I've seen a blue moon before. It was literally blue. I'm not talking about, you know, you suck on a blue candy and your mouth is blue. I'm just saying it was a little blue.
Elijah, have you noticed when the moon it's pretty high up, you see kind of like silver color, right? But if it gets near the horizon, it gets this yellowish, orangish color. Have you noticed that? Because I think there's might be a lot of dust in the air. It might be causing that color, possibly.
It's not the dust. It's just the wavelengths of light, the color that can reach you versus the color that can't. Maybe that's true. Maybe I'm just repeating.
So let me tell you this about that, because when I was observing the blue moon, that was the first time that I saw the moon near the horizon, but it didn't look like that yellowish, orangish color.
You know why?
It looked completely like silver, bluish.
I would speculate it's because it's closer to you. Whatever angle that it rises from your position, however it's closer, I believe that's because it's closer.
Yeah, they look bigger as well.
Because we can see, you know, when the moon seems more illuminated than when it's less illuminated, and the less illuminated it is, the less likely you're going to see it, you know, fully descend the sky, because it just kind of disappears into the sky if there's just a tiny bit of fucking clouds, because you can see it like tonight, right? The lower it got, it was like 30 degrees and it was already orange. See what I'm saying? Because the light is not penetrating, but there are times where it's closer, and so you can see the moon in all of its intensity, well, as much as we're getting from it, even on the horizon. Coincidentally, that's when you have two
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
When the moon is full, it's the most lit. I mean, it's not even a terrible speculation. It's like,
it makes a lot of sense to me, actually. Following the conversation during the night that we had and many nights, and now that you say that, it does make a lot of sense, actually. That is closer. Just like the sun. It gets closer, it gets warmer, and we see different phenomena.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Was it smaller than the other times that you saw it on the horizon?
For me, it looked bigger. It looked way bigger.
Oh, yeah. And that rules out what I was going to say, because I was going to say there's some kind of magnification going on, perhaps. The closer it gets to the horizon, but I would have figured that, you know, if it's closer, it would actually look small with this effect. But like I said, it's all speculation. So.
Yeah, like I was saying, it was near the horizon. It wasn't under the horizon, near the horizon, and it was when the sun was setting, the moon was near the horizon as well. So yeah, not claiming anything about it, but if I say blue moon, he's gonna open his mic. It's not blue.
If I open my mic and say something about the color of the moon, it has nothing to do with the blue moon phenomena, because when they call it a blue moon, has nothing to do with the color of the moon. So
yeah.
So you guys continue.
We know that.
Bullshit.
Well, keep in mind.
You know it now because you didn't know it a few minutes ago before I fucking
the only one
told you.
that said
Hold on, no, time out. Keep in mind, Helio, that you also go with the heliocentric rhetoric of why rainbows are what they are. Let's just keep that in mind.
Wait, according to what?
Well, the same source that you got that blue moon thing from.
Really?
Yeah, because you think that it's just the crystals.
No, this is the blue moon. Hold on. The pattern of the moon.
You're asking me what I'm
two full moons happening within a month has nothing to do with rainbows. Why are you saying that has the same thing? I told you it has to do with the Gregorian calendar, which I mean, you want to get deep into that shit?
Let me tell you.
I'm going to let you.
Yeah, you're going to shut the fuck up. So, just like you go with the heliocentric rhetoric of what a rainbow is, you're going with the heliocentric rhetoric of what a blue moon is. Because you can only tell us what you found on Google. My friend, that's sad.
You remember that African guy, some guy in Africa was here one day and he was posting photographs of the moon and he had many different colors, including kind of bluish.
The only question I wanted to ask you was, I thought we were supposed to stay away from things like saying it was rising, because isn't that implying that it's actually changing elevation when it just appears that way because of our perspective, and it's really just coming closer to us? Or is that not a problem?
I get what you're saying, but yeah. Rising.
Well, I think it's just a
going higher in
description. It's
altitude.
same as when you say atmosphere. Yeah, it's kind of in the rhetoric, in the speech that we use. You know, I don't really see a problem with it. Everyone knows that it's not rising.
I don't see the problem that the moon can look blue in some areas. I mean, what's the issue with that? It looks red, yellow, orange, gray.
Maybe we're talking about something different.
No, you're just fucking.
I'm fucking what? What am I?
Lost. Because you don't understand what a metaphor. Well, not a metaphor either.
It's not even a fucking metaphor. I mean, I'm talking about the literal.
That's what I mean about
transition of the moon, you know, and the cycles and everything. It's just
no. If you're gonna talk to me, you gotta hear what I'm saying. I didn't say you did anything. I was saying something. And I was saying that I was just trying to draw a parallel between you just reading off of Google what a blue moon is, and you're not even listening to what we're saying. And that's akin to you just reading off of Google and telling us that, rainbows are only because of the crystals or the moisture in the air when light bounces off. That's how you get a rainbow. Unbeknownst to you is that the rest of that rhetoric is because the light rays come in at 90 degrees at all points and yada, 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 yada. We know that that's not true. So why go with that story? But here you are telling us, well, what you telling us a blue moon is only 2 full moons in a month. It has nothing to do with what we're describing. You just kind of shit all over the conversation for no reason, and no one cares.
Yeah, Helio, you're wrong.
Does appear to be blue. Is that what you're saying? You see it as blue in the sky.
Yeah,
when you look at the moon, it looks like it's blue.
Yeah, I posted it on my Instagram when it happened.
Yeah, but Helio doesn't like it, so Elijah, you got a problem because he doesn't like what you're saying, bro.
He's like a Glover. He's not gonna be like, show me that shit. He's just gonna be like, no.
No, I'm
like I'm listening to 2 different conversations.
Yeah, it is kind of 2 different heated conversations. Whatever. Yeah, it's just like I told you, I've seen the freaking moon red, freaking orange. You know, I've seen all kinds of shit.
Nor can see. You've been muted. If you have a question about the topics at hand, anybody else besides Helio? Nor can see if you don't pick, we're gonna have to talk to Helio from now on. Glow 25 is lighting up. Go ahead, Glow 25. Oh, you're muted now.
Oh, I was just really hoping that Nork and C would speak up. I'd like to hear some.
What the hell do you want to talk to me for?
You seem chill, man.
I know it's not food breaker again. God.
What the fuck was that?
He's been drinking piss for almost 10 years, man.
Oh, man. Is that the guy that?
It's 4 a.m. We could let him rock because we're bored and there's nothing else to do. But you're getting banned as soon as somebody feels like it, bro. You're not even supposed to be in it.
Wait, is that the? You always trolling the VC and the server?
Every
Is that
day,
that
man.
guy?
This guy's in here every day.
He has
PD.
like 10,000 accounts, yo. Like, if the Earth being flat is so dumb, why do you fucking create so many accounts to sneak
That
in?
means he's a super fan.
You're a sycophant. That's what you are.
I mean,
Didn't people allow you to answer a question to have a conversation the other night and you just jumped out after Elijah asked you something? Didn't you ask him something the other day and he jumped out?
That was him. Because he couldn't do his little dumb argument about, elevation change and all that. Because it's obviously obvious to us and everyone in here that that's the case. That there's elevation changes on this flat plane that we live on.
I guess he's not a super fan enough to actually open his mic again.
His mic
Come
is
on,
open.
Nork and C. Come on, Nork and C, man. We ain't scared. You shouldn't be either.
Fuck, that really kind of just killed it for me.
Anybody have?
Elijah, have you seen the moon halo around New York? Because I've seen it here in Boston.
Yeah, all the time. Not all the time, but yeah, I've seen it enough times.
You know, the times that I've seen it very clear is when the moon is like, I have to look almost straight up.
Yeah, I didn't notice that, but now that you mention it, yeah, that's true.
From the sun, I've seen it in many angles, but from the moon, I remember seeing it only when I'm looking like, actually, he is above my head.
Well, from the sun, I think it's something about 45 degrees that you can see all of the rainbow activity. So that seems to be the perfect angle somewhere around there. But in fact, if you see the sun and it's about 45 degrees from you, is 45 degrees too low? Maybe I mean 65. I don't know, but there's a moment or a time period during the day that if you catch the reflection just right and you look at like some wet asphalt or some newly paved roads, you can actually see the circle, like what appears to be a halo around you. If you look at the shadow, the angle is right. I took a picture of it before. That's where all this Roman Catholic imagery comes from, I believe.
Hey, Elijah, were you saying you've got the sun over you? You've got the moon over you at the moment?
No, it's gone.
Oh, okay,
Couple
yeah,
hours.
because it's dead overhead here in Melbourne, Australia.
So for you, oh, that's
And
perfect.
the lit part is facing west, where the sun just went down in the west, maybe an hour ago, and that's where it's facing.
See, that is very fucking peculiar. Not what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's just like, just where you're at. You're just on the other side of the street looking in an opposite direction. But in all actuality, like you're seeing the same movement. But still, when it comes to what I just described, I'm like, how could the sun be coming from over there when I just saw the moon leave with the lit part to where the sun set previously?
Yes.
Something, and we'll never know. That is a super
So,
mystery, probably.
how long is sunrise for you? How far away is sunrise?
Let me Google it. Probably 5 change or something like that.
Because it's literally gone. It went down 45 minutes ago.
5:30 is sunrise for me, which is an hour and a half, an hour, 20 minutes from now. So if you stay up long enough, I guess around 2 o'clock your time, you'll begin to see the moon set. Right?
Yeah, and the sun should be on the other side of it, but the lit side is still will still be facing west.
I just do not get that.
I've never even thought about it until you started speaking about it today.
Because if the sun is going in a circle, that still makes any sense. Because it does appear that there's a relationship between the sun and what orientation.
It does appear like that most of the time when I look at the moon and the direction of where the lit part is, it's normally facing exactly where it should be. Apart from when the moon is in the sky at night till late night, and then the sun should be coming up on the other side of it. That's the only thing, like you're saying, that does my head in. But
well, even when the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time, it's
it
not
looks like
the orientation.
It's a different angle, yeah, slightly different angle.
There's these square earthers. It is Speculation Sunday. Fuck yes, it's my day. There are these square earthers who are very into the moon jump. The moon jump is basically, so if you watch where the moon rises every day, it doesn't even have to be rise like you saw it come up the horizon, but where, like, say you have a tree line, and every day the moon appears to come over, like, this tree line, and then every day incrementally it's a little bit more to the side, a little bit more, and a little bit more. Then one day, instead of the degree or so that it changes, it's more like 13 degrees in different.
All of a sudden.
And Enoch talks about that, but Enoch also describes it as moving through gates. And it's just interesting because some of these people, like where people think that Pac-Man Earth is real, that conclusion is fallacious. It's only because of the position of us in relation to the things in the sky. That's the only thing you could conclude, but I wouldn't conclude that. Just because
Elijah.
that's what it's like, you know what I mean? Perhaps this is a brilliant light show that is synchronized for certain for like each section of the earth we live on. Let's look at it in sections or quadrants. Like if there were multiple lights going on, but it was made to be a timepiece and go off without a hitch, meaning like, yeah, the sun, here's the moon, here's the cyclical nature, we would never notice if there was another sun or moon, or if there was something really weird going on. Like we would never, why would we notice, you know? But I don't know.
Yeah.
It's speculation.
Bro, have you seen the sun phenomena that you gonna see like faces of the sun near it, and people depicted as faces of the sun? Because when you're looking at the sun and it's illuminating your region, your area, when you see this sun halo, you also see kind of the light of the sun going. It's like you're looking at a wall that is illuminated, and then there's another wall next to it, to the left, to the right, to the bottom, to the top, and it's also, those walls are also illuminated, like the sun. You know what I'm trying to say? People depict the sun like it has multiple faces, and the face is to one side, to the other side, and then the face that is looking at you. But the other faces of the sun is looking to the other sides, away from you.
Like the multiple directions of projection.
Yeah, like different direction. Yeah.
Another thing that I thought that the sun's light had directionality. No one thinks about that. We just think the sun is lighting this. Well, first of all, like for instance, the light on my bike is round, but the light that it projects onto surfaces is square. We don't even know what kind of illumination the sun does on the face of
Get a bit closer to your mic, bro. A bit closer.
Did you hear what I said about so my light is on my bike, my headlight is circular, but the light that it projects onto a surface is square. We don't even know we don't even know the coverage of the sun or what shape that is. You know what I mean? So it's like,
I think it's because of lensing effect, like you're describing lenses.
For sure. And I realized one day, like if you and it is, you know, not season specific, but time specific, not daily specific, but at certain times of the year, I guess. One time I was doing observations of the sun, and I realized that when it's a certain part of day, like when it's early 10:39, when I try to zoom into the sun, I get very different glaring effects than when it's, you know, say 12 to 3 o'clock. And I'm like, is that because the intensity of the light changes, or is it because it's directional? Because I mean, it gets hotter the higher up it gets. So I would assume that the light was more intense, especially because I can't actually see it. So then why then would I see, you know, these effects early in the morning? I don't know. I just think, another reason I think it's directional is because what's his name? I forget what the guy's name is, but anyway, all he did was he used to always take pictures of the sun and the moon, and he got a shot where he was like high up in one tall building, and you could see the area that the sun is coming from is more dimly lit, like the buildings and that foreground or background is more, I'll just say background is less illuminated than when he went to the window that was pointing northwest, and the illumination there was much brighter. And that's interesting because you also see the same thing with rainbows. When you look at a rainbow from a top view, the littest portion is the middle, and as you move, further out from the rainbow, it's darker. So I'm like, I mean, that's the same thing as a flashlight on the floor. You have the most intense part in the middle, and then obviously the light tapers off as you
I think that function is closer to the sun, what you're describing. The moon works a little different, and what you're saying about the sun, it makes a lot of sense. The moon, I think, is a little bit different monster.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at this high altitude balloon footage of the moon, and look how it looks. This is like 100,000. This is very high, like not 80,000 feet or something. But that's what they claim. You see that? You see what the moon is doing now? How it looks, very high up.
Oh, fuck, I put my glasses on.
What? No way. That's insane.
It is insane. I know. I don't know what to say about it, but it looks like the roof is moving away on a roof, and since that angle is you're not very low on the ground, so you're looking at a ceiling that is you're more near the ceiling. Since it's moving away from you, you see this weird angle of the light.
Are they photos from a balloon, Jamesy?
Yeah, these are from a balloon or something like that.
I mean, this kind of looks CGI. I ain't gonna lie.
It's a video.
But check this out though. Like, see now, because there is a ceiling, if something is moving away, just like the bottom would get cut off because we're on the deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's like potentially maybe that's why we're seeing this flattening because we're more towards maybe the midpoint. Maybe, I don't know, but the only thing I could the angle is the reason that you're getting this compression effect.
Yeah.
Deal. And it's like that is very fucking odd. If it look, if that was a sphere, no, I can't say that because sphere or not, but we know that these compression effects happen to real objects. So, I mean, shit, man. I just know that looks weird as fuck. If that were space, though, I would only just imagine that you would just see it. Like, I wouldn't expect it to ever look like that.
Exactly.
Of course, I think that this stuff is a hologram, in my opinion. So
I think it's an image, like a reflected image of one of the layers. I don't know if it's the ground or one of the layers above, but the sun is going through multiple layers or the light, and there is a reflection effect that is giving you a light image, just like when you look at the sun and the moon in the plasma TV, similar to that. You're looking at an
Could that
image.
also explain? Could that also explain sometimes when with the moon and the sun on both, I'll say sunrises and moonrises and sets. Sometimes if they look and appear extremely larger than on other days.
Yeah, they look larger. I mean, the moon at least
doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, because I mean, if it's even on a sunset, so if it's getting farther away from me, it should be appearing smaller. But on some nights, it's extremely massive, and I don't understand that at all. How that makes any sense. Well, what you just said, I think maybe could explain that.
doesn't help. Trust me, I've thought about it. I have no idea.
What'd you say?
No, I said it
really
doesn't
low, I
help.
couldn't hear you.
I'm playing Call of Duty. It's fucking with
What
my
doesn't
audio.
help? What doesn't help?
I've thought about it, but it still doesn't make sense why it would appear bigger.
Oh yeah, bigger.
Lensing effects. That's what I'm saying. Lensing effects.
That is the only I can think of.
I never hear anybody talk about that either. Nobody really ever brings that up.
Elijah, let me show you this that I did in my house. This is let me find it first. Go ahead, guys. You've probably seen it, but let me check. First, I'm gonna post the tools that were used for the test, or I don't know, observation. Just gotta post the photograph I took of the cat. He looks like, oh wow. Discord didn't let me post this as a image file. That's weird. Looks like a download file. Just
You know, if you could see what was in that water, you'd never shower in it. It's like covering your body with like a white powder, and you don't know what it is.
Look at the moon that I made inside my house in my roof. Also, let me pause it here just for giggles. This one's are you still there, Elijah Timbo? Timbo, you've been talking. Timbo slice. So look at this, right? So from the reflector that is reflecting the light to the roof, look at this few
I think somebody new might have just came in because I don't recognize. If anybody wants to try to talk to him.
Okay, I'm trying to talk about something, and he is posting bullshit. I'm gonna delete it for him just to stay on topic. There you go, Helium. Thank you for not helping. I think I even got a ring around the light. Where is it? Oh, this one is not as clear.
Hey, Jimsy, I bet you my whisper is a lot sexier than your whisper. Well, we're looking shit up together. Trying to find out whether or not we can prove each other wrong about, or the globe flat. It can be very very substantial information that we're trying to find. I'm looking for something. It could that might be.
You lost a bit substantial, Helio. As soon as you said substantial, that was it. I was freezing. That was brilliant. You're looking for something substantial.
Yeah, he's like, oh no, Helio's posting shit in the chat. I'm gonna delete that. It's like, bitch, I got all kinds of shit I can post in there. But anyway,
yeah, you have a lot of shit. You see how I didn't delete the sundial because I like that one, but the other
it's a good one. See, bro. Well, I mean, but you and Eli were on the moon shit for a while, but it's cool. Well, nobody's been to the moon. I mean, nobody said that.
Correct.
Anyway.
No, I've been to the moon here.
Yeah, but we've observed the moon, and we've given our testimony of observing the moon, and it's perfectly well. Boom. That's all we can say about it. The only thing that we can know is what we observe here from Earth about the moon. Now, we can give speculations, and
that's speculation. That's just
sure. And I think you guys really misunderstood what I was saying about the blue moon.
You misunderstood what we were saying about the blue. I think you did.
Really? Because you were talking about color, and I was talking about the calendar. So I think you misunderstood what I was saying because you were talking about color, and I was talking about the calendar.
That's the whole point.
I'm going to say it again. You were talking about color, and I was talking about the fucking calendar.
Incorrect.
With all
wrong.
Okay, let me. So this is what I heard. I heard Gemsy talk about he wanted to mention an observation he made during a time of the blue moon, and he just wanted to explain his observation. And I don't remember him mentioning if he actually saw the moon as blue. I didn't hear that.
It looked silver. It looked silver like it normally looks, but it was near the horizon, and the event is labeled as a blue moon.
All right, labeled as a blue moon because
it was labeled a blue moon, and nobody was talking about colors. You're the one that brought that up, Helio.
All right, so, but I'm not wrong because it's called a blue moon because it happened twice in a month in the Gregorian calendar.
Okay,
and I posted an article. That's why it's called a blue moon.
Yeah, sure. We know.
All right, then it's over. All right, cool. Now you agreed. Boom, it's over.
I agree to disagree with you.
All right, let's move on forward. What were we talking about now?
Bro?
What were you guys talking about now?
An hour.
Yeah, it was a bunch of bullshit that really we didn't have to argue about that because I was right. From the outset, but anyway.
The funny part, you're still arguing about it.
No, because I was right. But anyway, let's move on to the next.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong about the blue moon.
What is wrong with you?
I'm really just fucking with you guys. Anyway, let's move on.
Anyways, yeah, whatever.
Oh. What were you looking for? I mean, you were like mumbling. You were looking for something. What were you looking for? You were talking about something and mumbling, and while I was spamming freaking memes. What were you looking for, Jamesy?
Have you looked at what I posted, or?
Let me check real quick.
Yeah, because I was talking and mumbling about what I posted. So if you look, you can see what I posted. I was mumbling about.
I think is it that new person leave? Oh well.
Are you talking about the artificial sun? Or what is that?
Nothing that you have to worry about.
No, I don't. Hey, I don't worry about shit. By the way, But
wait, you don't
what
take
is
a
that?
Shit? When I feel like taking a shit, I do worry about it.
No, yeah.
you can use shit when it has nothing to do with poop, right? You can use that phrase.
I don't use shit when it has nothing to do with poop. I don't.
God damn it, Jimsy. You're an asshole, but you're not an asshole because you're Jimsy, right? So it's the same thing, you know.
So
explain what you just posted. You're talking.
You see
about.
how the light reflection can give you a shadow? You see the reflector on the floor? It will give you like a moon face or maybe a sun. You see how the light is being illuminated, but it's also giving you a shadow at the same time in one spot? And you could change the angle and it will give you a complete light or a complete light reflection or a half light reflection or a tiny light reflection or a bigger shadow. That's all I'm saying. And then on the roof, on the
cool.
same
That's
thing.
actually pretty cool, man. I like that.
Yeah, and you can see something similar happening to the sun and the moon.
Is this your creation here? Those images you just posted? Did you make that?
Yes. No, my creation, but I took it with my equipment, and that's my cat. If you can see him there.
Now you can see your cat.
Let me post the cat. He helped me with the experiment.
Your cat helped you with the
With the test. Yeah, he
All
was
right,
making
so
sure everything.
I don't
was
see a cat in the picture.
all good.
Where's there a cat in any of the pictures?
You guys are
I'm looking.
You're
Yeah,
biased.
it's a blind experiment, and there's a cat somewhere in there. Yeah. Let's see.
If you look him, you'll find it.
Oh shit! Now I'm
What I
looking.
posted.
Oh shit! I see it now. See the cat.
You got it. I'll give you a better one. Hopefully this one goes through. Oh, there you go.
I see a face.
Is that the cat was in the? That was in the. That's your cat,
What the fuck is that?
Jamesy. Is that really your cat?
He looks super shiny when he's under the sunlight.
Dude, he's fucking totally white.
Wait, that's a cat.
Well, he actually have a black spot on his forehead.
That's really your cat. Super white.
Yeah, he's white. He's racist.
Yeah, he's a super white racist cat. I have a super black furry freaking racist cat. He's like 13 years old. He's freaking cool too. But anyway, he's just like a big furry fucking stupid crazy ass cat. Cats are crazy.
When he's under the sunlight,
that's really your cat, bro.
Okay, I see it.
He looks like a light. When he's under the sunlight, he looks like a freaking light.
So hold on, I gotta take.
It's like an albino cat, man. What the shit?
Fuck did that go?
I couldn't describe it any other way. I mean, he's albino. Crazy.
He's actually half rabbit.
He's half as if rabbits and cats could
Do you
procreate.
believe me? Look at his back. I mean, I'm gonna give you the angle, but look. I also have. I actually got evidence about he being a rabbit.
Do you have so
Look
so
at his
his
leg.
what was it, his
rabbit.
mother or father that's a rat?
Helio, look at the back leg. Look at the back leg. Oh,
No.
yeah.
No, he looks like a cat to me. I know what a fucking rabbit. I know the difference between a fucking rabbit and a cat is.
Helio, he jumps like a rabbit. He acts like a rabbit. Half his body looks like a rabbit.
Dude, I've had cats all my life, and I know they're super fast and super fucking crazy like rabbits are, but they're freaking hunters, man. They're freaking hunter gatherers.
He doesn't have a tail like a rabbit. He was born like that. I mean, let me see. If
All right, so you're doing like some
fucking weird genetics shit on your farm and like farming like rabbit cat hybrids or some shit, or is that
I'll
what
show
you're
you.
doing?
That's nature, bro. I can't. do anything about it.
Wait, hold on. Where did you get this?
Get what?
The cat.
The cat on a farm.
Hold on. I want to know the name
From
first.
a farm. Mikey.
All right, Mikey. Is Mikey? Are you saying that Mikey is a cat rabbit
It's a
hybrid?
Yeah.
Is
Look,
Mikey
I'll show you this. Look at.
have no tail?
He has no tail. I'm telling you, he's like a rabbit, and he has the back legs of a rabbit.
Like a jackrabbit or
This one.
no, a jackrabbit. Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, jackrabbits are rare, and dude, they're very good.
Okay, I'll post
Super powerful.
I'm gonna post a photograph of. I have evidence of his dad and mom. One sec, let me find it.
Hey, welcome to Speculation Sunday, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome. Snacks on the back.
Did you guys see the face in your picture that you posted? I blew it up. You guys see that? That
Might be my
is that
face because my face is there somewhere. He also likes balls. Look, Helio. He likes to play with balls on flat surfaces.
And most animals do. I don't like pets. Dude,
you
especially
think your cat knows
cats.
this way?
Cats are hunters, man.
Let me see if I find the photo of his mom and dad. Wait, I'm almost there.
My other cat's like black and white, so he's mixed. Which that would even that really doesn't have anything to do with the race. It's just I found him in the fucking gutter and I fed him like I made a formula for him and grew him up. And he really is kind of an asshole, but he's a fucking
Well, I wonder where he gets it from.
He's a killer. He'll kill anything. You can't stop him. He'll kill a mouse, a freaking bird. If he can catch it, he's gonna kill it.
Helio, look at this, Helio. This is evidence of what I was trying to tell you. Look.
I knew you were fucking gonna read.
And look, it's proof. If look at his forehead. He has a black spot on his forehead. He got it from his mom. And from his dad, he got the whiteness and the non-tail and the back legs.
Some Dr. Moreau shit.
This is serious, Helio.
I'm sure that probably sometimes that could happen in real life. But as far as procreation goes, it doesn't match up. They can never make that happen.
Oh, I found another photo.
You can't make a cat rabbit freaking hybrid
I got one, bro. I got
through natural procreation. What the
You're wrong right now.
Hey, hold on. I mean, we often talk about science on here, and I know that's fucking impossible. But it is funny. I'll give you that. That's funny.
It's not funny. It's not funny at all.
All right, so your rabbit cat
I'll show you.
is he terrorizing you? Fucking asshole. That shit is funny, Gems. Come on, man. I mean, it's fucking hilarious.
Look at the last one, Helio. Look. A second. It's coming.
I know a horse can fuck a donkey and they can make a mule, but that's about it as far as it goes.
That back is of it's blurry, this one, but look at those legs and he has no tail. You see him jumping? He jumps like a rabbit. I'll make a video. I'll send it to you. Not today. Maybe next week. Next Sunday.
Next time, yeah, because I'm all out of laughs about your sweet little kitty. I don't think he's half rabbit, half cat.
The proof is in the pudding.
That was a funny one, Jimsy. I like that. Good stuff. Yeah, my cats are stupid as fuck. But they're awesome hunters, man. They kill all the rodents around here. They don't even just like stop. I caught one of my cats one day. Opened the door, and the cat just had a squirrel just freaking eating his face, just chomping down, just like his eyeball was in his mouth. He's just like just freaking eating the fucking squirrel's face. He's like, what? I'm like,
he's hungry.
That's a fucking squirrel. And he's just like, didn't I do good? I'm like, yeah, you did good. Yeah.
So someone said a face on the photograph. You see the face? Maybe he left.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, you posted a screenshot.
Yeah. You guys see it?
Yeah, a bunch of artifacts that I've seen in the photographs. I'll show you more. What do you think about that? That's probably lens effects because the ceiling also has like a couple layers of the roof, which is the light is going through. So there is the ceilings above the firmament, those layers. Then there is the ceiling of my house, which the light is going through, right? And then there is the lenses of the camera that I'm taking the photographs with. So there's a bunch of things in the way, and the light is doing effects.
Yeah.
Helio, have you ever seen good luck charms, like a rabbit leg?
Oh, they call it rabbit's foot. Yeah, I remember. Like back in the day, they'd take a rabbit. You get a rabbit's foot. It's supposed to be a good luck charm, and they have like a little metal ring around it, and you put it on a keychain or something. And keep it in your pocket for good luck. Yeah.
There you go, Helio. Look.
I don't think it's popular anymore, but it was back in the day.
Well, look at the photograph that I posted. Look at it.
Fuck is that?
Yeah, it's pretty blurry. I don't know what the fuck that is, bro. It is.
Is that a back leg?
Yeah, that's
the
a
fuck
back
is
leg. It's a rabbit's leg.
You got a deformed cat.
You think?
So. That's an inbred.
What the fuck are you doing, Josie? Is this a mind control game or some shit?
That cat's fucking inbred.
Cat's ass. So
I am joking, but it looks kind of funny, right?
It does, but I mean, I know the difference between a rabbit's foot and a cat's foot. But that one doesn't have any claws or paws or anything like that.
Telling you, bro.
It's a cabin. Oh, that's a good one.
There you go. Someone found it. Timbo found it. Yeah, that's the type of cat. Yeah,
Dude, if
Mine's
cats and rabbits could breed, we'd be fucked.
There'd be no stopping now.
There'd be no stop. It'd just be overrun. They would take over the entire world.
Timbo is supporting my case, so Helio, you're wrong again.
Hey, I'm
You're
used to
wrong.
it.
I got all the evidence. Prove me wrong. What you got?
Fucking A, man. Cabot.
Cabot, that's a good one. I also have a bear. I take selfies with my bear. I know you've seen my face before, Helio, but I'm not gonna show it here. But I'm gonna send you a picture of my bear, okay?
Either way, I mean, you don't have to make any promises to me.
Look.
And even if you sent me your,
selfie with
your
my
picture,
bear.
I'm not going to share it if you don't want me to. It doesn't matter. Oh, that's you?
My bear.
Oh, that's your bear. Okay. So, I mean, that's your cross to bear?
That is me next to my bear, but just the face of my bear.
Another bears in Puerto Rico.
There's bears in the United States.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot you're in the United States. Hey, by the way, are there bears in Puerto Rico?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Well, in the zoo. Let me see.
What the fuck are we doing, Joseph? Clowning around. Hey, you know what's funny is sometimes we talk about Dungeons and Dragons on here, whatever. We have some people that do like to play. I used to play a lot, back in the day, but that new Dungeons and Dragons movie, if you've seen that was really pretty good.
It came out? When?
Yeah, it came out about a few months ago.
I think it's on Amazon for free, right?
No, it's not on Amazon for free, but I can give you a link if you want to watch it. It's really good. It's just like you can rent it or you can watch it through the link that
I think you're wrong.
I'm wrong. How can I be wrong? Be sure I
for free on Amazon.
No, it's not. You can rent it from Amazon, but I can show you where you don't have to pay for it. I can send you a link where you don't have to pay for it.
Someone was looking at the effects of the photographs. I'm gonna post this one.
Yeah, no. If you have okay. Oh no, it's my Paramount subscription. That's where it's available for free. Never mind.
Is it on Paramount?
Yeah. As long as you have a subscription.
Yeah, well, I have the sub there, but maybe it is. But which I don't even use my Paramount subscription anyway. I'm not.
And you can also see a ring around the reflection, like kind of like one of the planets that have like a ring,
like the rings around Uranus.
Ring of light. Let me see if I find a more clear one.
Hey, you know what? I watched that movie 65,
with Adam Dyer.
Is that the dinosaur fucking movie?
Yeah, it's called 65 because 65 million years ago, right?
Fuck off.
Dude, it was just like when it first came out, I was intending to watch it, but it's even.
It's not even entertaining.
I mean, it's worth it, I guess, for a space novel kind of thing, but it's just like, god damn. It was just like him from another planet. If you want to watch it, go ahead and watch it. It was it was about he just happenstance landed on Earth when the dinosaurs were alive, and right before the fucking asteroid killed all the dinosaurs. So, spoiler alert, too late. But yeah,
sounds really lame.
That's why it's called 65. 65 million years ago, the dinosaurs were extinct by by an asteroid hit the Earth, right? I mean, in the Yucatan Peninsula, right? All that kind of shit.
I never understood this obsession with dinosaurs. I didn't get it.
Yeah, bro. And, dude, even in that movie, it's just like, what dinosaur? I mean, which dinosaur is that? I mean, it's just like.
Even when I believe in dinosaurs,
they take
I didn't give a fuck.
Well, the word dinosaur was like that was like in the 1800s. They didn't come that with term, as far as I know, until like late 1800s. After after the evolution idea and stuff like that. So it wasn't even. This process of the evolution idea and the globe, it's really a brand new idea. It's never been like a solidified thing through, as far as what we understand as modern history. Well, go ahead. If I was interrupting someone, go ahead.
What happened?
Yeah, no shit. What happened?
What? You just also stopped talking.
What happened? Why? All right. What happened?
You're talking about.
Yeah, nothing happened. It was just me rambling. I'm trying to jumpstart a conversation. That's all that was happening. If you guys are familiar with how they came up with the evolution theory and the Big Bang and all that kind of stuff that led up to this whole idea, the reason we're here, talking about flat Earth and versus their stupid idea of evolution, and space and the universe creating something out of nothing and coalescing into why we're here now. How can nothing create humans that have consciousness having this fucking conversation that we're having right now?
Look at the rings of Saturn right here.
The rings of Saturn, dude.
You see the planet on my roof and the rings around it? The ring around it? The ring of light?
Dude, it happened on accident. Don't tell anybody. Or tell everybody, or make up a story about how it happened, and they'll believe it. And there's it's just like, it's not about evolutionists versus creationists. The evolutionists have the same creation story, or not the same, but a different creation story. So our creation story is different than their creation story, isn't it? Because, yeah, I mean, it's just like, you think that there's a difference between creationist and an evolutionist, dude, that's their fucking creation story. So how did it happen? Well, it happened on accident.
It's got a lot of holes in it.
Oh, dude, not a lot. It's got infinite holes in it. But our creation story is, some people say, oh, you guys, all you guys say God did it. Well, dude, that's
How
one.
is that any different than saying nothing did it?
Okay, yeah, you guys say nothing did it. It just happened. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Somebody had to do it, right? I mean, so it's just like empty nothingness made something happen, or something, a creator made it happen, and here we are. And so which one's more plausible? That's the base of it. It's like, all right, now let's go through it. Now we can go, well, I think the entire universe, the outer space thing, or Earth, like the flat earthers would be like, well, we're on Earth and God made this place. And there are as many questions about, amongst creation. And religionists, there are as many questions between us as creationists as there are amongst the freaking non-creationists, so they have a lot of questions themselves, so they argue with us and we argue with each other, but it's just like, it's a really weird situation a lot of times.
But you know what? Their arguments though are rooted in
magic.
No, I mean misunderstanding or misinterpreting the Bible and misquoting it and not.
Oh, no. But if they look at the Bible and at all in their interpretation of creation of the universe, they shouldn't even consider it. Because if they know that the earth came from nothing, they don't need the Bible, right?
Yeah.
So let them fucking figure it out. They don't need any knowledge of previous history of man and universe or anything. Everything came from nothing, man. They don't need the Bible, do they? To figure out how we came to exist and have this knowledge. Freaking, they should just not consider the Bible anything at all. Let them show us how this shit happened, and they really don't have anything when it comes to all of that. They're really kind of like stepping in the weeds and the reeds, like crossing the Reed Sea, right? Anyway. Shut up, Helio. I mean, it's just like and none of us can expand our knowledge without combining knowledge. But also, if you don't consider, religious tomes and history of man about the origins of
the oranges?
Earth.
Oranges.
Orange, dude, I love oranges too. The best oranges are from Florida and California. But
there's no atheists in foxholes.
The origins of humanity, right? So we all understand this together. All together, we should actually kind of like combine our knowledge and figure out what the fuck's really going on. We shouldn't be opposed to each other. Now, And that's what I think what we're doing here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is showing, people, a lot of people coming in and say, you guys just don't understand, because everybody already knows that we're the third rock from the sun, the Milky Way galaxy. That's the story I was told when I was a child, right? That's the story. All right, considering that, then you have, gravity and physics and all these mathematical functions, everything involved.
Hey, you want to hear a funny story?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when I was in high school, I dated this girl who wasn't religious, and she said she didn't believe in God. And I didn't care at the time because, I was just with her because she was extremely good looking, and, I just wanted one thing.
All right.
When we were engaged, when we were engaged in that one thing, she called out for God quite often, and I never understood that. I wanted to say to her, "Who are you talking to?"
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. Did you believe in God when you were growing up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too. So,
but I did have my moments of doubt.
Dude, that's God put that in you. So it's, and then it goes back to the question, right? It's just like, and we, as this modern generation, it's supposed to be this globe, third rock from the sun, the Milky Way galaxy. But once you figure out that that's bullshit, then there's so many different considerations, right? Because everything about that stops, Then you, like, when I first, I freaking avoided that shit. When I first heard about it, I fought against it. I was like, no, this can't be true. Oh, the Earth can't be flat. Dude, Earth is the only place that can exist. It's the only thing you can know until.
What about the heavens, though?
Huh?
What about the heavens, though? That exists. I mean, we haven't been there.
Definitely exists.
The heavens. I mean, are you connected to the heavens? And I think you are, because guess what? I always believed in God, so I'm connected to the heavens.
The luminaries that we observe, the sun, the moon, everything of that is dependent on the heavens above and on the design of that.
Hey, you remember in The Lion King when Timon, Pumbaa, and Simba were laying there looking at the stars?
No.
Well, in the movie The Lion King, they were looking at the stars, and
I remember that.
Yeah, and Timon, he's always a joker. He just made fun of it. And then Pumbaa said, "Oh, they just I heard they were just giant balls of gas burning billions of miles away." And
Simba said that those are our ancestors.
Timba said, freaking Timon said, with you, Simba. I mean, not Simba. Timon, everything. Shit, I'm fucking this up. But anyway, said, everything is gas. And then check this out, though. If you slow-mo the video, but anyway, right after he said, with you, what the fuck is the name of the pig?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. He said, with you, everything's gas. And then, because in Simba's mind, he was looking at the stars in the heavens, thinking about his ancestors, right?
Yeah.
And so when Timon said that, he's like, with you, everything is gas. And then Simba got really upset, and he just left the scenario. He's just like, I got to think. And this is the movie that really should, if you haven't seen it yet, where he, after that where they're contemplating the heavens, he plops down. He walks away from that little discussion with them while they're watching the stars, and he plops down. And in the Disney movie, he plops down, and there's like a puff of dust, and it spells out sex.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
I'm gonna show you a photograph that I took of a light.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Disney. What's going on when Simba's just like thinking about the universe and shit, and then he plops down, and then it just pops out sex on the movie, right? Come on, man. What's up?
Subliminal messaging. Oh.
Hey, sex is procreation, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with sex. But I mean, it's just like, but it's a cartoon for kids, right? And so they're talking about contemplating the universe. Next thing you know, plop, sex. I don't know. I mean, it's always been weird for me, for that to be a thing. I mean, but that's not the first or last. That Disney's been doing this shit for a long time. There's some older cartoons with freaking Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, man. They just freaking have little weird things.
Yeah.
And this isn't speculation. It's fucking real. They do it. Right. Even though it's Speculation Sunday, we can prove it. I mean, and even, even on Speculation Sunday, a lot of people bring it up. Sometimes, some of the stuff we bring up, but it's actually, we can show you some real shit that you might be scared to look into. That's okay. Talk about it.
Hey, I noticed something interesting the other day. So I was looking at the Red Pill movies that are in that list in here, and one of them is The Sea Beast. So I saw that was on Netflix, and I went to it, and I assumed right away, without seeing it, hold on, I gotta get to it first so I can read it word for word, that this might be some sort of flat Earth thing, that they might show maybe a flat Earth or a flat Earth map in this movie, right? And then this is the description of the movie. This monster of a hit sailed into the Netflix top 10 across the globe with a winning story. So that confirmed it for me that this must be a flat Earth Red Pill movie, because they had to reinforce the globe before you even watch the fucking movie.
Yep.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it's almost every time with a lot of Hollywood stuff, man. It's just like you either everybody knows I'm a huge fan of fiction, so I always go in with the premise.
What's the name of that movie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Beast.
It's called Sea Beast, and it's on Netflix, and it makes flat Earth references. That seems kind of crazy.
I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. I was gonna watch it and I didn't, but I assume
I think I saw the thing too. Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume it is, because just of the description of the movie, and this isn't even a description of the movie. It doesn't tell you anything about what the movie's about. It was just an excuse to throw in globe.
They'll kick that shit off Netflix quick if it is.
Nah, people are too fucking dumb, dude. And that's why they put in the word globe.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they do. I mean, it's just like people don't. Doesn't matter how flat the Earth is. Which, I mean, it's like Earth is not flat. It's the only place that we exist. It doesn't. It's just like flat isn't a shape. It's our realm. It's Earth. I mean, it's just like flat Earth. It's not like flat Earth. It's just Earth. But a lot of people, I do like the term flat Earth, you know, just to kind of trigger the conversation. But, bro, it's Earth, man. The only place that all of us can exist. I mean, are you communicating with anyone else that's not on Earth? If you think you are, then you might, you know, have some mental issues or whatever. And they have people like in freaking underground tunnels, like with radar telescopes, looking for intelligence in outer space. It's like you're wasting your time because you're only going to find intelligence and creation, you know, created people here. Just look across Earth. All of us are in this together.
There is no shape. However, where we reside, the oceans and the land we live on, it's measurably flat. As far as everything else, there is no shape.
Sure, I mean, but to consider it otherwise, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the only reason that this globe Earth shit exists, or us in a galaxy or whatever, is because someone told some other people and convinced them that the angular, you know, declination of stars and planets, or you know, have something to do with the shape of the ground, and it's complete bullshit.
Yeah, that's why so many people will never wake up, because if they weren't raised with any sort of creator belief system, they're going to fight against it forever, and they're not going to accept a creator because because it's fuck. I lost.
No, I get you, bro. Man, it's not on us. It's not on us at all. It was, dude. I used to think it was true too.
Okay, hold on. I figured it out. So what I was going to say is the reason why they fight against a creator so hard too is because of the organized religions, because there is a lot wrong with a lot of organized religions, and so they use that against the belief in God when it has nothing to do with believing in God.
Right, exactly. It's about what you perceive and what you see. It's not about belief. Even if you're a Christian, you know, Christian flat earther, Christian globalist, right? It's what you see. Can we all, you know, come to a common ground of like what we see, you know, with our own eyes? But even with, you know, even philosophically, you can really rationalize with yourself whether what they're telling you is true or what is not. Because I mean, if you really get into what they're trying to convince you of with governments, you know, financial system and the fucking wars and all that kind of crazy shit, we're human beings all together here on Earth. You can be proud of the region you're from, but you don't have to fucking kill anybody over it. It's dangerous to have an ideology, you know, sometimes. But you better protect your own, because there's a fucking bunch of crazy fucking idiots out there. So you better know how to protect yourself.
So remember how I said earlier how I had my moments of doubt about creator? One of the things that steered me back was flat earth and helped me really get rooted back into it. And then I went through a situation where I really needed a miracle. And I started looking at scripture, mainly the New Testament, because I realized when I was reading it, I never really understood it at all. And I had been doing everything wrong. So I followed it. And basically what it means to me is, if you are going to actually believe in it, that means you have to give up all of your cares and give them to Jesus. Now, if you want to say Jesus didn't exist, he was never really met, whatever. To me, it doesn't matter.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite
It's the
part?
idea.
What's your favorite part of the New Testament?
I can't.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to say, but I mean,
yeah, I'm not that. I'm not that
your
good at it.
name's
I can't do
Paul. Your name's Paul. So, what's your favorite book of Paul?
I like I said, I can't tell you. Honestly, I can't tell you. I don't have any. I don't have one scripture memorized. But that happened to me, right? So then I started putting that into practice and didn't worry about my situation. And I said, I'm going to give it to you. You deal with it. You have my back. I know you do. And I got an actual miracle for the first time in my life. So it's real. You know, these things are real. It can happen to you, anybody.
Yeah. Dude, the spirit is stronger than the flesh. You know, if you try to do it it through intellect, it never works. It never works. It may seem to work for a time, but you have to have the connection to spirit, because it won't unless you combine the two and know.
Yeah, and if you don't actually put faith in Jesus or whatever,
faith is the catalyst. Faith is the catalyst.
And people, at the time, early on, I didn't understand what that meant. You know what I mean? And then I figured it out and realized, you know, you should have no fear ever about anything if you believe.
Dude, how did you figure this out, Paul? Same way I did, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the living word, and it just came to me. It spoke to me in a way it never did before.
Creation. I mean, it's just like people saying, all these atheists, and it's like, God doesn't exist. Well, how the fuck did you exist if God doesn't exist? Who created you? You know, it's just like, okay, you know, if you want to believe that you just happened on accident, then you're like an ant, or what? You just disintegrate, basically. I mean, it's just like, I believe. I mean, it really comes to ideology and belief, and like you said, faith. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Knowing, and the catalyst is faith. In between knowledge and wisdom, basically, you know, because it's like anyone can learn anything, but you can't know anything until you experience it. But you can also have faith, and so you have the faith combined with your individual knowledge, and then you have the background of wisdom. Because anyway, all of that combined can help you lead the charge against the stupid atheist.
Yeah.
I think they're I don't think they're stupid. I think they're religious zealots, and they don't realize it.
You know what else too that used to bother me is I used to think I was a hypocrite because I would pray a lot when I was in trouble or when I needed something, and I thought that was wrong.
Yeah,
or it's not. That's when he wants you.
I was raised Catholic, but I promise I spent many hours like we used to have lock-ins at the church, and I'd spend a while just like talking to God, man. And whether or not, the Catholic God is real or whatever, that's the dude. It never, dude. I never lost that connection with my Creator. So I'm not Catholic anymore. I don't practice Catholicism, but that God that I met when I was a child, it's the same God.
Yeah. A big part of the reason why I lost connection is because of the globe lie and everything that comes along with it. Because I didn't understand, and I fell away from religion because of how evil all the, organized religions are. And so I thought, I can't put my faith in this and belief in this when these men are behind it, just like everything else that is fucked up in this world, governments and so on. So it fucked me up, and I started falling in those rabbit holes of, thinking that, well, if there isn't a creator from God, from the religions, then maybe we came from somewhere else. And so I went down that thing, and it just, it makes you miserable. I've said this a couple times this week. I should stop repeating myself.
No, man. Not everybody's heard your story, so you can repeat it multiple times. People have heard my story many times too. So you don't ever feel bad, for repeating yourself.
Yeah, maybe you can share your story. That'd be great.
So you feel lost and disillusioned, and you don't understand what your purpose is or where you even are. When you're fed all this bullshit and all these fucking lies, you really don't know which one to believe. It's total confusion. Total confusion.
Yeah, a lot of us have been through the same thing, man. I appreciate you. When you get to it,
you make mistakes because you think, well, fuck, who gives a shit,
So was it Friday that got you back into the scene, or?
Yeah.
Understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, that, and then I was granted a miracle when I discovered what faith actually means and I actually practiced it and it worked.
Mm-hmm. And so if you
don't mean practice flat Earth, you mean practice?
No, I went through a situation where I needed a miracle, and so in other situations where I needed to ask for help in prayer or guidance, I was saying the words and asking and talking to God, but then when I was done, I was still constantly worried about it and fearful for what was going to happen. So I didn't have faith. I was giving the Creator my problems, but then when I was away from Him, I had doubt, and so I didn't have any faith. So I had to mentally practice to not worry. The situation I was in, I knew I was going to be okay. Because it wasn't in my hands. It wasn't in anyone else's hands. It was in His hands because I gave it to Him. Whatever. And He didn't let me down. It happened, and I wasn't let down.
Awesome.
And that had never happened to me before because I never really had faith until that time because I didn't understand what it really meant. Anyway, okay, I'm done.
No, I got that.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, bro. And I mean, it's just like some people will say, well, you have to work with God and but sometimes people say, well, let God and let live. Anyway.
So what would y'all say to the globalists that they worship science? Like I heard a bit of that Professor Dave debate clip against the guy, and it was like they're so confident that science has all the answers that, you know, they don't need God, they don't need a creator, and how do they get by in their lives? Like,
It's weird. I have a weird kind of like a dialectic, spiritual like feeling about it. It's like in my spirit, you know, when I hear Professor Dave talk, he just sounds like the enemy. Not because I mean, we have people that are, you know, Globers coming here every day, and you know, they talk to us cordially, and that's fine. But people like Professor Dave, that dude just sounds like the devil to me. I just can't stand his voice. I feel no. I have a spiritual like aversion to that motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie.
yeah, to me it sounds like, man, if the scientism guys had their way, I'd be very afraid of living in their society, because they wouldn't hesitate to, you know, just destroy your life, overpower you, you know, rule you by communism or whatever, because that's...
Yeah, but I know they're weak. They're weak, and that's why they feel strong. And so that's why I say I have an aversion, because I already know that they're weak. You know, so it's just like
they're lying too about science. A lot of their science is pseudoscience, right? But the real science, they're ignoring what it really does, and what it really does is points to the creator.
Exactly, right. And that's when he was talking to, was that professor the PhD that he talked to the other day? Was it John? Damn, what was his name?
Was it about like intelligent design and
intelligent design? Yeah, did you guys listen to that?
Somebody played the clip on here.
It was from Rice University in Texas. What was his name? Something John something, I can't remember. But anyway, Professor Dave actually went there and had a you know, debate with him in his own classroom, you know, at the university, and totally disrespected him and freaking was a total asshole. It's like that kind of spirit in the room. It's like, why would you totally do that? It in his own freaking teaching platform. The shit that he said about him right there. Even if you disagree with him, you wouldn't even freaking do that to.
Oh, you know what? I think I did. Somebody played that in here. Yeah.
Then we played it here a couple times, but yeah.
Because normally, honestly, I don't seek that stuff out, because I don't see.
Yeah,
what
but
the value
somebody
is
like
in it.
Professor Day, I mean, when he went there to his own freaking classroom, and his students were there, and the media was there and shit, and the way he disrespected that dude just showed it. He showed his ass. He's a fucking dude, Professor.
That's
Dave.
what they always do, though, because they don't have anything to validate anything they say, so they immediately just go to personal attacks.
Yeah, just fucking insult and we're just like,
they attack the person giving the information instead of the information.
And then there are chimps in the back going, creation is so dumb.
I mean, I'm almost to the point where we shouldn't even be debating these people. There is no debate.
Hey man, dude, we have to keep doing it. We have to.
My issue is,
if we stop, then we're disappointing the people that are looking for us. They'll eventually find us. Hey, dude, there are dozens of people that find us every day, and you've known that, you know, since you've been here. You've seen other people find the server and people get involved. Yeah, so we can't stop. There's no way we can stop.
I guess it does help people that can't come in here and actually speak, so they'll listen first, and then they'll yeah, they'll hear those guys make an ass of themselves, and they'll be like, "Oh, holy shit!" what's
Yeah,
going on
that's
here?"
why we don't tolerate fucking bullshit a lot in here, but we do tolerate a little bit, just so other people can find us,
Yeah.
for long enough, But I mean, dude, what the fuck is it? John something. John, anyway, the guy from Rice, he's I don't even know if it wasn't about flat earth, it was about intelligent design, and he's been teaching at Rice University as a PhD for freaking like 30 years, and then this freaking Dave Farino fucking guy comes in there and he's like, "Oh, look at him faking out the world, because we already know." It's like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? He's been teaching at this university for 30 years, and you're gonna come here and fucking insult him, you fucking prick.
Yeah, it's people like that and people that come here and just want to really debate hard. You're never going to get any traction with them people.
Yeah, we're not looking for those people. So that's
Yeah,
what. No. The genuine people find us. The genuine people find us, and then we get to have a lot of fun talking about the philosophical implications all together all the time. That's what we do.
The issue I have is have you heard the Seth MacFarlane series? What's it called? The Orville. And it's sort of like a.
Oh, dude, I love the Orville. I couldn't. Yeah, did you watch all of it?
Yeah, I watched all 3 seasons.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Is that the one?
The
with
one
the
issue,
people
though-
stuck on a ship in
Yeah,
space?
it's kind of
and,
like Star
look down or
Trek,
something?
but it's kind of like Star Trek.
The one issue I have, though, which is really reflective of the whole scientism sort of attitude to things, is that they always put themselves as like, we're advanced, so we're so enlightened, so we get to make all the moral decisions. So what I didn't like about the Orville was a lot of it is just, we are from the 24th century, so we are like morally superior to everything, and it's always like, whether it's.
But I think Seth MacFarlane, the way he writes stuff, I think he understands that. I think you could come into a place like this. I mean, he's a fucking genius. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I understand what you're trying to say.
I think he could come in. He could come into this room right now and have a conversation with us and actually know what we're about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he made the Orville. I mean, he's in Hollywood or whatever, but that's that. I feel like that's where he's at. But I mean, he never will. But I think a lot of us are kind of like that. It's just like it's slapstick, but at the same time, it's real.
Hey, to what that guy was saying though about how those people feel like they should be the ones setting the morals, and they think they have some sort of moral high ground. They don't even know what the fuck morals are. How do you even have morals if you didn't, get it from having principles that you get from the Bible of how to treat each other and live your life? You didn't grow up with that. You don't know anything.
Well, that's why they don't believe in morals. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say they don't believe in morals. That's the scary part.
Yeah, they don't know what they are.
Well, and some people grew up in church or whatever, and then they reject it and say, "Oh, everything's atheist." And they don't even know what the fuck atheist means. I mean, they're just against everything. It's just like, well, there has to be a standard somewhere. Can you do it? At least give us an idea of what you think. Well, I just think whatever I want to think, and I just no standards. I can make my own standards. And it's like, bitch, no, you can't, motherfucker. Where the fuck?
I learned that too at an early age. I learned that when I was in grade school because I was in a Catholic school, right? So we were learning about morals and how to behave and shit like that. But sometimes we would get transfers from public schools because they got kicked out of public school. So we'd get these hellions that had no morals at all because they didn't have any upbringing in any religion, and they were horrible. They were horrible kids. They didn't follow, they stole, they did everything you weren't supposed to do.
Well, that's the thing with people like the Professor Dave attitude is that not only do they have a different view on morals, is that they believe that through their quote unquote science that they can set the morals for everyone else. So they feel not just that they have the moral high ground, but they want to then you can sense that they want to impose it on everyone because they have all the answers. They have their own religion, which supposedly is not a religion, and this and that, and that's the scariest part.
Yeah, they don't even realize it's a religion. That is the scariest part. Exactly. Is that what you're talking about? Brain shape?
Yeah, that's the thing that they don't think of it
They
as a
think
religion.
it's science.
Yeah.
They don't realize it's a religion.
Yeah, because they think that science thing, or what they call science, is going to be the solution to all the problems, right? Okay, whether it's, say, climate change or, reaching for the stars or the survival of mankind, they believe that they have all the answers.
But to us, and they think we're stupid because we think it's a cartoon, and they believe it's real. It's just like, okay, what are we supposed to do with that? So, but that's that's a dichotomous relationship. It's definitely dichotomous, right? They think it's real. I used to think it was real, but I don't anymore. But they still do. And when I talk to them, they get really upset. And when I try to, and I'm not trying to convert you, I'm just trying to tell you that I used to think the same thing, but now I think that it's probably not true because so and so. This, try to like wean them off of the freaking fiction drug about outer space and galaxies and all that kind of shit. It's weird.
Yeah, but I mean, for men anyway, for the young men and the men in their 30s and 40s, I mean, I know it's been said many times, is their whole identity as a man, as a human, is centered around these sorts of achievements because, most likely they weren't that popular in school, so they're very intelligent, they got good grades, and then this becomes their purpose in life, right?
Hold on. You can be popular in school and let's not make generalizations about the personality of someone that might think the earth is a globe or flat.
No, I'm not talking about the globers in there. I'm talking about somebody like the Professor Dave, because he knows like a lot of detail about biology and all that, which not every common person will have. So he must have done a lot of university, college study and all that. So I'm saying that kind of thing or the person that's like doing aerospace engineering or has a PhD in exoplanets or something. I'm not saying the average glober. Like they've sacrificed a lot in their eyes, so they're so invested in it.
Yeah, but if you listen to that debate that he had, he didn't hear anything. What the frick was his name? Jesus Christ. John something. John, remember the professor's name that he was debating. But anyway, he didn't hear from his root. So it's like, it was a formal debate where it was just like, I really feel bad for not remembering the guy's name. I'm going to find it real quick so I'm not so speak it out of my ass. James Tour. That was I was saying John, but it's James Tour. That was his name. You could hear. I mean, he did the opening, and then after he did his opening, dude, Farina came out with the most vitriol. He didn't listen to. I mean, as far as the opening comments, you're not supposed to. You give your argument, the other one their presentation, whatever, and move on. But yeah, Professor Dave, I mean, his whole freaking argument was just vitriol against previous, talks that James Tour did. It really had nothing to do with the actual information that James Tour was talking about. He was just talking personal attacks against James Tour about his creation idea, but it was really more about the person. If you check it out, hold on, I got. And it's on Professor Dave's channel, but I'm sure it's somewhere else. And I'm going to share that link from the other channel because I don't want to give any more attention to this fucking prick.
I just realized I've been talking this whole time and I was on mute.
Oh no!
Well, I was wondering why nobody was fucking talking. God damn. No, but I did find that debate. If you guys haven't heard it, but it's on Professor Dave's channel, but I think it's somewhere else. I think it's on James Tour's channel. I would prefer that you guys freaking listen to it on there instead of Professor Dave's channel because fuck him.
I don't put that much. I don't invest that much of my time or energy into a lot of online personalities that even share our views, because if I can't really engage with them and talk to them, it doesn't really interest me that much. And also, there's nothing I'm going to hear that is going to change anything of what I know already to be true, right? And I understand why it's important to show it on the stream, because it helps other people maybe go down the right path and find the right path. But for me, I do subscribe to the people that are, highly talked about here, just because maybe that'll help support them somehow. But I don't really watch their content because I don't know. I guess I don't care. And also, I don't want to get too invested in some of those people, because some of them people could be just using this information because it's a hot button topic and it's taboo, and they care more about gaining recognition for themselves and building their channel. And at any moment, they could backdoor the information.
But check this out, though, bro. You can't build a pillar without a foundation. I mean, you can be hot for a little bit, and it's just going to fade. So.
But you also don't want to build your foundation on, not on sand, or you know what I mean, like shit that.
Yeah, but you don't have to be scared of what people are gonna, how they might be. Of course, pay attention whether people are going to try to exploit you, in whatever avenue.
I don't mean me. I mean the information that we are about here. They can use it for their own purposes to gain status, and really they're just promoting themselves. And then when they reach a certain level, they can shit all over us. And
no.
They're not taking.
We freely give this information and encourage other people to actually. I mean, we're live streaming right now. We encourage people to record it, put it on their own channel if they come in here, or even if they're recording in the background, just let us know. I mean, this is a free platform. Go ahead and record the information. Just share a link to the Discord or the live stream channel. Just encourage more people to come in here and have the conversation. Nobody here is above exploitation. We're here to spread information. We're not here to make money or as far as all that goes. No, for the most part, nobody here makes money. Sometimes I get donations, but other than that, that's it's not
nobody here is getting rich off of this. We're doing this as a public service.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying anybody here is, but I'm saying people that have a big following, say on YouTube, and if they're not also trying to, as they're growing in popularity, if they're not also supporting other people that are doing the same thing because they're worried about competition and they want to be top dog, then they're not. I don't want to be in their camp because they're not about the information. They're about promoting themselves. And,
Yeah, there's a fine line sometimes. But at the same time, if some of those people find us and just like, hey, well, just like last week, we had a big channel, pay attention to what we're doing. And,
I was there.
Yeah, and so we want them to be involved, but it's not about we want the information to go out, so it's not about us. Like, it's not about popularity, it's about the information. So as far as I'm concerned.
But if they're using good content in the beginning to gain popularity and they're not bringing along the rest of the community, they can easily turn around and shit all over us, and we don't have now the following and the reach that they have, and it can hurt it can hurt the
until it does. You know what? You remember the old phrase, right? There's no such thing as bad publicity, right? I mean, until it does really come back negatively, if we hit a certain audience and it's like 20,000 people, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna jump in. Hey, that's happened before. We've had like 20,000 people jump in here in a week. So if that happens, you stand up, be ready. We might have to separate voice rooms so we can, talk to people, because this happened before. We've had like freaking, 30, 40 people in one voice room, and we're all, in two voice rooms. We had to split them up, so we can talk to a lot of new people that jump in. So if we ever really hit a niche where it's just like somebody popular, has the link out there and everybody joins the Discord, all at once, and that's when we're going to be on board. So it's happened before. So, and I have a feeling it's going to happen again. Well, we're kind of just like rolling through the punches here, doing our thing on 24/7, but a lot of people know about us, but I think once somehow the Discord link, I just really think it's going to happen again. The Discord's going to get out there, and then we're going to have like thousands of people join within a couple weeks, and so everybody needs to be prepared for that.
That would be exciting.
It would. It was fun the first time, and that happened about 5 years ago, or 5 or 6 years ago, and it was freaking amazing. So let's hope that happens again, and we're going to continue moving on.
What was the catalyst that make you blew up like that the first time?
It was
overnight.
It was Memulous.
It seems like big on.
Yeah, it was a big YouTube channel. Yeah, they made a video about the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and they came in with some fake names and made a video, but they had like freaking 3 million subs or whatever. And when they made that video, put it out, it was funny as hell. And so they made that video, and then within a couple weeks, we had like freaking 15,000 people come through the server. It was freaking crazy as hell. It's just like we had to create new rooms for people to, because we had this flood of new Discord people.
I mean, Discord, it was different back then, 5 years ago, but
Yeah.
it was really fun. So hopefully something like that could happen. As a matter of fact, we've had a lot of new people come in because of what we were doing with the Fresh and Fit server the other night. We've had a lot of new people join. So yeah, I mean it's similar to that, but yeah. I mean
there's some opinion about that too, but I don't want to express it on the live stream.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. That's just the way it goes. Just like once. And what's funny is it's like I know people know about us. I know they know. They can come over here. We can go over there.
Well, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all it needs to be said.
Right? Well, it doesn't really seem like it's a real community. It seems like there's all these different camps, but we all don't support each other, really. Maybe once in a great while, but
hey, we're sort of at a standoff at this point. We do get new people join every day, but watch, man, when the flood happens, it's gonna happen, man. I promise. I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen with probably by the end of the year. Gonna be a lot of new people joining, and y'all get ready for it. If I'm wrong, you can call me out. I don't think I am. Unless, even if YouTube shuts us down, we're still going to be here, which I don't think they will. I'm trying to get my other YouTube channel back up, and it has over 3,000 subs. And they sent me an email today. It's like, we're still working on it. And I'm like, yeah, sure you are. Fuckers.
Yeah.
But, if they open that one back up, and this one's still going too, dude,
it's like I used to like when Owen Benjamin was on YouTube and you could listen to some of his stuff for free. I enjoyed watching his show once in a while.
It's like we're
and
dude, yeah. They only got rid of Owen. It wasn't that. No, there was a lot of shit that he said was pretty fucking controversial.
Yeah, he really did say a lot of crazy shit, which I don't care about. I don't care about that. But I don't.
But YouTube.
I don't know him. I've never met him. And when he got banned, then he created his own thing, but the content was no longer free. And I understand it's okay to make money and stuff, but I don't know. It's
just like I'm streaming here and I'm streaming on Twitter. So if YouTube just totally freaking, pushes us out, then we'll be on Twitter, and DLive. What's the other one? There's another one that I'm streaming on. Nobody watches. Ustream, not Ustream. Doesn't matter. Nobody's going to watch it there anyway. So I'm going to try to keep the YouTube live stream alive, and everybody in the moderation team here is trying to help us keep it alive by keeping it concentrated on, topics that won't get us kicked off of YouTube,
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I posted a video. If you want to learn something, watch it.
Want to learn something?
It's science and talent put together.
Make a baby for this wet ass planet.
It's a good one. It's one for the records.
You're freaking Jimsy. You're dry humor, man. It's just like sometimes it pisses me off, but I love it.
Bro, watch this. This is real science. This is science incarnated. And she's Puerto Rican, so it's for real.
So it has to be real because it's Puerto Rican? Wait. I gotta turn the audio on. Oh shit. Hold on.
I'm gonna learn that song and sing it for you, bro.
Shed on this wet rain. Yeah. Earth got leeches, crabs on beaches, water gets like but it reaches. Face it out, they gonna hear screeches, drinking to the gills. Food chain, we got fishes, seagulls, multiple creatures. Filter the water, make it cleaner. Water's a must.
What? Everybody's digging it.
You like it, right? Bro, if you watch her Instagram, her channel, it's like a black hole of the universe.
How'd you find this dumb bitch? Yeah.
Randomly.
Hello the Earth. Hello the Earth. Is that what the name is? Hello the Earth?
Something like that.
Hello the Earth. Hello the Earth! What? That may as well be Water Hill. Hello the Earth.
I found her in Facebook first. Let me see if I find her again because I'm lost now. Oh, there it is.
Oh, she's on
Hila
Facebook
the
too?
Earth. Yeah.
Posting the same shit.
I think this is what the globe and vaccines do to people.
Every crystal got that glow, precipitation, cold and snow. Now put your hands in the air for this wet ass planet and wave it like you care for this wet ass planet.
Wet ass planet.
I think she's talking about herself. She is the planet, and she says she's a wet ass. She has an ass. She's dressed as a planet. And she said, "This wet ass planet."
This wet ass planet.
Think about it, bro.
Oh shit, bro. This bitch crazy. Is that her though in the suit, or is she recording it?
She's dancing, singing, and someone else is recording it.
Yeah, because I was looking at her Instagram. Is it the same chick? Like in the Earth suit?
It is the same chick, I think.
Oh, yeah.
She has a bunch of videos.
Yeah, she's freaking out of
on Instagram. Let me share her channel just for future reference.
The whole track is getting a new video. I'm going on streaming soon, but in the meantime, here's a new live recording with a brand new verse for Wet Ass Planet. Yes, I at the Stallions verse and Earth remix, and I still got to use bottom fit. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Yeah, that's her. On this wet ass planet. Wet ass planet. Well, thank God we have water of it. It wouldn't exist if God didn't create the water.
I think I've seen her without the planet thing, and she actually looks like a flat ass planet.
Yeah, she looks pretty skinny. Yeah, I was looking at the Instagram page.
Let me look again. Maybe she's not as flat as she looks, but She looks like a flat ass planet.
That's her Instagram. I'll post it.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
hello the Earth. Well, you already
Um,
just posted it. So
she's in on swimming suits as well. So oh no.
she
These are a
has
bunch of
like a
people.
rainbow thing. ABCs of mushrooms. Oh, see, here we go. Here's another planet thing. It's like, oh, planet. Ugh.
Bro, Helio. Oh my god, you gotta watch this one, Helio. Oh
It's probably the one I'm looking at right now.
no, you haven't seen this one, bro. Check out this one, the last one. Check out the last one. She's hanging. Holy fuck! Wait,
Fucking fell off the fucking
he
cable.
fell off.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Look at my big ass water in this wet ass planet.
When you keep your hands up for too long, the blood rushes downwards towards the body, and you lose strength. He probably doesn't took that into the calculations.
Oh, what is her deal with this fucking suit where she's wearing the globe? What the fuck?
She's showing everybody.
We might
she's a
have
wet
to
ass.
hold on. We did the splits now with the fucking planet. Her fucking head fell below. Now she's taking it up. Oh my god. We might have to troll her ass a little bit, but no, I'm not going to do that here. We need to ask her what her deal is with the fucking wet ass planet. Not trolley, but you know, just like, so what's this wet ass planet shit you keep talking about?
Just jealous because she has more followers than you.
Well, she has more like planet than me. Well, I don't know. No,
Her
I don't.
planet is
I
flat.
was just. I mean, it's just. I probably won't fuck with her at all. I just think it's funny, but that's probably what she's doing. Why she's doing it? She's a comedian or whatever, and doing it for likes and videos. You know, I ain't jealous of that shit. But it's like, oh my, this weird ass planet.
When
Oh,
you think you heard it all, now you find this channel.
I know, it's just like, fuck. Dude, that video is funny. She's like swinging around on that fucking strap. Then she goes inside the ball and then falls over and then gets back up. Hey, man, props. Like, in a costume like that, it's probably pretty hard, man. I mean, she got the handholds. She's like,
Hey, do you guys belong to Flat Earth Reality?
To the flat ass planet.
are you talking about the Discord channel?
Yeah, Flat Earth Reality.
Yeah, since I have my new account, I don't have a link there, but yeah, I know the owner of the server.
Well, I mean, I have it, but I never know when to go there, and it seems like every time I go there, there's no one ever there.
Yeah, it's not active much.
Is
Hey,
that
can you send me a link to
Is
it?
that did Battle Mod start that? Is that
Yeah,
Is that his?
Oh no,
Okay.
actually, Karen B started it, but she handed it off to Battlemon. Yeah, so it's his server. Why are you asking?
Oh, because I was wondering if you ever go there and if you knew if there was like certain times where people show up, because I just randomly go to it all the time and I've never talked to anyone there. It's never anyone there.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, before I had to switch my account, the other account, to this one, I don't even have. I'm not even in that server now. Do you have a? Can you send me a link?
Oh yeah, I'll send it to you. Sorry.
I think that'll message me. Actually, I can probably ask him. And,
he probably doesn't remember who I am. But me, I had a lot of conversation with him late night, like I do here with you. And actually, you were involved in a lot of them too. But I guess there was like some
just message him, but yeah, like I said, it's pretty inactive, now. But yeah,
some like
originally it was
or something, and he left.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, not to pry. Like I don't care, but it's none of my business. What the fuck? What am I doing? Where's the fucking? Oh my god, I'm so retarded when it comes to this. I have no idea how to use this fucking shit.
Don't worry about it. I know how to get.
I'll figure it out.
I know how to get a hold of Battlemod if I need to. It doesn't matter.
Okay, is this right here? Okay, I figured it out. I think.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah. What's the other one? I hear you guys talk about another server that's
Glober server.
No, it's
Artaria.
Well, I don't know if it's Glober server.
Artaria?
No.
I'll tell you in a second.
Drawing a blank. If you say the name, I'll recognize it. And I was wondering if
Awakenings.
Nope. I think it's a person's name, or like a person's like Discord made up name, not an. Or no, is it something Panda?
Oh, Gems Panda.
Yeah,
I was about to say, but I didn't think you were talking about. Do you really want to go over there?
I don't know what it is.
Ooh.
I'll send you a link.
He's a virgin. He's a virgin.
What I hear you guys talking about all the time, and I was wondering what the hell is that. And I hear you guys are always talking about all these different servers in here, and I don't. The only one I have is I have the Fresh and Fit one, and I have Battle Mods, but I don't.
Hey.
I just posted a link for it.
Oh,
the live stream voice.
Yeah, there you go. But be aware. That's the lion's den.
It's okay. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't care, and I'm not. I don't have an ego, and I don't. I'm not going to misrepresent what I don't know.
I went there like 4 days ago because for some reason Jim freaking messaged me and said, "Hey, come talk to us and tell us why the Earth is flat." And I was like, and that was like I was still sleeping. It was like noon on a Saturday. I was still asleep, and I woke up and I was just like, I ain't jumping right now.
So it's a Glober server.
Yeah, it is a Glober server.
Sure.
It's the antithesis of what we do here. It's like the opposite. So
I don't care that.
But I mean, you do need to cut your teeth if you. Come on, man, do it. Give it a try.
I don't have the energy for that. Like I like talking.
Hey, I was in there a few days ago, and when I went in there, they just freaking overtalked me the entire time. Wouldn't let me say a goddamn thing. And I said, "Hey, Jim invited me here. The owner of the server fucking invited me," and they just kept overtalking me. I was just like, what is wrong with you fucking assholes? That's pretty much how the conversation went.
Yeah. If people want to know why I'm a flat earther, I don't have a problem talking to you about it, but I'm not going to fucking debate you. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm not,
just kind of depends on when you jump in there, who's there, and whether they don't have to be cordial. Especially when Jim, I mean, if Jim was in there when I went in there, he would have been like, you guys shut the fuck up and let Helio talk, you know. But he wasn't there. And so it was just like, it was a free for all. And they wouldn't let me fucking talk. So I got frustrated. It was about 30 minutes I was in there. I was like, God damn. All I have to do is say 2 words and everybody jumps on me. And what? Yeah. You should at least try it, Paul. You know, go in there and see what happens. You don't have to do it now, but you will eventually, and you'll see what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'll probably get bored one day and mosey in there for laughs.
Well, I mean, a lot of members here actually do hang out there, like, and argue with those assholes all day long, you know, and somebody would be like, well, I got banned from gyms. It's like, dude, they don't ban anybody. They'll just freaking bombard you and berate you all day long. They won't ban you there. Just like we.
So are they like really intelligent people and know how to recite their shit well?
Yeah, some of them, they know what we're about. We know what they're about. You know, it's, but not all of them. You know what I mean? You'll figure out if you hang out there long enough who knows what, and who's anyway.
I mean, there's been in here some really some Glovers that I thought were really intelligent and got things and really were good at, you know, that type of shit. But then at the same hand, I think that there's something going on where they, for some reason, don't want to give in and want to keep the lie, and they know that it is a lie now, but they're not going to concede. And I don't have any interest in talking to somebody like that.
I'll give you to the Gem Pandas YouTube channel. I'll give you a link to that. You can listen to some of their live streams before, if you want, you know, if you want to find out what they talk about in there. Here. And they're live right now. Here's Gem Panda's channel. Okay. Yeah, here's Gem Panda's YouTube channel. You can watch. They're live right now in there. So you can go over and listen and see if you want to join. I actually like Jim. I think he's funny. He's kind of an asshole like we all are, you know, but it's just like he knows what we're about. We know what he's about. But a lot of the people in the server don't really respect, you know, the entire conversation. It's just like it can be unlistenable, you know. That's where.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I have that experience in here sometimes with some people.
Man, dude,
but I still respect the hell out of people in here. But how do I say this? Because I don't want to shit on anybody. And I understand where they're coming from and why they do that. And when you're the smartest person in the room, a lot of times, like you can swing a big stick. But for somebody else that might be new to this and listening, they're not going to want to come here.
Hey, you know what?
What I also
When
like
you're
it
the
because I think it's
smartest
good
person
because
in
it's
the room, you don't have to bring a big stick.
well. That's yeah. You're right.
You can only
But
say a
also,
few sentences, and then everything just
like I
kind
think
of
it's hilarious too, though, because I have really thick skin.
yeah.
But sometimes I don't. I'm just not in the mood, and I end up leaving because I just don't want to hear that shit. You know what I mean? I don't, and it's gonna keep me, and it makes me not even want to talk sometimes because I don't know.
Hey, bro, you're on the
yeah.
same page with me. I mean, do you hear me on here 24 hours a day?
Yeah, and I don't want to lose anyone here, right? But because I think everybody has something to offer, and everybody brings tremendous amount of value here, and I'm nobody.
If you know what's funny about this server and the YouTube live stream, everybody here is really intelligent, has a lot to offer, but as far as at the end of the day, we're nobody too. Just like you're saying, but I don't think that about you. I respect everyone here. All of the information and the talks we have here, I think it's beneficial to everyone that is interested in the discussion. So you're not nobody, and neither am I, and neither is anyone else that gets involved in this conversation. So, and
yeah, and I don't think I'm better than any Glober, really.
Yeah,
so,
me either.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you come in here intending to be an asshole, you're gonna get what you give.
Yeah, that's different. But if you might not understand a certain subject, or sometimes I just hear things that it's not necessary.
Hey, you don't have to say quantum eraser.
Shit. Yeah, he's an asshole.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I love him though. He's hilarious.
I know.
He's hilarious.
Me too. But we just have a different style. I wouldn't do that, but he does, and whatever. So is that what you were getting at? A lot of times I'm an asshole too. It's just like, if someone's trying to get around something, I can tell when they're trying to just inadvertently troll, and just I'll freaking raise my voice, kind of like Quantum Eraser sometimes, but just fucking get through the bullshit. What do you mean? Just say what you mean, whatever. It do what it do.
No, I have my thing with you too once in a while, because you do piss me off once in a while. But when you piss me off, it's not like it's usually just a misunderstanding between the two of us. And it's usually just you didn't hear me correctly. You know what I mean? It's nothing because I am not understanding something, or I'm, slow on getting what you're trying to tell me, and then you want to call me a fucking idiot. I don't know.
No, I don't think
I don't ever see you doing
I go off the premise that nobody's an idiot. So so I presume everybody knows what we're talking about. I always go off that presumption. I would never call anyone an idiot. So if I offend you, I intended to. Most of the time.
Well, yeah, not like I said.
I won't apologize for it.
Really fucking care. No, it's fine. I don't give a shit.
Well,
I don't let that stuff really bother me like that. But there's just times where it's, I don't know. I'm just not in the mood. And I don't want to hear it, and so
yeah, I get you.
And it's just not, because it's not warranted sometimes. I understand if somebody's coming in here and trolling and being a dick. Yeah. Guns blazing.
What? Did I? Did I say something to offend you, Paul?
I don't know. Probably. No, I don't think so. I don't think you're gonna offend me.
I probably did, and I probably don't remember it. So
No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have. What could you say that would offend me? I
don't know. I mean, it sounds like you're talking about like sometimes you could say something that might offend. If I did,
No, usually no. What I say when I've had disagreements with you, it's usually because it's usually because like you just didn't hear. You heard what I said wrong, and so you misinterpreted what I said, and then we kind of get in a little argument, and I'm trying to explain to you that you misheard me, and sometimes we just we're miscommunicating.
I more than like over talked you, and someone else was in there.
Yeah, or you didn't let me, finish my point or whatever. It's never really.
I'm guilty.
I don't care. You've never.
I'm guilty sometimes. Yeah, man. I like you, Paul, man. You're a cool dude, man.
Yeah, you're cool too. But I like everybody here. I do. But sometimes I've gotten berated not berated, but I've gotten shut down when I was talking about something because I wasn't following the rules. Well, shit. There's a lot of people in here that don't follow the fucking rules. And why are but like I said, I'm nobody. So.
Well, I mean, it's just like the rules are the only reason we have the rules is to keep the live stream alive, and not just the live stream, Discord. I mean, since we're the most popular Flat Earth Discord's got an eye on us too. So we actually
I understand. So
we actually kind of have to be careful of some of that shit. Even if we didn't have the live 24 lives on YouTube or anywhere else, we're still under scrutiny from other people that don't like us talking about Flat Earth on Discord. We get attacks, man. I'm telling you, people just don't like Flat Earth. They fucking hate it.
Yeah. I love this place, so it's fucking awesome.
I love it too. I fucking love Flat Earth. That's why, I freaking have a 24-hour live stream of Flat Earth 24 hours a day. Bitches, suck it. You don't like it, don't watch it.
Yeah. Exactly.
But they can't help but watch it. And then they'll get in the YouTube chat and be like bitching about, why do you guys say this? It's just like, bitch, why are you in here? If you don't like Flat Earth, fuck off. Looking for new people.
Sometimes I misinterpret things too because I will be listening to the conversation, and that conversation will start something in my brain that is related but maybe slightly off topic. But that took me there, so then I want to ask whoever is having the conversation about what just happened in my brain. And a lot of times
Paul, you're breaking up a little.
Conversation. Oh, you can hear me now.
Yeah. Oftentimes when you're breaking up and you say, "Can you hear me now?" doesn't solve it. You have to say a longer sentence.
Oh yeah, I guess that.
Oh, that does sound better now.
Yeah. So I don't know what the fuck was I saying. Oh, so yeah, I'll get completely.
I was just talking about we actually want new people to come in. Yeah, I mean, we want new people to come in For the most part, we don't want to hear. And we could sit here all day long. We could invite Globers in here and just argue back and forth all day long. But that's not our purpose here. We that's the reason that just like I gave you the Gem Pandas server, you can go over there and argue with those assholes, but they're not allowed over here because every time some of them, not all of them, some of them are still allowed over here, but it's like, bro, dude, we want new people to come in, ask the same questions that when you first find out about flat Earth, or at least, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Boom, boom, boom. And, just like Miggy's 3 points or however it goes down, we've been doing this for years. We don't need, of course we could have a channel where we just argue with these idiots all fucking day long and just redundancy over redundancy all day long. That's not what it's about. We want to meet new people. Here's how we found the flat Earth. Because when I first heard of flat Earth, I thought it was the dumbest shit ever. And then I looked at this information and this information, and I found out for myself that the globe cannot possibly be true. And here's where I am now, 8 years later. So,
Yeah, that's funny. Hey, actually, I just remembered something. I remembered when we were having a discussion early on when I first started coming here. I think, if I remember correctly, you and I both woke up because we both heard the same interview of David. Is it David Hendry? And he was on Coast to Coast.
Edward Hendry, but it was
Edward Hendry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Edward Hendry, but you might have heard him on Coast to Coast, but I heard him on Tex Mars. Power.
Oh, okay.
See, but
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You heard him on Coast to
Yeah, I
Coast?
think it was the same year, wasn't it? Was it?
Probably because he was doing a tour about his new book, right? Because when David Weiss started talking about flat Earth, I was like, because I was already following David Weiss on the Big Three, right? And I was like, and when he said flat Earth, I was like, this fool has lost control of his faculties. Ain't no fucking goddamn such thing as the flat Earth. I will, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard of. And so I stopped following David Weiss at that point, and I was like, damn. I mean, he was making some sense of the Big Three, which you know what the Big Three is, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
9/11,
it's funny
Sandy
too
Hook,
because
9/11, Sandy Hook, Boston Marathon, right? All that shit, he was talking about that shit before. Then he started talking about flat Earth, and I was like, no. And then I had to figure out, I was always so listening to, see, like back then, it like the YouTube podcast and stuff like that, it was different, it was different the way you could find something to listen to while you're working and shit. And I was listening, a lot of Dave's podcasts and stuff. When he started talking about flat Earth,
before I
fucking
heard
totally shut him out.
on Coast to Coast, I didn't know flat Earth was even a conversation until I heard Edward Hendry, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Is this for real? I was like, this is a thing? I had no idea. I'd never heard of it before.
Oh, and by the way, yeah, Edward Hendry, I'd heard him on Tex Mars podcast several times.
You
About
still dismissed it, huh?
No.
Early on, you still
no.
Oh yeah, you were talking about the other guys who
his other books had nothing to do with flat Earth.
Oh, okay.
His other writings were about the JW, the small hat problem.
Yeah.
anyway, so when he wrote the Flat Earth book, and after I dismissed David Weiss because he started talking about Flat Earth, but I was still listening to Tex Mars, and I'd heard Edward Hendry on Tex Mars podcast several times about the J problem. Then I heard him talk about his new book, The Greatest Lie on Earth. Fucking it clicked.
Yeah. Light bulb went off.
Boom.
You know, actually, it happened for me, like in the forward of the book. I didn't even get halfway through the book, and I was like, holy shit, it's all true.
Yeah, it's just like when I heard Edward Hendry, especially Tex Mars never said the word flat Earth or anything, but he was just like, he's such a bombastic. Have you ever listened to Tex Mars podcast? If you haven't, Power of Prophecy. You gotta, dude. He was so
of his
fucking
books,
awesome.
and I think he was on Alex Jones.
He wrote the conspiracy of the six-pointed star and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was just like this one day, he had Edward Hendry on his program. After I just dismissed everything that fucking David Weiss was talking about, it was like, fuck, I ain't listening to that bullshit anymore. The guy's a fucking flat earther. And then he had Edward Hendry on his podcast. He's like, oh yeah, let's have it Edward Hendry. You know how fucking Tex Mars. And I was just like, oh my god, oh shit.
Yeah, I did the same thing with I did the same thing
I
with
started watching fucking Mark Sargent and fucking Eric DeBay shit, and I was just like stuck. I was like, oh okay, I see it now. I see it.
Yeah, absolutely. But I did this thing with Alex Jones. I was listening to him for a long time until Flat Earth, and I was like, this asshole's promoting fucking NASA. And I was and it just made me realize that he is controlled opposition, and that everything he talks about, he has permission to talk about, with the exception of that school incident, which I think he was right about. But I think he jumped the gun and thought there.
So you talking about Tex Mars?
Talk about
you were breaking up for a little bit there.
I was talking about Alex Jones.
Oh yeah,
I was talking about Alex Jones.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of stuck now, but he's still out there. But I mean, it's just like, I mean, he can only say certain things now.
Yeah, and see, I don't think it was always like that. I think in the beginning he was better, but then for some reason he started thinking that he needed to build this huge studio and become like a rival with, these other actual news agencies.
But his wife was connected to ABC, and I mean, we already know this, I mean, she was a Jew, the J. Whew.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and see, I looked past all that. I looked past all that in the beginning because I thought, well, his information to me seemed a lot of times spot on. So I looked past all that because I said,
it definitely is. It definitely is
one person, even though, And then until, like I said, Flat Earth, and then I looked at Alex and I was like, man, fuck this guy.
It has. I mean, it's just like you and me. It's an information source, and I think the same thing goes with Tex Mars. He's a brilliant guy. He figured out some shit, and he just said as much as he can, as long as he could. You know what I mean? Until right? Just like Edward Hendry, I mean, you don't hear much from Edward Hendry anymore, do you? But he said enough.
No, no, no.
Just like Tex Mars. Holy shit, he wrote so many books that are like 700 pages long about the fucking Illuminati and Masonry and shit. What the entire fuck? What else can you do?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I couldn't do that. I mean, Tex Mars is the fucking bomb as far as I'm concerned. He's my fucking hero.
He had some. Didn't he make a couple documentaries too? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
Did he make what?
I can't remember.
You were breaking up there. Did he make what?
A couple of documentaries.
No, I think you. Well, there was another.
He wasn't the one that did like Ball and Shaft.
Mars guy.
Yeah, okay, that was the other Mars guy.
Yeah, the other Mars guy was a reporter.
Okay.
He was in American Drug War, I think. What the hell?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's coming back to me now. I remember him.
Yeah, he was a reporter.
I'm surprised I never heard though. I never listened to Tex Mars's podcast for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh God, man, you got to. I'm gonna send you a link. Oh, you're gonna fucking love it. If I can find, I need to download them before they get destroyed by the internet. Oh wait, Blue Jumper. Somebody read it out. Greatest Lie on Earth. That's a good one, man. By Edward Hendry.
You know, I read a couple of more Flat Earth books after I read that one because that was the first one I read, and none of them compared at all to that one.
That's a really good one. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I was just like, I was really pissed off.
I'm reading from The Greatest Lie on Earth.
Sorry.
Proof that
I was really pissed off that David Weiss went the Flat Earth way. You know, I was captured after I was just like, yes, 9/11, Sandy Hook, yeah, I'm all about that. Boston Marathon, boom, yeah, it's all conspiratard. And then he was like, then he started talking about Flat Earth, and I was like, not that deep into the rabbit hole, and so I stopped listening to David Weiss and whatever he was involved with, and he was having, I think. At the same time, he was having the same issue because when he started talking about Flat Earth, nobody wanted to hear that bullshit, right? And but then Edward Hendry found out about it, and he wrote this fucking book. And so it was probably about like within a year. It couldn't have taken less than a year for him to write this book. So I'm pretty sure he was aware of it before that. And I'd like to hear, I think he's still alive. Wouldn't that be cool if we could get him on here to talk about how he came across this? What the fuck? Let me see if we can get Edward Hendry in here for an interview. That would be fucking awesome.
How would you even contact him?
The Greatest Lie on Earth. If we could get Edward Hendry in here for a talk, wouldn't that be freaking awesome? Holy shit.
Yeah, it really would be.
I think I would lose my shit. I ain't gonna say shit. You guys talk to him, but if I think he's still alive, if we can get Edward Hendry in here to talk about this, holy fucking shit! I would. Wow. I'm gonna look into that now. I haven't even thought about it before. But if he's still alive, I don't know what he's doing. But if we can get him in here to talk about that book, that would be so fucking awesome. Or to talk about Flat Earth. Because a lot of people haven't read that book, but I used
They
to.
should.
Yeah, you should. Everyone should. Every Flat Earther should look at that book. I used to have a physical copy, but I think I gave it to someone, and I regret that now because I don't have it now. But I'll get another one. But if I could actually get Edward Hendry in here to talk to us, wouldn't that be fucking awesome?
Yeah, it would be really cool.
All right, let me fucking think about that and work on that. That would be freaking.
I'm trying to find this emoji because I want to post something. I want to ask you about it because I don't know. Might be one of those things that are a no-go. Okay, here we go. Wait, no. Is that going to be clear what that is? Is that what I think it is? Fuck. Damn, I just...
I think who talked to? There was another flat earther that talked to Edward Hendry. It was last person that's a flat earther that talked to Edward Hendry that I remember was son of a bitch. I can't remember the name. Rap dude from Denver.
So you know the I tiptoe around this. You know the gate with the piece of pie, but you put the slice of pie before the gate, and there was that situation. Did you ever look into that and go down that way? If you know what I'm talking about.
The slice of pie before the gate.
Yeah. So, you know, a lot of people like pizza. So, that one. Did you ever look into that?
Are you speaking? Who are you speaking to, Paul?
You.
No, yeah, I'm aware of the Pizzagate thing. You know, we're not going to do that here, but whatever.
Well, yeah, I wasn't trying to. Well, that's why I was trying to be sneaky about it. But
no, there's no reason to. I mean, everybody.
I wasn't going
to be honest. I mean, that shit's out in the mainstream. You know, everybody knows about the Pizzagate shit. You know, nobody gives a shit. I mean, everybody gives a shit and nobody gives a shit. It's just like, friggin' so and so's dead. You know, it's over. It's never over. You know, we know everybody should be pissed, but they're not. You know, we know it's stupid, but I mean, it's not stupid, but it's just like, what can you do? We can't do anything.
I just thought it was interesting what that whole situation and what went down.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's another conspiracy. I like how you like little wax drop is the triangle, the pizza, the gate. You fucking weirdo. It's all good. It's all good. Well, it's just like, I mean, yeah, I promise I'm going to try to contact Edward Hendry and see if he can come on here and talk to us. That would be fucking, that would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
We might have to make that a private comment because all of his prior books to The Greatest Lie on Earth were all about the other issue that is unmentionable. Which I freaking love to do, but it's not. And so, you know, Tex Mars did the same thing. You know, the Conspiracy, Sixth Morning Star, freaking, what was the other books that he wrote? I mean, Tex Mars wrote freaking 600-page books about the Illuminati and shit, you know.
Yeah, was he the one that did Bloodlines of the Illuminati?
Bloodlines of Bloodlines of the Illuminati was written by I can't remember it. But he's done interviews with the guy that wrote Bloodlines. Shit, it was another guy. Yeah, but they were all collaborated together. But anyway, but if we could get Edward Hendry on here to talk about Flat Earth, that would be.
What do you do? Just look up his publisher and call his publisher, and ask them, "Can you get me in touch with somebody that can get me in touch?"
I don't know. At this point, you know, as far as you know, like social media, I haven't even tried it. I haven't even tried it yet. I might be able to find him on social media if he even uses it. Even if I don't even know if he's still alive.
Yeah, I don't either. I would think if he was and was on social media, we would know by now because somebody in here would have looked it up.
All right, see, Blue Jumper just gave me some details right there, bro. See? I bet you any fucking money. He's probably bored sitting around in a fucking country cabin in Montana or something.
Oh, interesting.
Be able to get a hold of him. Bro.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you do? You get out there.
We're huge. It's like you have hundreds of huge fans that would love to have a conversation with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Can you figure out how to join, you know, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and give us, you know, help us out with it? He's always been. When I heard him interview with Tex Mars, it was always awesome. It was just enamoring, you know. Every time that I listened to them talk together, I think you guys could have an awesome talk with Edward Hendry too about Flat Earth. And as a matter of fact, since he put that book out, that's the only fucking interview that I remember him ever having with anyone besides Tex Mars. And that was about his book. Was like, I reckon 7 years ago. So,
2014 or something.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys can find an interview with him talking about his book, you know, The Greatest Lie on Earth, can you guys find another one? I'm going to look for it right now. He doesn't talk, you know, in public much, but dude, I'd love to hear some more interviews with him about that. I haven't even thought about that because once I heard that interview with him, that's when Flat Earth hit, and I was stuck with you assholes. It was like me and everybody we all found it out about the same time, and we were all trying to figure this shit out. Boom, and here we are. But Edward Hendry wrote this fucking book, you know.
And let me see. I gotta look. I've only been here because I didn't find out about this server until a few years later when I found Robert Pisano's channel on YouTube, and I thought his information was so good. I contacted him.
Yeah, and he used to like him and John Quantum Eraser used to like do things back and forth, like have live streams. Yeah, I used to listen to that shit. Yeah, me too.
And so, I had a conversation with him, and he told me that to contact Jose and to come here, and so yeah, I called Jose. He got me set up here, and it was it's been over since then. Let me see.
Yeah, we've been here the old time. Yeah, it's all good. So Great Mountain Publishing. I'll give the gentle approach and see if we can get them here to talk.
Well, see, I don't understand why it already hasn't happened and things like that hasn't happened. I don't understand why we're not more of a community with other people that are out there doing the same thing we're about. Seems odd.
It does. Hey, check this out. I believe in. Well, I don't believe. Well, actually, it's just like sometimes like you can't believe anything because belief is the. I believe in karma. I mean, I guess karma or whatever. But if I actually contact Edward Hendry, he actually comes in here one day and say and talks to us. Holy, that's hardcore, man. I just really don't know. So I clicked on the link and I'm going to try to contact Edward Hendry.
Who's the most reputable flat earther giving good information? Who has the biggest following on like YouTube?
That doesn't matter. That
I'm just curious.
That doesn't matter because flat Earth. There's no reputation or information that's going to prove a goddamn thing about flat Earth.
But it can be misrepresented.
All right, so who misrepresents the flat Earth the worst, in your opinion?
I don't really know because I didn't spend a lot of time with those.
Okay, well then shut the fuck up about it.
What do you mean?
All right, who represents the best version of flat Earth in your opinion?
I think you guys do, but I don't really have a lot of experience.
But still,
I don't.
Why would you ask a question like that? I do know why you asked that, but what would it matter? Because flat Earth has nothing to do with shape of Earth. It's an ideology, a mindset, but it also has to do with physical. What do you experience? This is why we go through this, Paul, with all the people that jump in the server every single day, all over and over and over and over again. They're like, they'll give us all philosophical concepts and everything. Like, how about you step outside your fucking front door, walk outside, show me the globe when you walk outside. Show me the globe. Show me the fucking globe. You don't have any globe evidence when you walk outside with no instruments. Now, if you say, well, I have an instrument, but they're all based on flat level stationary. I mean, if you want to use a freaking sextant or whatever, just walk outside. It's flat and stationary as far as you observe. You see the sun, moon, and stars move above your head. move in a direction east to west. There is no question for that. We all experience the
I agree.
same. We all experience the same thing. Our entire lives. Every other concept about, third rock from the sun in the Milky Way galaxy, that's been introduced into your mind, through television or education system, all that kind of shit. That's on you to find for yourself. You want to come in here and tell us why we're wrong about the flat earth? Bring your evidence. Because you grew up in the same situation that we all grew up in. If you have a daddy that's an astronaut and he went to space, which is very unlikely that anyone would come in here and claim that, and I still wouldn't believe you anyway. Good for you. Good on you. Call me an asshole. I am. But anyway, I'm gonna make an effort to contact Edward Hendry and see if we can get him to at least give us a hand wave. Just like, yeah, I love what you're doing. I appreciate your support on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for my fucking awesome book.
You alright? You okay?
Are you asking me if I'm okay?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Are you guys okay? Dude,
You're
I'm
hollering.
always okay. You never have to worry about me. Don't ever worry about me.
You're hollering. I'm just wondering who you're hollering at.
Dude, I'm hollering at the world. Hey, I'm looking at Edward Hendry's written a couple of books past the greatest lie on earth. He's got The Damnable Heresy of Salvation by Dead Faith. And there's another one called Vaccine Danger, Quackery and Sin. So maybe, it might be a good idea to have him on here. But we won't be talking about the VC issue. But I want to have him here.
Issue.
I definitely, yeah. Well, I want him. I have him on here to talk about the greatest lie on earth. Proof that our world is not a moving globe. That's the addendum. So I'm going to contact him, or I'm going to attempt to, and we'll see what happens. Because I used to have a physical copy of that. I don't have it anymore. But I'm actually going to go ahead and buy another one. It's a good book. Dude, this one looks really, his next one looks really interesting. The Damnable Heresy of Salvation by Dead Faith. What? I like Edward. This one, I'm going to have to definitely get that one too. Holy shit. I'm reading the introduction right now.
sounds really. That's some deep shit. Holy crap, man. Was this already posted? Yeah. Yeah, I already clicked on that. Yeah. Low blue jumper, man. I need to read that shit. I love Edward Gendry, man. He's so.
Yeah, he's great. I only brought up other people on YouTube because I just, like I said, I don't know I don't know them. I might have seen a few videos, but I never because I didn't need to because I found this place, and when I want to talk about flat Earth stuff instead of watching videos, I just come here. So I never really had to weed through a lot of the associations or people that may be misrepresenting things and making claims that can't be verified and such. So I don't know. Yeah.
I gotta go smoke a cigarette and think about how to really get a decent. See if we can get Edward Hendry on a friggin' talk. I think we can do it. But we better make it right. Because like maybe 30 minutes to an hour. We could probably get him in here for 30 minutes to an hour talking about, his Greatest Lie on Earth book. Dude, I don't think it would be a bad idea. Especially looking at the books that he's put out lately. Wow. Fucking A, man. I'm going to have to start reading again instead of listening to you assholes.
I'm surprised you never had this idea before.
Oh,
but I guess that's not really.
I have.
In the beginning, huh?
Dude, I mean, dude, I go through sections of my life where I just read, and then I listen, and then I talk, and then I read, and then I listen, and then I talk. And I think you guys do the same thing. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how to have a fucking conversation, right? So, but a lot of people just go to the talk mode first, and you can tell they're just talking out of their ass, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It do what it do, don't it?
Sure does.
I'm gonna check out. I might have to order these fucking new books from fucking. These look pretty good, man. These new Edward Hendry books look pretty good. I might have to order all three of the new ones, bro.
Pretty.
What the fuck? Order all three of these new ones, man. All right. And by the way, it's 6 a.m. Central Time, and I was awake at this time last night, and it's just I gotta check out. What are you guys gonna do for the rest of the night? Are we gonna do a bot? Are you guys gonna fucking talk? Maybe you'll talk once I shut up. That's all.
I was gonna say, are these people actually here, or they just fell asleep?
Just listening, I think.
Sometimes they're just listening.
Hey, if you've been waiting to talk, I definitely am going to shut up now. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette, take a pee.
No, it's all good. You can
crash
continue
out.
talking if you want.
No, me?
Yeah, it's chill.
No. I'm definitely not. I'm done. I just want to encourage anyone that's been reluctant to talk. Go ahead and open your microphone and talk. That's all I was saying.
I kind of got the vision to do, so.
Yeah. Anybody want to see what happens when you shoot a raccoon with an AK-47? Fucking guy. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to shoot him. I'll drive him down the street and let him go. Nobody's going to play nothing or something. I don't know how to. I can't play stuff, so I might just call it a day, I guess. There's no point in me sitting here talking to myself, right? Nobody wants to hear what I got to say about nothing. Or should you? What are you guys doing? Actually, I do want to get something off my chest. If any of you guys are still listening, I was talking earlier about about evil persists because good men stand by and do nothing. I'm part of that problem too. So I'm not a hypocrite. I'm lazy, and if you want something to change, if you want to change how things are, it starts with you. You be the change that you want to see, and I'm guilty too. I'm part of the problem. So I hope nobody was thinking I was trying to be on no high horse. Hey, Helio, if you're still listening, maybe you could, since you have a very good sounding voice, I think, like a radio voice. When you get that book, maybe you should, well, or somebody else maybe, because you might not have the time. You should read that book. I guess you wouldn't want to put that on the. Well, yeah, maybe some like an hour a night. Read some of that book on the live stream. I don't know. That might be a good idea. Why not? I'd listen. All right, I'm out of here.
Hey man, I'm going to try to do something even better than that. Get the author here to talk to us about it. Wouldn't that be awesome? If you think I can't do it, there's a 50-50 chance, I think, that we probably could actually get him here to talk to us about that book. May not happen right away, but I'm going to work on it. Give me some time. I actually have that book in a PDF I can share. If you guys don't have it, let me find it. I just wanted a physical copy again. I used to have it, but I gave it to someone. Now I just ordered it, and it'll be here tomorrow. But I have a PDF version too. Find it. There it is. What the fuck? there's the PDF if you guys are interested.